to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are.
champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
let him know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, different market we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. We barely fuck this one, crashing pieces you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, different market we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seers' legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Dong, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise. How unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess. Let me help you tidy things up. It's almost time. Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us! Who will come to help us? No. How interesting! Very interesting! You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
The elders say the seers have guarded the Misty Marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the Indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire. I'm alive 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up 'cause it's our time to shine.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
welcome back into the West League. It is the best league here, and it's final day of Survival Week. It's your favorite kind of tofu, kindofu, and we've heard the request. Today, it is going to be Phil. Mr. Yumas, how do you feel about the games today?
I'm feeling great today. Wow, we have some interesting games today here, right? So Group S has been mainly solidified here in Survival Week, but Group A, you know, they are still up in the air, right? These games today are going to dictate who goes ahead and gets through, and there's 4 people fighting for 1 spot, so it's going to be a very, very exciting day.
Yes, and they're all looking for new beginnings here. So, of course, with that being said, a new version will arrive on the 24th of September, 2 days away, so get ready to unleash your spirit.
Absolutely, very excited for that. New heroes coming out as well too. Speaking of new, the Ultimate Awakening, super thrilling MOBA combat, September 27th. So I actually saw what this was about. It's when the heroes have the crazy abilities. I saw some clips of it, like Dachi was shooting like 10 charms at once and stuff. It was insane. I cannot wait to actually play that.
Yes, so we are a couple of days away, right? Less than a week, so it's going to be really exciting. But what's exciting today as well is the series we have on hand. Yes, we have seen the comments as well. You guys are kind of wondering what's happening in the standings today. We'll run through a little bit of that later on. But for now, in Group S, like you mentioned, everything is kind of solidified, but Group A is where we are really interested at.
Absolutely, and here's what they're all playing for here, right? Champion gets 10,000 USD, second place 8,500, down to 7,000, 6,500, and 6,000 here. So everyone's going to be going home with a piece of the pie, but of course the champions here are going to be going home for the biggest one, and this is why everyone's trying to stay alive and make it into the next week.
And it's not just about the money, it is also about the slot. So the winners will get to qualify into KIC, the championships. And with that being said, we'll take a look at how this history is going to be shaped here. OG stands atop of Group S, 3-0, no losses just yet in a series point, but they have lost 1 game against Twisted Minds yesterday.
Yeah, we thought OG was undefeatable. It shows that, you know, they can kind of crack, right? They took their first loss there, but other than that, they dominated back in convincing fashion. So in Group S, OG and 9ZG are locked in here, and Twisted Minds will be playing the victors of Group A here, which from my understanding are not quite locked up yet, as Boars Gaming, LM, and AYLO can potentially, looking at this here, AYLO looks like they cannot make it anymore, but it's going to be between Boars and LM here, depending on how their series goes, and that's going to be off stream, so it's always going to be in the air.
Yes, so what is so important about this is Boars need to play against BTK today. And I like the fact that you mentioned this before, so we were talking about it off stream. And BTK today is in a unique position where they are going to be the gatekeepers for Boars.
Absolutely here. BTK, while unfortunately they cannot make it to the top of Group A, you know, their games are not done yet, right? They can go ahead and be the gatekeepers and, you know, really test their mettle against Boars, AYLO Gaming here, and show that, you know, whichever team makes it through, they need to go ahead and fight for it.
Exactly, and this is one of the quotes that we came across the other day, which is actually defeat is not the opposite of success. Defeat is the recipe for success. And BTK, they have not gotten that series win just yet, but today might be that final breakthrough for them.
Absolutely. I really believe in them. They've been playing a lot so far, right? We're slowly seeing, you know, glimmers of progress here, right? They're started off kind of rough here, but they're getting some game wins here and there. And today is going to be their final day to go ahead and get a match win. And they have 2 shots here. And let's see how it goes.
Yeah, 2 shots with 3 chances each time, right? We're looking for a perfect score if you're from the Boars Gaming side. And of course, you're also looking for a perfect score if you're from the BTK side. Both teams looking for wins with a different understanding here, but we will start off with BTK.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise the bar. Yeah. 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta
Here's a look at BT Clay here, the United States representatives. We have Fried Chicken in the Clash lane, Best Player in the jungle, Moba Zane in the farm lane, Shark on the roam position, and then Hoon in the mid lane. So we were talking about it earlier. While they cannot go ahead and advance here, you know, they have 2 matches today. They need to go ahead and set their mark. Today is going to be their final day in the Kings Major West League, and you kind of want to go out with a bang, right? Try and go ahead and get that series win here, interrupt some of the flow of things here, and get that last bit of experience in that professional play that we could do in this LAN environment.
The interruption will be a perk, right? I think the biggest thing for BTK is to really cement their improvement, because they have been improving since day number 1. It's been 2 weeks and a couple of months since they have dropped by into HOK. And I mean, it's really clear that they're improving, but against Boars, let's take a look at their competition.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock, yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Hailing from Kazakhstan, here are the Royal Hunters. Boars Gaming represented by 3005 in the Clash lane, Wise in the jungle, Red Cutie in the mid, Mac in the farm, and of course Phasma in that roam. These will be the ones to try and put a dent in the history of BTK, but also in the history of LM for KMW Fall 2025.
Absolutely, and I was getting a little bit confused with the standings here, Ken, so maybe you can explain to the viewers as well too. Boars Gaming, they need to go ahead and 3-0 this, right? They cannot even drop a game from my understanding.
Yes, they cannot drop a single game. And this is because of the point system, the win-loss ratio. In order to make it out of Group A as number 1, they have to do it twice, in fact. The first one against BTK. And they will have that decider against LM. I mean, it's lucky for them that they get to decide their fate against LM directly, but that's going to be off stream. So we'll take things one step at a time. We'll take a look at the mid lane matchup here. Red Cutie against Hoon.
Looking at the stats here, it's a little bit rougher on Hoon's side here, but their gold per minute is solid though. Both of them are averaging the same amount of gold. Red Cutie is able to do a little bit more damage and have a bit more kills with that same gold though, but you have to keep in mind they are playing from ahead more of the times. BTK had less favorable games most of the time, so these can still go either way. It just shows that Hoon can go ahead and match here the mid laner from Boars Gaming when it comes to the economy.
For sure, I think we had this conversation before, right? So you can have a lot of damage, a lot of kills, but that does not translate into wins, right? It needs to be converted. And we'll start off with the first conversion here. We have BTK having the side selection, so they will go for blue, meaning they get prio pick.
Interesting. We didn't see them opt to go for blue too often before. I think they like to go in second pick, right? Because draft-wise, they like to get to remove some of their heroes too often here, but I want to see the Hoon Mai, right? We didn't get a chance to see the Hoon Mai yet, from my understanding, at least not when I casted.
They had it yesterday. I think a couple of fun moments from Hoon's Mai. In fact, I think Hoon's Mai now needs to be really respected. I'm very sure Boars should go ahead and ban that out.
I didn't get a chance to really see it yet, so I want to go ahead and see it here today. We see BTK with the Dharma ban here, fairly standard so far. Boars Gaming has 2 bans on their side. Let's see who they opt to take away here. And there it is. There's the Maya. Okay, Hoon definitely did some work on it then if they're going to go ahead and first ban it immediately away.
Yes, it was an impressive growth, right? The other thing is actually BTK, Moba Zane has been getting a little bit better on that early. And Boars Gaming, I'm wondering if they're going to allow that, because based on the bans here, BTK want to go for that early first pick.
Yeah, so there's a lot of strong picks on the board still here. We have the Long, we have the Arlie. It's you prefer the Arlie more, but you're not too upset with getting the Long as well here too, right? So BTA goes ahead and opts to grab the Arlie, and then Boars gonna go ahead and get Long +1 here in their draft. They don't have to pick it so early, but there's still a lot of powerful picks. Let's see what else. We have Pei still on the board here, right? That's one to think about here. Zhang Fei opting to get here early for the side of Boars Game here. There's the Pei.
Okay, so Boars going a slightly different direction, right? They're gonna leave that channel possibility to maybe a third pick. BTK, obviously, if the channel does not get picked as a third pick, they are going to ban that out.
Absolutely, yeah. Chance could be a solid pick to go ahead and save that long pick going forward. But I would assume that, if BTK goes ahead and takes the early now, they're going to want the long moving forward. So they're going to prioritize that move going forward into the coming matches here. But we see Charlotte and Diadea being hovered. Very aggressive team so far beside BTK. A lot of good damage and mobility on their side. So it's going to be a very tempo heavy game, how they go ahead and maneuver these. Because if they get ahead with the Diadea, the Charlotte, and the Arlie, they can basically run over the enemies and kind of, dance around their opponents.
Yes, and it builds a lot of space, right? This is something that I think a lot of people have been mentioning. Fried Chicken has been one of the strongest members on the side of BTK, and his Charlotte is nothing to be trifled with. And Boars Gaming, they understand this composition itself. They're going to go for the demons here. They want to get the stun. But against an Arlie and Diadea combination, which has been a menace for a lot of teams, I wonder if Boars will survive this.
Yeah, DRNG is always a safe pick, right? Not one that we were thinking about initially, but DRNG can never really go wrong. You can realistically slot it into any composition and it'll kind of do its job. So what this tells me is that Boars Gaming, their focus is not really on the bottom lane here, whereas BTK, they have that Arlie. They need to go ahead and funnel the Arlie and get her super charged up. The marksman on the side of Boars Gaming is kind of like, I don't want to say a second thought, but their game plan is going to be playing around that pay, getting him ahead and mobile, and depending on the other picks going up here, getting dose fed as well.
What I find really curious is the fact that BTK is allowing the buy round potential for the side of Boars Gaming. But we'll see with this final ban if that is truly the case, because the buy round pay combination means Fried Chicken might not be safe. And there we go. BTK knows this, so they ban out the buy round.
Yeah, they ban out two of the strongest, skirmish heavy clash laners there in the Mayin and the Byron. They don't want to give them that insane 2v2 potential that pay plus a strong early skirmisher can go ahead and have there and just dominate the early game. They remove some of those options here. Now they're stuck on kind of maybe more scaling clash pick, which can kind of help the polarization of their compositions here. We see the Monkey here, one of best players' favorite picks, as well as the Xiao Xiao here coming in for Hoon potentially.
I like it. It's a good burst potential, right? At the same time, there's a lot of mobility involved on the side of BTK, which makes the life of Red Cutie a little bit more difficult as the Yixing, right? There is a potential that even with the board, it might not hit all the members of BTK. So Boars, they go for that save condition in the form of Guan Yu, where he's going to be the fishing net. If anyone does not get caught out by the board, he's going to try and push them inside.
Absolutely. And the Xiao Xiao pick, I like the Xiao pick up. When you see tanky targets on the enemy team like the Zhang Fei, Xiao Xiao is one of those heroes that ultimate has so much reach, right? It can take out a lot of heroes. It's just a matter of how you position and if you can land all of it. Whereas some mid laners, they just don't have enough firepower to take out the tanks. Xiao Xiao definitely has the firepower there. You just have to make sure it all goes ahead and lands.
It's a high takedown potential on two very important members, which is, in fact, three. So the Pei Yixing as well as Diren Jie, the three of them are very vulnerable to Hoon's Xiao Xiao here, especially if he lands his shots. And I think it's a little bit difficult because Hoon was practicing his Xiao Xiao yesterday.
Oh, okay. Well, the first time I saw Hoon bust out Xiao Xiao, it worked out pretty well. So I'm excited for this game and how they go ahead and do. Both sides are drafted pretty well. I also got to highlight best player, one of the best monkeys on the server, right? He plays that hero a lot. He plays along with Ogren and such here, and he's just so comfortable on that hero. And I remember watching him go ahead and just super confidently walk up to these objectives and smite it away. One of the best securing junglers in the league here, I would say.
Yes, it's a tough challenge though because he's going up against Wise, also one of the strong players coming out from the Kazakhstan's region as well. Boars Gaming, this early game tempo is going to be really important because they need to buy time for Mobile Zing, right? Arlie as well as Mac, the both of them, they need a lot of time to get the itemization up. So it really depends on that first few minutes of the game.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're going fairly traditional here, sending Arlie into the bottom lane instead of mid.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. I mean, outrageous, right? That's definitely not a problem. But of course, with that being said, we do have the best phone that's going to be representing us. It is going to be the Realme 15 Pro official gaming phone of the tournament. It is built for performance, made for gaming. Smooth, cool, and reliable. Just the way esports demands. If you're ready to level up, get yours and feel the difference.
Absolutely. If you look at all these players here, they all have a Realme 15 in their hand here. playing at the highest level of competition. A bit of a pause here. We're not sure for what, but the teams are going to get ready and load back into it. Again, these games, they really matter here. For BTK, they want to go ahead and go home with one match win under their belt, right? And for Boars Gaming, you're mentioning, they need to win every single game. They cannot drop a single game. So the results are super polarizing on both sides.
It needs to be extremely flawless from both ends, right? BTK, of course, look, they have improved so much, and now they just need the results to really cement that the improvement is worth it. And at this point, I think BTK has a strong chance with the fact of their composition is actually quite robust. The challenge here is for truly Boars Gaming, because they need it more than BTK. They need a flawless 3-0. BTK, if they win the series, they already cement the improvement. It doesn't matter the score.
Absolutely. They have a lot of pressure on the hands. We were talking last time, right? When, you know, a team is on match point against you, it's kind of hard to play in that mental, right? To know that you are, you know, potentially one mistake away from losing. And even though we're going into 0-0, Boars Game cannot drop a game. One game loss is basically over right there. They are on match points since game one.
Yes, so essentially if Boars don't do well, they're sending a one-way ticket for the side of LM to the potential grand finals on this KMW league.
And it would make sense for BTK to go ahead and, you know, gatekeeping them a little bit and take a, you know, not let them get that 3-0, right? Number one, they don't want to get 3-0. And number two, LM was the team that, you know, knocked them out qualifiers before. So it makes sense that they want that team to progress. Because, you know, they were kind of rivals, right? You want to lose to a strong team that makes it through. You don't want to lose to a team that didn't make it through.
Yeah, I like that concept. Yes, truly it is. And we'll see if that's going to be the case. Because honestly, I think the clashing is one of the more exciting matchups here between BTK and Boars. The other one actually is between Hoon and Red Cutie, because the both of them have performed pretty well in the mid lane.
Absolutely. Whereas Hoon is playing a little bit more of a carry style mage. I'm interested to see if he can go ahead and get those plays off in the mid to late game and pump out that damage. Whereas Red Cutie is mainly here for the utility to trap the team in a box and set his team up. So there's going to be a little bit of a dynamic shift between a carry style damage focused mid laner and a more utility style crowd control mid laner.
Yes, and I mean, nonetheless, both mid laners will offer, you know, the anti-heal as well later on with the venomous stuff and whatnot. I think the real challenge here is Moba Zane. How fast can he farm against Mac? Because that is a very important win condition. You don't want to drag this too long.
Absolutely. And I don't know about the start here from side BTK, because usually we always see Arlies go ahead and start middle and then kind of have a, you know, a path around the map to gather as much farm as possible. Zane is starting fairly traditionally, maybe because Hoon needs those resources as well, we were mentioning, right? He needs to get his level 4 up and get that ultimate online so he can start pressuring the map and outputting that damage. And Zane, while he knows he needs to get ahead, he doesn't want to, you know, take away from that and slow Hoon down.
I mean, you don't want to take too much risk, right? And it is a winning lane for them on the side of BTK at the bottom side, because there is heals coming out from Shark. And I mean, shields are great and all, but, you know, in the battle of attrition, Boars will not do as well.
Absolutely. We always mention these melee tank style roamers. They don't really come online to level 4, right? Like the Liang pose, the Zhang phase. Once they get level 4, that's really when they can go toe-to-toe with the enemy team. But in the early game, they're definitely going to get poked out. They're going to get out-sustained by these more traditional enchanter style roamers here, like the idea.
Yes, and right now, both mid laners are not rotating down just yet. This will be the first rotation down into the farm lane. This one, if actually they get to make the play, will be huge, but 2-on-1. Fried Chicken
Chicken's trying to go ahead and get away.
I think this might be first blood. The dive does come true. Wise needs one more hit, does not get it, and Fried Chicken will make it out. He did have to commit the flash though.
Beautiful place from Chicken there, barely sidestepping those abilities and getting himself that heal under tower. He does stay here, yeah. Okay, it's not easy to survive a Pei gank, but he ends up surviving there, wastes a lot of Weiss's time there, and now gives the intel over to his team that, hey, Pei's up top here, go ahead and invade their jungle, and that looks like that's what BTK is doing here now.
Yes, this is exactly what they need to do. Best player 1 actually gets himself in the middle of 3. Does he have to smite? Will not be able to smite it away, but Hoon does secure it for the team. And here, this could be a big fight for the side of BTK. They will start to run off. Everyone is pretty much low. And with the knock-up, they save the day. BTK gets the steal and gets out.
You can tell there's a lot of pressure in this game, right? Both teams are playing like they're walking on eggshells here, you know, playing super cautious, super safe. Wow, look at that. Zane barely being able to avoid the auto attack from 3005 there. That surely would have taken him out there. But somehow that invade, which turned into a full-on team fight, had no casualties on either side, you know? They're both playing on a razor's edge there. They do not want to give their opponent that step up.
But it's a BTK win overall, right? Because they get the smite, number one, they get the steal on the Azure Golem, and secondarily, there is an EXP gap starting for the side of 3005, so Fried Chicken doing well on the side of BTK.
Absolutely. It would have been a little bit different if, oh, here we go. And that, wow, that timer gets immediately ripped down. I didn't even have time to mention it there. That's the power of the Xiao Xiao ultimate. They're dropping so much damage onto it, and then once again, Fried Chicken is trying to get away here, and he does. Boars Game is putting a lot of attention on Fried Chicken, trying to get him behind. As we were mentioning, that's one of the star players on side BTK. On his Charlotte, he definitely provides a lot of impact, and Boars Game does not want to see that, and they're trying to get him behind early now with all this pressure.
Yes, for sure. I don't think he will manage to save the T1. In fact, a little bit overextended. And this potential first blood coming in wise needs one more hit. Will be able to get it. And Boars get the first blood. But they have lost so much in the start of this game.
Yeah, third time's the charm there for Pei. Ends up getting him here, but it looks like a little bit of fight here from best player 1 and Pei. He ends up getting away. The mobility of Pei is just so powerful. He's being able to maneuver around the map, push these towers. It clears so quickly, and oh, this is not good for the side of BTK as they're getting caught out in their own jungle.
Yep, they're going to push them away. Very nice unbridled outburst. But the catch is coming in. Mobazane trying to back his jungler up at this point. BTK refused to give any of these resources for free.
All things considered, this early game is relatively even, right? Boars Game is up 1 kill, but they're only up a little bit of gold. BTK is doing a good job of pressuring that Azure Golem. Let's see who gone ahead and get it. Got that there. It looks like it went over the side of Pei.
Yep, the flash comes in. BTK was looking great for a moment. They do get the kill, but it's 4 people locked up in the board, and Boars obliged. They push them all under the turret. It is going to be the end of the life for Hoon, Mobazane, and Shark. And shortly, it should be best player 1 as well. Boars recover.
30-05, they're pivotal in that fight here. Fried Chicken was not in position there, and Guan Yu being Guan Yu is able to maneuver around the map and help his team whenever they need. And wow, did he help. Triple kill coming on for the side of Boars Gaming.
I mean, you can tell, right? The intensity from both teams on a different level today. Fried Chicken in the middle of 3 will be backed up by Mobazane for the moment because they need to protect this Crimson Golem. Will they be able to do it? Has been stolen away. Wise gets a freebie, gets out. Another T1 pressure in the mid as well. Boars Gaming looking so strong, but Hoon with the protection will be able to put them back for a little bit. Unable still to protect the T1 though.
Looks like they're still fighting. That's Zhang dropped to 1 HP, but he does Umbrella Outburst, get that huge shield and get away here. Now Shark is trapped up in this board here. So that fight definitely, they were really even, I was mentioning before, but that fight definitely changed things here. Now Boars is squarely in the lead with a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, but the biggest difference here is that BTK is starting to fight for resources. Oh, Mobazane goes in. Can they get the kill here? 2-on-1. One more hit. Not going to do the mark. The debuff does come through. 30-05 will be able to limp back home.
That was super close. If he had that, it would have been a nice shutdown because 35 just got a triple kill. He's worth a lot of money there. But we see now the side of Boars Game is going ahead and trying to collapse on BTK to punish that bit of an overextension there. As Fried Chicken's dropped super low, they do end up getting away potentially here. Zane with a nice little juke there, teleports back to the umbrella and gets away. But everyone side of BTK is not in great condition to fight here. But Pei gets taken out there by Fried Chicken.
Yep, it was because of the crucial healing by the side of Shark here, making sure that they had enough lifelines on the side of BTK. But Boars Gaming, someone is hiding in the shadows, and that's 30-05 on the backlines, going in for the catch as well. In the middle, best player 1 has been caught out. Mobazane has to run away. He is being pressured by 30-05. The catch will not come through, and BTK survive.
There we go. They actually really caught up there. Now they're only down 1,000 gold. They don't have any towers yet, so once they go on ahead and, you know, get a push going, they take out some towers. I'd say it's relatively even on both sides here. BTK have been farming a little bit better, whereas Boars Gaming has been getting more of these objectives here. I'm really surprised. They're keeping up on gold really well. They're not even down 1,000 gold, even though they're down 3 kills and 3 towers.
And this is against Boars, who are famously known as the 10-minute team, right? They normally have a huge advantage within the first 30 minutes. And so for BTK to match this, that is pretty much a level up so far.
Absolutely, and if they can stall this out a little bit longer, their composition should outscale the side of Boars Gaming here. With that pay and the Renji not being able to scale as well as the Arlie, they just need to go ahead and hold on and not get run over before they hit their power spikes.
Yes, definitely. I think late game wise, Mobile Zane is truly going to be a problem for the side of Boars Gaming. So this is why they're trying to rush the game here on the side of Boars Gaming. T2 open for the taking will be secured. In the meantime, there is a defense by 3005, going to be backed up by Red Cutie as well in the top side to stop that aggression.
Another thing to note here, look at Guan Yu 3-0, and we mentioned he had so much pressure, right? Fried Chicken's right there on gold, 1-1, and is matching 3005 in gold, even though he did not get a triple kill. He did not get half as many ganks as 3005 there, so he's gonna definitely be a menace as well.
Oh no, the pushback. Everyone caught up on the top side, and Hoon will take a fall along with the support Shark as well. Boars Gaming just being a little bit more clinical at this point as BTK. They need to find a recovery, and it needs to come right here, right now.
It was not the worst trade there, right? They lose 2 for 1, but it was a shutdown, as we mentioned, on South 3005. But they are leaking the wave advantage here. As you see, all the waves are pushing over the side of BTK here. So once these enhanced objectives come up, they're not going to have the positioning to really play for them.
Oh, nice Dream Roll manages to catch a couple, but now it is Boars that catch them out instead. Mobile Zane as well as best player 1. They are taken down, and Boars Gaming, what a time to do this, because this is going to be the shadow variants of the neutral objectives. They do get a T1 on the top, but for now, Boars Gaming definitely in control.
It looks like BTK didn't have quite as much vision there. They didn't know what they were jumping into. Best player trying to defend his red buff, jumps in, lands a decent Dream Roam, but they're 2v4 at the end of the day, right? Doesn't matter how good you land your abilities if you're against 4 people, right? So they go ahead and get taken out, and now, as you mentioned, is perfect timing because Boars Gaming can go ahead and take this Tyrant, and there's no junglers in the contest.
That's true, but Boars is also known of having the Achilles heel after 10 minutes, right? So BTK definitely still stand a chance, especially in the later parts of the game. We're talking about Mobile Zane. He's going to be responsible for taking members out like Red Cutie, Mac, and even Wise if his positioning is clean.
And then we have Hoon on the Xiao Xiao, you know, one of the best punishing style heroes here. If you miss position, being able to land that knockup on a target can usually dispatch them. So I would say BTK should just turtle up, try to wave clear, and try to capitalize on the enemy team's mistakes here, right? You're not going to be pushing at the enemy side anytime soon. You're really behind, but maybe trying to get that crucial catch when they overextend and, you know, want to end this game early, as Ken has mentioned, could be the play.
And here we go, ball lay down as well. Shark will be caught. Hoon is taken down first. So it's 3 members down for the side of BTK. Boars Gaming, they need to keep timing. And it's a double kill for Wise as Boars Gaming dominated Gorge at this point.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see here from side BTK, man. They're a little bit outside of their map here, and when you're this behind, especially versus a Guan Yu and a Pei, you really cannot step outside of your map. You really need to fully turtle up, because we just saw what happened, right? They're a little bit in front of their tier 1 tower, and immediately they get flanked and taken out, and this could potentially be game 1 here for the side of Boars Gaming.
Yes, this defense is so difficult at this point. They only have the 2 members. Right now, 5 members strong coming out from BTK. Can they mount the defense? The Unbridled Outburst gonna land down. They take out Mobile Zane first, and there's more to come. Wise jumps in, a double kill for them. The Crystal is totally exposed, and best player 1 might not survive this. The Crystal will drop as well, and Boars Gaming, they start off this series with a 1 win.
Boars Game taking a commanding lead here in the series, but as we mentioned, every game for them is match point. They cannot let off the gas here. They need to win all 3 games with no losses to go ahead and get to the top of the group. BTK now that Guan Yu and Pei are removed, I feel like their odds are a lot better in these coming games here, because I've noticed in the games I watched so far, BTK really struggle against Clash laners like the Guan Yu, because Fried Chicken, he likes playing his lane 1v1, right? He doesn't like to follow around or roam as much there. That game, he had a really tough match there too. You know, he had to pay, putting a lot of pressure on his map. But now with one of the few, you know, roam style Clash laners gone, they should have a bit of a better time. And then Pei, he's Pei, right? Ken mentioned this is one of the strongest 10-minute teams. You give a 10-minute team Pei, they're going to end the game in 10 minutes.
The biggest thing, I think, is the fact that they have already made use of the Zhang Fei, right? BTK, if you notice the patterns of the gameplay over the past 2 weeks, is the fact that they survived much better in the late game basis, which was one of the core strengths of this particular draft that BTK came up with. But unfortunately, against Boars, who, like you said, right, they love this first 10 minutes, it's a timer-based battle for them.
Yeah, I think a lot of key pieces are off of the board for Boars here now, right? The Pei, the Guan Yu, the Zhang Fei, they invested pretty heavy into this game one here. They still have the potential of the Arlie and the Long for marksman, but Arlie's likely to get banned over, right? And if BTK can go ahead and draft around taking the Long as well too, that can solidify their bot lane here in these coming matches. But pretty solid game for BTK so far. It was going really well just up until that one Guan Yu roam, right? Where he got the triple kill that truly flipped the game on its head, and that's kind of why BTK struggles against those clash lanes, right? They're not quite ready for someone else to join the battle there, right? And force that unfair fight that happened in the blue side jungle.
I mean, that's the whole point of battle, right? You want to make it as unadvantageous as possible. And for now, you take a look at the goal graph. It actually is, BTK actually held on quite a bit in the first part of the game. You were talking about this. They were just, having a difference of probably about 1,000 max towards the first few minutes of the game, which is really impressive against Boars. But once Boars start their engine, it's really hard to shut them down. And with the performance of Wise dealing the most amount of damage coming in from this side of Boars Gaming, aided by 3005, this MVP is a tussle between the Clash and the jungle. And of course, it is going to be 3005, 3-1-7.
I would say it would be 3005, right? We mentioned he made the pivotal play in that match there, joining up in that fight in the blue side jungle, because they know that when they pressure top, BTK is going to want to react and go ahead and pressure that blue side, right? But Pei and Guan Yu, these are heroes that are so mobile, they're able to pressure the clash lane, push down that tower, and still rotate back in time to defend their own blue, which is what we saw that happen this game.
Yes, and the first blood did take quite a bit of time, right? 4.5 minutes before they actually got it. And this is where we're talking about, actually the boards coming up from Red QD has been really phenomenal, and 3005 really aided that advantage for the side of Boars Gaming. So it was a little bit difficult, regardless of how much of a level lead you have, how much of a goal lead you have, it's not gonna matter, especially when you're locked down essentially for hours at this point.
Absolutely, 35 was the playmaker for his team. He was always head first here, as you can see, engaging these fights, allowing his team to go ahead and follow up off him here while he takes the brunt of that focus here. He's playing full tank Guan Yu, and that was played to a beautiful degree.
Yeah, really is just the fishing net, right? He's supposed to pull them in a different direction. And of course, with that, we'll let the players settle down first. We'll go for a break first. When we're back, game number 2 between BTK and Boars Gaming.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this world. Call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back. It is time for game number 2, BTK against Boars. Both teams have burned out quite a few important picks, Meta Zero hero picks as well. What are we going to expect in this game number 2?
I think game 2, BTK lost a lot of the Boars gaming lost a lot of the things that BTK historically struggles against, right? They struggle against the Pei, the Guan Yu, all of those are gone ahead and been removed now. So I would say from now on, it's kind of clear skies beside BTK draft-wise. Obviously, they still need to put it into execution and take some games potentially that match here off of Boars Gaming. But before, while we were on break, we were mentioning BTK, they kind of understand the yin and the yang of the game a little bit better. Starting from today, from the first game we saw, right, we noticed that they see that Boars Gaming is pressuring top. They know to go ahead and pressure bottom and invade that jungle. Execution is not quite there yet, but they understand that dynamic, that flow, and that's a huge improvement.
Yes, definitely. I think we can all agree there is huge improvement because in the global team's viewpoint, right, the concept of counter invading when you lose your buff, that was quite new. A lot of teams didn't dare to enter the opponent jungle at times like this. So for them to learn this quickly within a couple of months, that's really a big step ahead. Right now, I think what they really lack is just that finishing move. They have the potential to reach the end state, but they are unable to finish the game just yet. So BTK, they're going to start off with on a strong foot. They're going to ban out the RD. You don't want to give Mac this hero as well. Boars correspondingly ban out the Pei.
Yeah, both sides are going to be removing heroes that they've already played, right? They don't want to give the enemies the option to go ahead and play them. Luna being banned away as well for side BTK. They found out that Luna is a little bit devastating to play against the other day, if I recall. So they're going to remove that. And then Boars Gaming, they really prioritize Yuan, I noticed. They either first pick it or they ban it. So in this instance, since they don't get a chance, they go ahead and ban it out. But wait, we were talking about Mai, kid. Here we go. Mai's coming up and ruin Mai.
Exactly. Now, this is something of a specialty on the side of Hun. Everyone asks, like, where is this Mai from the side of Hun? And finally, they get it today in game number 2. Now, is this a mistake from Boars, though, to give Hun his Mai?
Well, it's expensive, right? He didn't get Mai for free. They're going to give over the Long and the Dharma for it. But I do like that the Yuan was banned out from side Boars Gaming here. So that's like one of those good matchups against Mai that is removed now. So the Mai gets to play the game a little bit less hindered. But yeah, it is expensive. The Long and Dharma are both probably the next best picks here up. And they lost it because of Mai.
Okay, interesting. We are looking at a very special kind of pick coming in from the side of BTK here. The Agudo may be flexed into the farm lane, and we might see a Kaiser jungle. So this is entirely new, and I like this concept, right? Going up against Boars, they need a lot of tank ability, but they also need an equal share of damage and mobility as well. So Boars Gaming evenly matched for now, but it depends once again on the Clash laner's performance.
I would say it's a bit risky to pick that Kaiser without the Dolia there to immediately match it up. I think right now both sides really want Dolia actually, right? Boars Gaming wants the Dolia for the Long and the Dharma, and the side BTK wants it for the Kaiser. But we're definitely cooking here today. Agudo, Marksman, Kaiser, Jungle. Very melee heavy, bruiserish composition from the side BTK.
That's true. In fact, I think the other band you might want to consider is the Lianpo, right? Take out the tanky jungles, because if you're looking at either the refreshers or the heals, there's plenty of options to explore. There's Sakir, there's Cheyenne, there is also Diadea for the side of Boars as well. These are all important picks that can really swing the fight in your favor, even if it's slightly.
Absolutely. Here, let's see these bans here. The Dolia does go ahead and get removed by board. They identified that, you know, they don't want to play against the Kaiser Dolia. That's one of the supports that really enable Kaiser to be a strong pick. So on the side of BTK, it's going to be a little bit tough. They're playing kind of Kaiser raw, which we've seen played a little bit in the past. But I feel like Kaiser nowadays is kind of like a lane in the sense that it's really rough when you pick them without the Dolia. They're almost always picked together, and to have it played alone is going to be a bit tricky.
Yes, I think that's definitely something that BTK need to solve, but they are making their lives a little easier, right? So they take out the Mayin, they take out the Fati as well. It's something that you don't want to give 30-05. Fatih on 30-05 is also a very scary notion to kind of consider. So now we're going to be left with Boars on that first pick during the final phase. We'll see how they're going to decide.
Wait, why are they banning out Clash Laners? He already locked in Dharma, didn't he? On the side of Boars Gaming there. So the Mayin and the Fatih ban is a little bit confusing for me here. Maybe this is going to get redrafted as we see the draft get off our screen there, but yeah, they picked Dharma. Could Dharma be played in another lane I don't know about?
No. So I think, yes, maybe a API error, I'm not sure, but there is a potential for Fatih to go into the farm lane. It's a very risky play, but it has worked before, so we'll see if that's going to be the case.
But it can't go into farm lane either. They have long.
Who knows? Maybe they're cooking something else?
Yeah, this is definitely a cook match here. Maybe it is a redraft. We're not too sure. Here's a look at all the players gearing up. For those tuning in here, this is a very interesting to watch series because even though it's not match point for Boars Gaming, it's going to feel like match point. They need to win the series 3-0 if they want to qualify to the next stages of the tournament here. And BTK, while they're already out, they want to go ahead and get a match win under their belt, right? So this is one of the 2 times they get to go ahead and do that here today.
Actually, it's also kind of like polishing your drafts, right? Yes, you may not be able to kind of enter the later parts of this tournament, but this is also a great time because Boars is also a team that is not bad, right? So get those knives sharpened, get those spears ready, and we'll see, right? Put your best out, make it a test, learn from the mistakes, because you need to understand what are the gaps in your composition, what are the gaps in the team, and you can only find it out in the heat of the battlefield.
Absolutely. Hey, you can do your scrims, you can play on peak tournament, right? You can play rank mode, but there's no better place to practice than in the LAN here against another professional team. Both sides are across from each other. You get that professional environment. It does not get more real and serious than this. So these are beautiful, like golden nuggets of training moments they can go ahead and take here, and they need to make the best of it.
Okay, I hate that I have to use this reference, but it's similar to what Nongshim was on the other side, right? So the east side, where, you know, in the start of this year, they lost at the grand finals, and it was a very difficult position to lose because it was a best of 7. They lost through all the games. It was a full best of 7. They lost at the ultimate battle, but then when they arrived into the East leagues, they became so much stronger. So I think this might be the case for BTK as well.
Yeah, you're only as strong as your opponents, right? So if both sides get to play against stronger and stronger opponents, you're eventually going to pick up on a few things here. We have already seen so far BTK. They started off this tournament here, right? Struggling a little bit here. They're still not doing the best. They're still struggling, but they're definitely, I'm seeing those little glimmers of hope there, right? We're noticing that they're able to play the dynamic of the map. They can feel kind of where to shift. You know, the enemy goes ahead and shifts up top here. We need to make a play down here. They just now need to go ahead and sharpen that up, those spears as you were mentioning, and get that execution down, because the idea is there. You know, they know how the game plays, they know how it flows. They just now need to perfect the little things, right? The little bit of mechanics on these individual heroes. Get these individual heroes into their players' pools here. And then, you know, make sure to go ahead and execute on the game plan. Because the game plans of invading the Azure Golem is correct. It's just the execution there was not quite there, right? They didn't back up quick enough. They didn't go ahead and win that fight there that they were a little bit advantage of until it was a little bit too late. Once they sharpen that up and polish it up, they're going to be a top tier team.
Yep, it truly is the understanding of when you're supposed to take a fight, right? Not every fight has to be taken, and timing is very important in HOK. You don't want to fight at a time where, example, 4-minute timer is coming up, the tyrant's going to be open for contest, and then imagine being down like 4v5, not an ideal situation. You might have to give away the tyrant, and if you commit even more, you might even lose your buffs. So I think it really comes down to the timing in terms of like, oh, should we really take a fight now? And if we do, we win the fight. What's the next options we can explore, right? Are there buffs to take? Are there turrets to take? Or can we just have a little bit more wave management?
Yeah, and all of that stuff, you can watch videos, you know, you can go ahead and watch these streams and review, but sometimes to get the last 10-20%, you gotta play it, right? You gotta be in the moment there when it is actually tested, like BTK is now, and that's when you are gonna go ahead and learn. So speaking of learn, we were mentioning what BTK's strengths are. Their strengths are team fighting and such, right? They need to improve on probably their map play and their objective control a little bit, but what are some strategies they can do to go ahead and force their strengths? Because they do have their strengths. strengths. They're very apparent. We've seen him win team fights before against stuff like AYLO Gaming. They had great gaming.
Okay, so we will probably have the draft remade, second pick remade. I think there was an error on the API itself. So not a very big problem, not to worry. We will go back into the ban pick phase right away after this. But nonetheless, I think we take a look at the Mai pick, right? There needs to be a setup. Mai, great on her own, but Mai is a very high risk, high reward hero as well. You need the gold advantage. You need the itemization advantage.
Absolutely. They've already used the Diadea, which I really like with the Mai, because the early game you're able to just apply so much pressure on the enemy mid laner and kind of give Mai a little bit of that breathing room so she can get her levels and be able to roam around the map. So we got to think what other roamers can go ahead and set up Mai for success here, because, you know, we mentioned Arlie, you know, when Arlie's in the game, it becomes an Arlie game, but when Mai's in the game, it becomes a Mai game too, right? So we need to go ahead and flesh out composition that can play around that Mai, get her through that very early stages of the game, and give her windows to go ahead and invade the opponents here and fight. And it looks like the draft is back on. The Kaiser was potentially a mispick here, so we are going to have it remade here, and Gudo is likely to be jungle now, and we have Motsu on the roam.
Okay, and you are asking for what is the required setup. It is really just control. So one of the things that you really want on the side of Mai is to be able to have control over the positioning, because her range is long on the second skill, you know, but her first skill, that knockup Ryu engine, does need a little bit of very precise spacing to be able to get the damage in as well. So Boars Gaming, they respond with the Lady Jun. Slightly different forms of concept in terms of engagement, right? BTK for Hun, he's going to be very useful in getting those pokes down, similar to Red Cutie. But Red Cutie, the function for this Lady Jun is really to stop those melee range engagements, to push them into a corner, and hopefully 3005 is going to capitalize off of that with the Truth Mantra.
Absolutely, yeah. Lady Jun loves playing against teams that group up like this, right? And then when you have a melee mid laner, your teams that group up a little bit more, right? Because your mid laner is kind of going to play in the same line as your Clash laner, and a Gudo is kind of mid range with that Furball as well too. So Lady Jun has a lot of targets to potentially go ahead and AoE down here in that mid range. But let's go back to BTK's pick here with the Motsu. I really like the Motsu pickup here. Shark is such a good playmaking support. Every game we see him on a very proactive support, like the Motsu or the Liangpo. He puts in a lot of work here, right? So I love that he's picked up the Motsu here. Last time I see him play the Motsu, he farmed so much damage. He was doing hitting so many cannon blaster, getting a lot of vision for his team. So I think that pick is going to be pivotal and something to definitely watch out for in this early game.
Yes, I think Shark really has impressed me with his Motsu pick, right? His Motsu has been on point so far, but hey, this one's gonna be a challenge because Boars Gaming, they pick up the Liangpo, and it's one of the most disruptive heroes, especially in the support role as well. Every movement that stuns or disrupts your ultimate on the side of Motsu, even if it's half a second, you instantly cancel the thing inside the box. So there is that counter condition coming out from Phasma on the Liangpo as well.
Absolutely, he's gonna be the one trapped inside the box if they go ahead and do that. But it looks like BTK is going to be rounding out their composition with the channel here on Zane. He was thinking about what picks he can go ahead and do here. Long is removed, Arlie's removed, potentially thinking between his Marco Polo. We saw some of that yesterday as well too. But channel is a decently safe pick here. When you go ahead and lock in the channel, that tells me that they're almost never going to let Arlie go through ever again, right? Because with the channel removed, that they let Arlie through is going to be really, really rough. But channel is one of the picks that Zane is very comfortable with too. Probably one of his most comfortable picks.
And it's good against Lung, right? Lung is a single target hero and struggles to deal with the wolves. So this is going to be important for the side of Phasma to kind of balance that differentiation out. But nonetheless, it's still the same thing. How do we get that early game on both sides? And Boars, they're looking at the front-facing shield that is Kaiser, trying to open up the doors for the Lady Jun as well as for the Lung to really just get those damage in. More importantly, the true setup is for 3005, because once you push them back into the corner, 3005 will love that situation.
Absolutely. It's very interesting to see Boars go ahead and pick up the Kaiser here. They have the Long. If they were thinking about the Kaiser, you know, sure, Liangpo has a great matchup against the Motsu, but, you know, Dolia would have been perfect for this composition, as we were mentioning, right? Usually you want to go ahead and pair Kaiser with that Dolia. Dolia is great with the Long as well, too. So it is a little bit unconventional, I'd say, for side Boars here. You don't really see the Kaiser come out you know, raw like this now. We were mentioning that for BTK last time, but actually Boars went ahead and got the idea to pick up the Kaiser for himself this time around.
True. I mean, is it truly unconventional? I think it's not really that unconventional. It's just rare. But at the same time, it's a high risk, right? We've seen teams use the Kaiser just purely on its own, and it does struggle quite a bit, when the goal is not in their favor. So Boars Gaming, they're taking a risk against BTK. But then I really feel like this game is dependent on both Fried Chicken as well as 3005, because the two of them, with the stuns they can set up, it allows so much freedom for the rest of their members to really benefit from the team fight.
Absolutely. Maybe Boars are thinking to go ahead and counter out BTK's strengths. So we're mentioning BTK's strengths are team fighting, going late into the game. You know, let's say it gets a Tempest Dragon fight, right? With Boars' composition, they can really throw down there. And if it does go that far into the game, maybe they're confident that they're not going to go ahead and lose that early game. They're going to get that scaling here. And they built out a composition that is really hard to win against in a brute force team fight.
That's true. I mean, both teams also have a secondary win factor, which is actually turret pushing. So this is offered by number 1 on the BTK side, best player 1, right? He's able to just melt turrets down, even with backdoor protection. This is the same case for the side of the Boars Gaming as well. Mac as the lone will be able to use the Flaming Palms to get free damage on those turrets, regardless of the backdoor protection. So in this game, it really depends which team can buy more time to get those free hits in. And as well, really, first few minutes, how many camps can you steal? How many camps can you stop the opponents from stealing as well?
Absolutely, and we see early game here, Hoon with Shark here in the mid lane. That Motu is going to be shooting those clan blasts, applying a lot of pressure, whereas the side Boars just gone ahead and want to remove that, remove all those minions there and kind of speed through. And the Yangpo is able to go ahead and stop this invade here coming from best player, but too little too late. He already gone ahead and smited over the Azure Golem. The information is given over, and it looks like Shark, you're trying to steal? Oh,
okay.
Oh.
Nonetheless, good job. Yeah, Fried Chicken actually took that Spiketail Beast at the top as well. So this is not ideal for the side of Boars Gaming. And I like the fact that this is happening, right? Because you definitely want to contest for every single objective in the map. And right off the bat, BTK's initial rotations are just making a little bit more sense compared to Boars. They have already gotten the steal on the buff, right? The initial rotation, very greedy, but it worked out.
It absolutely worked out. As you see a 1v1 come out here. Yeah, Byron is definitely not someone you want to fight early game on the Dharma as he goes ahead and retreats away. But Fried Chicken taking massive lane priority here. But I want to go ahead and announce a PSA for all the roamer support players out there in the world. You got to protect your jungle's buffs, right? And that's what we saw BTK Shark did. He identified that his jungle went ahead and invaded the enemy red buff. The only logical path for the enemy jungler to get 2 buffs is for them to invade your red buff. But there he was standing at the opening of the jungle there, getting great vision on Weiss and not allowing him to do so.
Oh, nice. They force out the flash as well. 3005 will make it out alive, but to burn out an important resource here, that's not going to be nice on the side of Boars Gaming, especially for 3005. And talking about that right now, this jungle aggression, this is something that I really like from the side of BTK, because it fixes, you know, that gap that they always struggle with, which is they don't really have the best early game, right? So now this jungle aggression allows them to pivot into the exact strength they're looking for. The knockup comes up from Hoon as well, but the punish does come through. Smite down onto Hoon. They will not be able to catch him. Maybe more free shots, but at the same time, the heals. Fried Chicken making the world's difference right now for the side of BTK. Stuns coming from Shark. Continual fights. Have they stayed? They'll overstay their welcome. The flash comes in wide, looking for the first blood as well. Everyone fighting, but there is no reset. Oh, there is going to be a reset on the Crimson Golem. And all of this is just buying time for the side of BTK.
They are still fighting. Wow, Weiss ends up going down here. Great catch by Shark, and it's still going. Everyone is getting really close to that ultimate. Phasma just ticked over into ultimate, and he uses that Trevor Sash here. Does not quite connect the best player. This is one of the longest early game invade fights I've ever seen.
Yes, and they did overstay their welcome. Best player 1 did not manage to get that Crimson Golem, which is the ultimate goal. In the meantime, Mobazane, though, he's doing well in the midst of the entire chaos. He actually has a EXP lead against Max, so that's good news for BTK.
Absolutely, and we were mentioning there before the game, right? Like BTK, they got the idea down. That invade made sense. But the execution, when we saw the 3v3, you know, abilities were kind of missing left and right on both sides here, right? The execution was not quite there. Once they go in and clean up that execution, that invade went a lot more favorably.
For sure. And you were talking about this differential about the Dolia missing, right? And this is the risk that they take, right? When there's no double invincible warrior, Wise is not as tanky, does not have the regeneration abilities that he would be really more comfortable with. But the benefit of that, Boars, they survive that secondary invasion. They protect the Crimson Golem. That's more important at this point.
So it looks like lane's kind of reset a good amount here. Mac trying to put the pressure on, but Zane is still ahead. It looks like Shark is getting potentially caught out here, though, as Lady Jen fires the ultimate over the wall, and he was not expecting that as he gets crowd controlled up by the Liang Po and goes down.
Yep, the rotations come in. Unfortunately, it's not going to be very comfortable for the side of BTK. They do get that Tyrant started. There is Smite available, and they might want to rush this because they have the numbers advantage, and they get everything for free. They get the Smite down as well. Does not make the kill happen. Mobazane will be able to make it out without having to commit the flash. But Boars Gaming, this is not a comfortable position, and I think if they don't make any trades, BTK win that exchange flat out.
Absolutely, they go ahead and take that Tyrant there, and they were confident in, you know, the Smite fight there, because we were mentioning best player, one of the best Smiters in the league here, and there we go, he smites it away there in front of the enemies, so great job. Oh, Shark getting caught out here, does not see Dharma being in that bush. He gets dropped super low, Cannon Blast comes out, stuns him up, and pushes him with the box. Going aggressive there, actually. He opts to try and churn that fight there with the box slash to go aggressive. Not the right play in that moment, though, it seems like, as he gone ahead and goes down for it.
Actually, I thought that was a good play, but the fact that there was no backup, and for now, Wise is struggling against Fried Chicken. Oh, this Dolia missing from the entire, you know, composition is starting to look a little risky for the side of Boars, but this is the risk that they took, and it looks like they will want to push this because they have managed to catch up against BTK. They're trading by about 400 gold, and you can see with that initial invasion from the side of Fried Chicken, or not Fried Chicken, best player one, Boars now keeping a very tight eye on that Crimson buff.
Yeah, last game, Fried Chicken didn't get the best, didn't get as much room to play, but this game, he's on the Byron, he's against the Dharma, he has jungle pressure, and he is super ahead this game. This is going to be his game to carry with here in the Clash lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-on-1. Fried Chicken does have the passive. No, he will not. Does manage to survive for the time being. Gets the flash out as well. Fried Chicken survives. But with this 1-for-1 trade, there's a lot of time bought. And BTK, they have maintained this goalie, in fact, extended to 1,000. So Boars, they need to respond, and they need to respond quick.
Is looking super good for side BTK. These need to go ahead and, as you mentioned, hold this lead here. It is going to be a little bit rough to get into the super late game side of things, but if they can keep this up and take these towers and push this, they should be able to end the game before then.
It's going to be a bit tough, right? Once again, I think Boars Gaming are very good at recovering during the first 10 minutes. They always have this 10-minute advantage on the strength. And for now, BTK, they're kind of matching it. It's one of the rare times that they're taking a lead, right? But this is a refreshing sight to see.
Absolutely, and we know the Motsu loves playing from ahead, and now that they're ahead here, he's able to get himself in, you know, the more aggressive positions here, fire the Cannon Blast into the enemy jungle, getting vision for his team here. And here's another play coming out here. This, wow, 30-05 is not getting much work done here in the Clash lane, as they're applying so much pressure on him this game, constantly ganking him out, as you see 4 in the Clash lane here for side BTK.
Blue team.
Yep, the coordination is a little bit better from the side of BTK. This allows them to take the T1, and I think this is great for them. Look, they have the map advantage. They have taken 2 turrets, no response from Boars once again, and Wise getting pressured even at his Boar camp, and that's a bit of a concern for Boars.
Absolutely, BTK is doing a great job here. They're not quite like taking everything, but they're getting a little bit, right? Every time something comes up, they're pressing their lead, and they're getting 1 camp here and there, and it's going to start to add up as they're closing on them being up 2,000 gold. They're applying a lot of pressure under the tower of Boars Gaming's tier 1. They're protecting it, but they're not really able to, you know, counter engage or make something happen there, as they're just forced to clear out these minions. Another Crimson Golem comes up. It looks like BTK is opting to go ahead and play for the other side of the map here, though, and set up an ambush.
This is great. This is what we're talking about, right? Playing to your win conditions. So right now, they have the turret pushing pressure. With the Wild Growth, the first skill of Best Player 1, you have instant access into the towers without having to care about backdoor protection, because your critters will tank for you. At the same time, Boars, right now, it really does come down to the setup of Red Cutie or the side of Phasma.
I think this BTK, once they go ahead and get a few thousand gold lead, they're gonna be able to start sieging down these lanes really easily. You mentioned they have the Agudo, they also have the channel, right? So they have the siege weaponry available to go ahead and summon all these critters to go ahead and rip down these towers quick enough. But it looks like Boars Gaming is forcing a fight here.
Nice stun, but it's going to be instantly countered by Phasma as well. Shark on the back lines, he's dealing 2-on-1. They're trying to get rid of 3005 as well as Wise. And here we go, Hoon getting caught out. The save that's coming from Best Player 1. And it's going to be 1 kill for the side of Boars Gaming because Fried Chicken has been taken down. And with that Boars, they secure the Tyrant. They have the fighting prowess. They want to put a little bit more pressure on the T1. Not going to be available at this point. Shark and the rest of the boys are ready to put the defense. So Boars get that Tyrant and they even up the gold. It's a little bit of a gap left between BTK and Boars.
Absolutely. I may have jinxed it there saying Best Player 1 of the best smiters here because they went toe-to-toe with Weiss there and they actually got their Tyrant stolen there on their side. Weiss ended up getting the critical theft there. But it's tough. You know, in the 1v1, they both have smite. They both do a decent amount of damage. It can really go either way.
Oh no, Mobazane. This one is a great strike from that side of 3005. That is what he has been waiting for this entire game.
I've seen this before, Ken. 3005, when he gets a triple kill out of nowhere, it's a pivotal time in the game here, all right? And 3005 gone ahead and done it again here, easily switching up the gold lead here, but there's not done yet to go ahead and pressure BTK under their tier 1 tower. Kaiser diving in with the Invincible Warrior, just tanking absolutely everything. They're so tanky on side Boars Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of the competition, right? With the two big tanks here, you have the Kaiser as well as the Lianpo and the Phasma. This is meant to push them away, so you get the freedom for Mac, you get the freedom for Red QD as well to really just lay the damage down. And we talked about timing in the game, and this is exactly where the strength of Boars Gaming lie. Winning that team fight now, there is no positional advantage for the side of BTK, so Boars will get this Shadow Tyrant for free. Do they make a beeline though to stop that attempt on the Shadow Overlord?
Red team.
They are gonna try, but it doesn't look like they have the positioning available. Weiss is going in, but he's going in alone.
Yeah, there will be enough damage from the side of BTK for now. Wise will not make it, but the backup does come in. Phasma looking for an opening. Red QD looking for the setup as well. Their lives are really low on the side of BTK, but Boars Gaming, they actually don't really oblige in the team fight just yet. They get the dive though. They get the kill onto Shark. In the meantime, all the pressure in the wall being built up by Mac. The flash comes in. They're chasing onto Hoon. One more will do it with the flaming palms as well. Uses the infinite vastness to get out Boars, just playing the map so much better.
Yeah, while they were all kind of focused on Overlord, which no one has taken yet, actually, Mac just pushed down the side lane tier 2 and waltzed throughout BTK's jungle there and got a catch on Hoon there as he was busy retreating.
Oh, what a dive! 3005 gets a freebie here in the form of Mobazane as well. Boars Gaming, they see the advantage and they want to keep pushing in. Phasma as well pushes them back. They get the T2 at the bottom. So right now, only one T2 left on the top side. Boars Gaming starting to turn his game over.
And yeah, all while this is happening, they stalled them from taking that Overlord. They should have taken that Overlord during that Primal Bond debuff here. But now it looks like Boars Gaming is going to go ahead and get their reset and have a chance at it and not giving BTK any objectives.
Yeah, this is why you take the Tyrant, right? So you can start, disallowing the opponent team from going in. And here comes the flank on the side of White. Invincible Warrior as well in the face of 2. Can they get a setup? The Lianpo comes in. Phasma with the Radiance as well. They want to slow him down. Best Player 1 caught in the back lines. Even with the Blood Rage, it's not enough godlike for the side of Red QD. As it's looking like Boars, they're so dominant. At the same time, Fried Chicken trying to get a safe place to TP back. T3's under pressure from the side of Boars. BTK, nice knockup by Shark, but it's not going to be enough. Instantly cancelled by Phasma. And right now, they do get a return kill. 3005 gives his life for the cause, but Boars Gaming, they have an option to explore, and that is the Shadow Overlord.
Absolutely. The game was so tame for like the first 8 minutes, and then the last few minutes here have been so explosive here. Boars Game is walking away with a 5,000 gold lead now, even though they were behind most of the early game. It just comes down to those pivotal plays, right? 3005 is able to find these clutch plays to get his team back into the lead.
Yeah, the biggest difference maker is Wise and Phasma. The two of them are soaking all of the hits coming in from BTK, and that's what's making the fight so difficult because no one is low enough to be killed off on the side of Boars. Wise uses the Invincible Warrior again. They knock up 2. The freeze comes in as well. It's not going to be looking good. Shark gets taken out. Fried Chicken as well. Everything falling apart for the side of BTK, leaving best player 1 just alone. But one more hit will do it. Mac, does he have the flash? Does not have it. And will go in for the chase. The Radiance, it sets him up. It's a team ace. And a killing spree for the side of Mac as well. The base is going to be wide open for the side of BTK and Boars. They see the ending. This is T3's under pressure. Crystal exposed. 15 seconds too long, and BTK will not survive this. Boars, second win on the board.
Absolutely, Boars Gaming takes game 2, and now it's match point for both sides here. You know, we were mentioning they can't drop a game. Now they're 2-0. If they get this 3rd win, they're on track to be at the top of the group here. So it is going to be really tough here. They still need to go ahead and lock in and make sure they get that final win without dropping a match here. BTK, I say that game was a lot better, but still, once we go into enemy jungle and, you know, some plays are coming out there, it's a bit dangerous, right? They're waltzing in there, not quite with enough vision. They're caught out by the Dharma, and that was such a pivotal point. They were doing great up until then, but since 3005 made that clutch play, that 3-man truth monitor on the wall, it was all downhill for them.
Exactly, and you know, BTK had a decent holding of the early parts of the game, actually maintaining a goal lead. But then you start to see why they are willing to take the risk with a so low Kaiser, right? Even without the Dolia refresh. It's the fact that both Phasma as well as Wise were the frontliners. They were soaking in all of the options, resources given by the side of BTK. And once those resources were burnt, right? You are out of ultimates, you are out of your mana, then they really open at the doors. And we talked about this composition. They're just trying to push you back against a wall. And that's where 3005 is really thankful for the team. Mac as well, because they built so much space.
Absolutely. And look at Red Cutie here, 809. The whole game, while we were mentioning about Kaiser, Dharma, Liang Po, Lady Jen was untouched the whole game. You really cannot get past that Kaiser and Liang Po, right? To touch that Lady Jen. All while the composition side of BTK is relatively low range. They have the Byron, they have the Mai. So Lady Jen does not need to put herself in danger to go ahead and get damaged on the carries on the side of BTK. And that's exactly what she did. She played super safe all game, dropped the ultimates down there, and then got kills from over the walls in safety and never really risked going down and dealing 134,000 damage while they're doing it.
Yes, the strength of the Lady Jump pick coming out from Red Cutie is fighting in these tight corners. And if you notice, the way that Boars Gaming really took fights, number one, they either took it in the jungle or they took it where, you know, their backs were against the wall on the side of BTK. So it benefited so many different members. Primarily Red Cutie, 3005 as well, because of the knockback with the Truth Mantra slamming them against the wall. Everything was made easier for the side of Red Cutie, and you can see the story of this. BTK actually had a decent hold over the first few minutes of the game, but the moment it hit 10 minutes, Boars has also improved, right? Now they are taking the late game a little bit more seriously.
Absolutely. 3005 just makes miracles happen. Both games we've seen now, right? He was the pivotal moment where the game turned. Stats-wise, he's probably like the MVP this game, you know, but we got to give him an honorable mention because he had that triple kill in the first game that completely switched up the tempo of the game. And this game here, he has that 3-man truth monitor in the wall, which all he does get it. He actually does get it wrong here. Okay, that play was so pivotal. He was able to get it there over Red Cutie's 809, 134,000 damage stat line.
Yeah, so he's gonna tell Red Cutie, hey, it's all for the team. It's all for the team here. 2, 2, and 5 here. You know, the damage doesn't really matter for this guy because it was truly his setup that made the fight so advantageous for the side of Boars here. So knocking 3 members, you know, in that particular moment, he didn't even get the kill. He only got a double kill off of that. I think it was Red Cutie who secured that 3rd kill. But a nice setup. And this is what is so painful for me because, you know, Shark, he really has been landing all these moments. Like, his cannon blasts have been on point. He gets the thing inside the box as well. But like you said, this was the turnaround point. And it was not Red Cutie. It was actually, I think, Mac that secured that kill for the team here.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're seeing BTK once again, just like the first game. You know, they understand the idea of going into the jungle, going for those invades right, at a timely fashion, but they kind of overstay their welcome a little bit for some of those fights, right? And they end up getting caught out and giving that advantage back to their opponents. That's how we see that, you know, they're ahead all game, but they're not crazy ahead. They're up like about 1,000 gold, and they're not able to really break out of that because they will get ahead, go in the enemy jungle, get something, but then die back for it, right? So it kind of flatlines there. But that is going to be game 2 here. We're going back into game 3, which is match point for BTK here and for Boars Gaming, because again, neither of them can take a loss here. So let's go ahead and go in the break, and we'll see you guys when you guys come back.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Rays to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie. We gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a show fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever lost, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go, power within, we're standing tall, fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat.
I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see.
We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a show fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
Welcome back. It is time for potentially the last match in this series, best of 3 between BTK as well as Boars Gaming. So, Phil, what do you think is going to happen in this third game?
I can't say like the status quo is going to be upset here, but Boars Gaming definitely have a lot of momentum, you know? But they also have a lot riding on this game here, right? We were mentioning they cannot lose a single game. So if they were to potentially lose this game here, you know, it could definitely shift the momentum to the side of BTK, and they can mount a reverse sweep because, you know, they're going to be demoralized and soul crushed, you know, knowing that they cannot take one loss here. But it's not Boars Gaming. This is the final win they need to go ahead and claim here to put them one step closer to being top of their group. So they're going to try their absolute hardest in this game. If BTK can, you know, use all the energy, mount a comeback, and win this one game, it might be enough to shift the tides of the match and get them their match win that they so desperately need.
I mean, we'll see if that's going to be happening, right? Because there's a couple of things that are going to change right here. Number one, BTK have opted for the red side, the counter pick side, meaning Boars will get that first pick. And this could open up some doors. Potentially, they could get the Arlie, or they could even get the Luna as well. And the scary thing is, Fate is on the table. And BTK say, you know what? We'll take the lesser of two evils. We take away the Arlie first.
Absolutely. They're likely to go ahead and ban the Arlie and Luna. They've been banning that pretty similarly. I don't think they'll go ahead and let the Luna go now. There we go. Okay, Arlie Luna is going to get banned now. They know Boars Gaming has used a lot of their powerful picks already. So here they're likely to maybe pick the Yuan. You know, they value the Yuan a good amount. There it is. So they noticed that now that we're getting deeper into the matches, there's not as many strong picks. We're going to be able to pick some of these more reliable, solid picks now here to round out our draft.
I think it's really more about taking less risks, right? At this point, Boars Gaming, they want to make it as stock standard as possible, as proven, result proven as possible, because you don't want to mess up here. Even losing one game against BTK will cost you your potential tournament life here. Absolutely.
Now BTK ends up getting the Zhang Fei here. We saw it get picked up here in the... No, it did not get picked. It was Liang Po. It was picked up in game 1, actually. Yeah, it was picked up in game 1 by Boars Gaming. So now it is available for them here. They could opt to go ahead and pick it later, but they pick a tried and true bot lane here. You know, it looks like they're hiding some of their picks for potentially a counter pick opportunity later on, but they just lock in their bot lane of D Renji and Zhang Fei for now.
I'm just curious whether BTK will consider the Fade jungle for, you know, best player 1. I think they have found some success in the formula, right? Against LM. I think it was against LM or AYLO yesterday, where I think it was not bad. The setup was there. And now that you're playing against Boars Gaming and a Gudo pick, when she drops her ultimate down, actually she's at risk as well. So maybe consider that.
Absolutely. BTK does have the ability to go to Ogren here. You know, it's one of best players' best picks. It's not going to be the best in this game against the Gudo, and it's a relatively good matchup. So it's up to them to think, do they want to pick one of their, you know, comfort picks here, or, you know, go ahead and pick something else and not be as comfortable with it here? It's up to them, but they do opt to lock into Ogren here, it looks like here. They're thinking about it, because that is one of best players' favorite picks as well. Monkey and the Ogren is what he's known for. Look at him, he's smiling as he locks that in. He knows he got his pick there.
Yeah, this is a good boost of confidence for the side of BTK. And I was kind of considering, hey, Channel will be good for the side of Boars Gaming because, you know, they have the turret push strategy as well with the Gudo. But Channel will be banned out, very smart ban from the side of BTK. Boars Gaming as well, they want to reduce the amount of potential on the lockup, so they take away the Lady Jun here.
Yeah, Boars Gaming strategy is really sound and solid here, right? They're just going to remove these picks that they know are strong that they've used in the past. All of their bans so far is a pick they've gone ahead and used in the past, so it will not hurt their draft in any way to remove them from the game here. They're thinking about their final ban here, likely trying to target Hoon and not give him as many options here, as he's already played through some of his signatures here, right? Like the Mai, like the Xiao Xiao, and now there's not too many options left for Hoon here. We've seen him play the Shaw in the past. The Princess Frost could be a decent play as well too. But you know what I just noticed? Today, the Liang is leaking through a lot of games here. Both sides are not really respecting the Liang here. It's not getting banned. It's not getting picked either.
Because there's a lot of disruption. There's a lot of disruptions, and I like this. Flowborn Mage is actually one of the strongest mages in the mid lane at the point, but this requires a lot of very precision-based positioning, and I think BTK, if they play their cards right, this could be the first win against Boars Gaming. But Boars Gaming, yes, it will be a mid Yuhuan because they have the Dolia as a support, and they will counter pick with the Flowborn Marksman and a Fatih 3005. Goodness me.
It is Flowborn versus Flowborn violence here today, as we have Marksman versus Mage. All right, Ken, you gotta talk to me about Flowborn Mage. Every time it's in my game, it kind of feeds. What is the strengths of that hero here?
Are you serious? Dude, every game I have a Flowborn Mage, that guy is on a tear. But because, okay, on the first skill, it gives you...
Flowborns on my team.
it gives you extra charges, right? So you operate on a base of number of charges under your passive, or right under your life bar, right? Or your mana bar. And the more charges you have shortened cooldowns on your skills as well. And BTK, they pair this up with the Guan Yu. This is another hero we have not seen too much from Fried Chicken, but this works in great synergy. Essentially, you get to either use your second skill twice on the Flowborn Mage, or you get to use your ultimate twice as a Flowborn Mage when you have your first skill available. So this is a great setup because there is a potential for you to get a very long knockup or a extended ulti duration from the side of BTK. Similar strengths on the side of the Flowborn Marksman as well.
Absolutely. I'm looking at this composition on the side of BTK here, right? As great fans of BTK, I gotta notice here, these outside of the Ogren and the Zhang are not characters they seem relatively, you know, seasoned or comfortable with, right? We don't see Hoon on the Flowborn Mage that often. You definitely don't see Fried Chicken on the Guan Yu too often, right? Or Zane on the D Renji. So it seems like they're a little bit off comfort, but maybe this switch up is going to be what they need, right? Because they need to switch this up. If they keep doing what they've been doing, they're going to lose 3-0 here. So they're switching it up here in this final game, trying to go ahead and disrupt the lineup of Boars Gaming.
The biggest difference here is just purely for me, hero pool, right? They have expanded the hero pool. That's great. Now, the biggest challenge they have here is you have to deal with 3005 on that Fatih, and this guy, based off the performance in game number 2 of the Dharma, I think 3005 is really having a huge momentum. They need to be really careful because there's a lot of AoE setup, stun setups available from the Boars Gaming lineup.
I would say shut 3005 down. Do not let him make another miracle happen, right? Both of those last games, he didn't solo carry them, but they were kind of off the back of his plays, right? He opened up and gave his team the space to go ahead and win those games here, right? If we can go ahead and put up a lot of pressure on our team and force someone else on Boars Gaming's team to step up instead, that could be what BTK needs to disrupt the status quo.
It's going to be a tall mountain to climb here because, look, this is a composition that is very strong from the side of Boars Gaming, especially once it hits level 4. Red Cutie will be able to offer not just damage, but heals as well. And we'll see how this gameplay is going to go down.
So pretty standard lanes here. We see a 2v2 go out here. Dolly is going to have a little bit of advantage early game there, having that range and sustain over the Zhang Fei on the side of BTK here. But Zane, is doing all right 1v1. He farmed up pretty well. Now they're going ahead fighting for the Firebeak. They have that smite on the side of Shark here, though. So they secure that Firebeak for sure. And we see another fight here now, this time for their Azure Golem.
Okay, that is going to be smited away. So Wise gets that first steal of the game. This is going to put them in a little bit of an advantage in terms of the jungle buffs here. But Phasma is going to try and protect the corresponding jungle buff, which is going to be available for Best Player 1 because he does have the smite, does have the seer state as well if he needs it. And this could be the turnaround they're looking for. But the level 2, level 3 fight is not going to be in favor on the side of Boars Gaming. At the same time, Best Player 1 in the middle of 4 though. He's a little bit too far forward. The save comes in from Hoon, and they will make it out safely on the side of BTK. All they need to do now is a leave, and they will be allowed to do so.
Beautiful take on that Crimson Golem there, allowed him to get level 4 and kind of churn that fight a bit, right? If he lost that, that would have been disastrous for the side of BTK, not having the ultimate on the Ogren there. He gets that ultimate off, makes Boars Gaming go ahead and back up, and we have a pretty decent lead being built up from inside BTK here now, right? They stole some objectives, they stole that Azure Golem, and now they have a wave pushing into the mid, which they're going to go ahead and feed into the Ogren here. Looks like their game plan in this game is to get this Ogren ahead and churn him into the beast that we know he could be in the mid to late game.
Yes, this is definitely necessary. And nice stun coming in from the side of Mobazane. Little bit overzealous here. They don't want to overdive on the side of BTK. But let's give you a little bit of information onto Mac as well. Following his performance last year, he wants to prove that EU is the strongest region in the global scene. Right, this is truly aligned with the current top teams, right, in KMW, because OG and Twist also come from the EU region. And he's looking as OG as the target because he wants An as his rival in the farmland.
He has his sights set on one of the best then for sure, right? OG is at the top of the circuit here, but we see once again that strategy rinse and repeat here from Hoon and Ogren, right? They go ahead and soften up the way for Ogren to clear it up here, and now Ogren is pretty ahead on track to level 70. He should have the XP advantage over Weiss now on the Ogren.
Yeah, I believe so, right? Because they did trade in terms of camp steals between the Azure and the Crimson buffs as well. But right here, the big fight, because we have not had the first blood just yet, this will be a big swing. And you can see Boars Gaming, they're trying their best to freeze the waves against the likes of BTK, but BTK are not allowing that to happen. Mobazane, oh, hang on. Potential first blood, fried chicken. Needs to be really careful down here. Falling very and quite dangerously low, to be honest, at that first part of the map. But with the timers hitting 4 minutes soon, is this ideal for BTK?
Here we go. If they can go ahead and get Fried Chicken out of that lane and into the team fight where Guan Yu wants to be, right, they're definitely going to have the advantage. But it looks like 3005 is doing a great job of keeping him there and getting him really low, right? And forcing this 1v1 here, which is really hard. Guan Yu does not want to 1v1 you. They want to push their lane and go roam around and help out in the map. But BTK has they have the presence here over the Tyrant. They have 2 smites, and Boars Game is not even going to fight him for it. They're just going to give it over.
Beautiful, right? This is the correct response from the side of BTK, but of course, Boars Gaming, they will not take it for free here, and with that, they secure the Overlord as well. Now, BTK, they need to be very careful. Fried Chicken here will be at risk, as Shark will provide that support at the top, but the T1 at the top should be taken for free. Boars Gaming get the first turret of the game.
And Fried Chicken's been struggling kind of in the clash lane there, right? The last few times we saw him, he was kind of like on 1 HP, either trading with 3005 or getting ganked here. So he's not been given much room here, and because of that, he's down in experience. But it's okay. Guan Yu is mainly there for those pushes, right? As you mentioned, casting that net for his team there. So if he's able to just, keep it even here, oh, it's going to be tough. He's down 2 levels with 3005. And, play for the team fights here and not play for the 1v1, which is what Fatih wants to do, he should be all right.
Yeah, you can see the advantage that 3005 has built for himself, right? He has one whole level of an advantage. The lane freezing has definitely worked out for him, in this matchup. And Fatih is a very strong solo laner in the clash lane as well. I think second only to Byron. And at this point, BTK, they're starting to lose a little bit of the grip over the gold lead unless they get a kill here.
Everyone is grouped up on Boars Gaming here to try and go ahead and get a siege off. Best player getting dropped really low. No blood rage available yet, so he has to recall. But they're doing a great job of sieging. Ooh.
Yep, and this is exactly what they need. A stun comes in from this side of Shark as well. But unfortunately for them, positional disadvantage. As here comes 3005 looking for the first blood. One more hit. They will get it. Rick Cutie actually secures it for the team. And Hoon is going to be taken down as the secondary target as well. One more for the triple kill. And that's going to be big wins on the side of Boars Gaming. They did have the trade out 3005. And for now, is there a response from the side of BTK? They will not be allowed to do so. And with this, the T1 on that mid will be taken in quick succession as well. A triple kill for Rick Cutie. This one definitely hurts BTK.
That was such a good engage from Shark's Zhongfei there, but his team was not ready. We just saw prior to that engage, right? Best player was recalling back. So a bit of a disconnect between the team there. That was not the best time to fight, even though that was a nice unbridled outburst on the side of Boars. They didn't have the numbers to go ahead and follow up off it.
Yeah, and they were keeping so clean, right? Toe-to-toe, in fact, on the side of BTK. It was close. There was virtually no difference in gold. But right now, one big team fight, Boars Gaming stand ahead with 2,000. They secure the 2 different buffs as well. Wise is just feeling so full, but 3005, he might have given his life. No, it's a turnaround. A nice stun coming up from Shark as well. He does not have the unbridled outburst. 3005 getting caught out. Here comes the response. The cavalry coming in, and here we go. BTK finally hitting the strides. They get the first kill onto the 3005 as well, but Wise on the backlines looking for more damage. Best player 1 falling low. They do get the knockback, and they get the kill. Mac responsible for the takedown as well. There is no response so far. Mac, he is going to be safe at the time. Mobazane gets caught out. The support from Hoon is not going to be enough to get a return kill on the side of Wise, but at the same time, Boars, they run away with a sliver of health. So BTK is still put on the back foot here.
These are such bloody fights. Both teams juggling aggro here, being dropped really low, but Boars Gaming is still coming out ahead. BTK is able to get some kills every here and there, but they're just dropping everyone so low on top Boars Gaming. Fried Chicken opting to not go aggressive there. He could have, kind of went in there with enhanced skill 1 to try and take out another one of the side of Boars Gaming, but they're playing it safe right now. They're not too behind, but definitely a little bit behind off of all those plays there.
You start to see the strength on the side of Boars draft, right? This healing composition is so hard to deal with, especially when you have double unending sorrows coming out from the side of Red Cutie. And this allows Boars Gaming to really stick together as a group, which is kind of funny because that's not what you want out of 3005. You want him to be on the sidelines, you want him to flank and really just get those surprise kills on the Mobazane. For now, the turnaround condition comes from Fried Chicken and Hoon. Let's see if there's gonna be a possible shutdown, and there we go. That's what we're looking for. Mobazane making it work. They get the Tyrant as well. They have managed to catch out the Wise in that middle. For now, 3005 putting out the defense to save his jungler, but he has to give his life. A flash comes through, not gonna be enough. Best player 1 gets the punish in, and for now they get a double kill. So 3 kills for the price of nothing. BTK, they swing back into action.
Absolutely. We were talking about earlier what happens when the Ogryn gets some gold and gets into the game here. Now we're seeing that mid-game Ogryn here. He has some items out. He has that Blood Rage ready, and in a fight, he's just such a menace here. And this is one of Best Player 1's most comfortable picks he's on as well.
Yeah, this is why we are talking about the jungle level advantage. Not against, not for the jungle against jungle, it's about jungle versus the rest of your team. And at level 12 for Best Player 1, he has a 1 level advantage against Red Cutie, Mac, as well as Phasma. So those are easy kills for him once they get the lockdown.
Absolutely. Here, Fried Chicken goes in and gets his Clashing Tower here now too. Guan Yu, not the best when it comes to pushing towers, but he finally goes ahead and gets his too. I gotta also say, this game here, 3005 did a great job playing against Guan Yu, right? We were looking at earlier when he played the Guan Yu, he was able to roam all throughout the map and apply a lot of pressure. But this game, he on the Fatih is forcing Fried Chicken to kind of stay in lane and not let him go around there and make those flanks and pivotal plays that Guan Yu kind of needs to make.
Yes, and the later the game goes, I think the impact that Fried Chicken is going to have is going to be a lot more vicious because he's going to be the setup for Hoon. And you can see the Flowborn Mage with the knockup, the double ultis or the double second skill, that is really hurting a lot. And the flash will be committed by Hoon. And right in the middle, Fried Chicken tries to set up for the team. He is very low though, gets taken down by Rick Cutie. Rick Cutie already expended the ultimates. The double heals have been used. This could be a big turnaround for the side of BTK, but Boars Gaming disallow it to push them back. And at this 10-minute minute mark, BTK unable to make that play for that Shadow Variant of the Tyrant. Boars Gaming, they keep a clean position for now, but Wise is actually a little bit low as well. They have to be really careful. Best player 1 looking on the back lines, 30-05, falling a little bit low, but best player 1 forced to use the Blood Rage. They get the reset as well. The knockup, it's gonna be a kill. Shark taken out. There is no safe condition for the side of BTK. They have to back up, and they will start working on that Shadow Tyrant on the side of Boars.
Both sides are just fighting. These fights are really close, but Boars is just etching ahead ever so slightly in all these fights. They're doing a good job of disengaging the fights where side BTK is just trying to force these engages. Fried Chicken going in here, Augurin going in here, but they're able to just back up slightly. They have the Yuan, the Dolia, and that sustain, allowing them to win that battle of attrition after they disengage the initial fight, and it makes sure they win the secondary fights, as we've seen there.
Yeah, the critical point here is the ultimate usage, right? So on the side of Shark, as a Zhang Fei, you need to get your passive up before you have access to the ultimate. For Phasma and Red Cutie, it really just is timing based. So every few seconds, or every 30, 40 seconds, you have a reset, you have a double ultimate, the sustain does come true.
Yeah, Shark still does not have the ultimate here now too. Zhang Fei, when it does not have that ultimate, it is not that strong. And the enemy teams knows that. They see that bar under Shark's help and they know to push their leads. Look at this, they're trying to go ahead and take out Shark here. No, he does not have that ultimate.
Yep, the wraparound save from Fried Chicken. It might not be enough at this point because everyone is falling low. 3 members down already for the side of BTK. They do get the pushback. Wise will be taken down. So it's a 3-for-4, still in favor of Boars Gaming. And the important members, Red Cutie as well as Phasma, the healing composition still alive. And there is a little bit of damage because Red Cutie does have both buffs.
Fried Chicken is the only one here left to hold. Is he going to be... He should be able to push the wave here. The members left for the side of Boars Gaming is not the best when it comes to securing towers here. But no, Fried Chicken is not able to kill the minions in time. Maybe? He barely ends up taking it out here. A lot of damage goes on to the high ground of BTK. This game is definitely a lot closer. Boars Gaming is only up 1,000 gold and it is 12 minutes in here. This game is the best one yet so far.
Yes, pretty close, tight-knit, and you can see even though they have a double healing composition on the side of Boars Gaming, I like the fact that BTK is still making correct decisions in terms of team fighting to be able to burn out resources. The biggest thing here, I think Shark needs to be really careful about the positioning of his ultimate. He needs to catch as many members on the side of Boars Gaming.
Absolutely, and he also has to know that when he does not have it, he's kind of a target, right? You're seeing Boars Gaming go ahead and pick on him when he doesn't have his ultimate because they know he cannot respond and do much about it. But this fight in particular, Shark does have his ultimate available. Everyone on the side of Boars Gaming is grouped up. Something big is about to happen any time now here for this Overlord.
No, this has to be a bait, right? I mean, the perk is the Shadow Overlord for now. They do get it, but the waves are actually crashing in on the bottom side of BTK's map. So the T2 now under a lot of pressure, and this pressure will continue to grow because they have the Shadow Overlord on the side of Boars Gaming.
Absolutely here, but the goal is still relatively even on both sides, so they can win a fight for sure. Depending on how it goes ahead and starts here. But I'm noticing in these fights here, Shark is getting poked out a lot, you know? Red Cutie's definitely got some items on him now too, as well as Mac and Phasma, and they're able to apply so much poke and disengage here. But looking at the gold charts here, we see best player one's actually on top of the map.
Yep, he's falling a little low as well. T1 on the T3 on the top. Oh, nice catch. Hang on. This one is a great situation. Fried Chicken manages to get onto the back lines. They get rid of Wise as well. All they have to do is to back him up on the side of Fried Chicken. There is not going to be a response that's quick enough on the side of BTK for now, but they do manage to survive. Pressure coming in though from the side of Boars. T3 on the bottom. There is a Shadow Vanguard. There is the Shadow Overlord. The flash comes in from Overzane as well. That's one resource down. They're trying to work onto this T3 on the mid, but they're just buying space because BTK, they have to deal with the Vanguard, they have to deal with the Overlord. For now, they survive. Boars Gaming, they make it out just at the cost of Wise's life.
Even though they take that 1-for-0, as you said again, BT has so many lanes they have to watch, right? The enhanced Shadow Vanguard going down the bot lane there, takes out a tower. All the high ground on the side, BTK side, is looking a little bit injured here now. Every one of them is a bit low, so next push, they should be able to get brute force down. So they need to go ahead and take this Tyrant here, which they have, and ensure that none of these minions or Vanguards go to their tower again, because next time it goes up to there, they are going to be able to take them out.
Yes, it's a very straightforward concept, right? BTK just needs to keep the Vanguards and minions at bay. Just make sure they have the backdoor protection, at least buy a little bit more time, even though they have Wise on the side of Boars. And Fried Chicken, I think he's been doing fantastic on the flanks. They need a little bit more response timing on the side of BTK.
Absolutely. Looking at score here, it's interesting. You know, it shows you how much farming matters. Fatih 3005 on South Boars Gaming is 1-4, but he has 1,000 gold over Fried Chicken on the Guan Yu there, because Fried Chicken's focusing on these map plays, whereas 3005 is farming and split pushing the side lanes.
Exactly, and this is where the goal will start to matter, right? The difference in terms of the turret takes. Now, with that, nice catch onto Red Cutie. If they get rid of him now, it's going to be a huge win condition for the side of BTK. But with the heals coming out from Red Cutie, the freshness comes in. And now, BTK, they will have to turn tails. They have to run because the map will start being in advantage for Boars Gaming once again.
Absolutely, and Boars Gaming is going ahead and wait. It looks like they're waiting for the next Overlord here, making sure all the ways push up. They know that anytime they're able to mount another siege, these towers are at the point where they're like paper and will go down immediately. But Red Cutie trying to get some catches. The poke on the side of Boars Gaming is just so high.
Yep, 3005 now being pushed back into the heart of BTK. They get the execution. Nice response from the side of BTK, and this is Boars Gaming starting off with a deficit 4v5. So I think it's going to be a great idea for Boars to start playing the map instead.
Even though Boars Gaming's up on the map here, look at this, they're actually down gold here, right? BTK goes ahead and gets himself a little bit more breathing room with that pick here onto 3005. That's gonna give him time to clear out these lanes and try and win the map a little bit back more here. They're down 3 towers, but they're up gold. So once they go ahead and win one fight, they are gonna catch back up and skyrocket their gold lead.
Yes, this is also why people love the Ogrim pick, right? Because with the instant execution on the Seer state, it changes the limits that you have on your team. You may not have the gold advantage. They do have it now, which makes it even more clean. Fried Chicken wants to put pressure onto Mac. Not going to be able to do too much at this point. So Mac will secure that Crimson Golem for himself. At the same time, this has been applied. BTK are looking at the Shadow Overlord. This will restore map presence for them. The heals do come true. Oh no, Hoon is falling low. Splendor going to be used. There's a lot of damage coming in. BTK has found an opening. Mac and Y, the 2-win conditions for this particular situation. Taken out. No smite, no damage. And Boars, they have to lick their wounds because BTK are coming back.
This is exactly what they need here, right? They win that fight. Beautiful play by Hoon there. You have the Splendor going golden for a sec there and baiting the members of Boars Gaming and actually getting out alive there, right? That was very, very pivotal. And now we're seeing that gold lead skyrocket as we're mentioning, right? We have the enhanced Shadow Vanguard to go ahead and clear out the Clash lane. Boars Gaming, they got to be really careful now. As we mentioned, they cannot lose a single game here, and this game is not looking good for them.
Yeah, BTK now on the cusp of creating North American region history here. They may not make it into the top of Group A, but they might have just secured LM's position for them. And at this point, BTK, they put pressure on the mid, on the top. Now it's their turn to put the pressure on all 3 lanes. T3 will be taken down. T2, sorry.
What a switch up here. This next fight here could potentially be the last. We got to see Boars Gaming take one fight to go ahead and defend their base here. And it looks like this might potentially be it. Look at Red Cutie walking up really aggressively, trying to get some stuff off. But no, BTK opts to play it safe. They're not going to overpush. They don't want to overextend and overstay their welcome here and throw. They know they're in the lead now, and they're going to opt to actually slow down and play it safe here now.
Yes, and I like the switch of situation, right? Because the game truly can swing at any point of time. It just requires one good decision. And look at the one good decision they made. Just taking out Mac and Wise in that fight. Now they have a 4,000 goal lead. And BTK, they're on the cusp of really turning this game around.
Dark goes ahead and face checks to lose a lot of HP. That's the poke we're talking about here, right? He's able to tank, but he loses so much before he can get the fight started here. But no!
Yep, Hoon gets taken out immediately. They're gonna trade it out with Mac, and once again, this could be a bad situation for the side of Boars, that is. Nice catch, but the damage is just a little bit too much. The heals as well. Wise, they take out best player 1, they take out Hoon, and right now the Tyrant is available for the taking. Fried Chicken wants to change the destiny of the team here. Will not be able to do so because Mobile Zane is falling quite low at this point. The flash comes in from the side of Red Cutie. They get the unstoppable streak and a kill on the Mobile Zane. And Boars Gaming, they can definitely secure this 16 seconds before we hit that final battle mark, the Tempest Dragon game.
While they did go ahead and win that fight, they lost their Clashing Tower to some minions in the meantime. But it looks like they don't even want Tempest Dragon. They're potentially making a push for the end here. They have 4 players up against 3 for side BTK. It looks like they are going to back up here. The timers are a little bit low. But here we go. This is potentially the final fight. Tempest Dragon is going to be in play as 3005 goes ahead and takes it down. Same with Agudo. They're dropping it down really, really quickly here.
Yep, Sharp, he needs his ultimate, he needs it now. It's not going to be enough time. 30-05 falling low, they need to back off. BTK, this has to be the chance for the steal. If it needs to be done, the steal does come true. BTK, they survive, they buy another lifeline. They need so much time. And right now, best player one with the steal of his life has given them one more chance.
Critical kill thief is an understatement. That absolutely saved their game there. And we were mentioning best players one's one of the smiters, and once again he does it again. He makes a miracle happen, gets the Tempest Dragon here, and can they turn this into a win here though too? Because that Tempest Dragon buff is so huge, and the base on the side of Boars Gaming is pretty thimble as well, right? They lost their Clashing Tower as well. That bottom tower is hanging on by a thread. BTK can easily turn this into a win.
Yes, it is clear, but it's not going to be easy. At this point, BTK, they need to make the Vanguards work for them. These are the Tempest Vanguards. They will disrupt the towers, which means the towers will not start hitting onto the BTK members. The heals do come in from the side of Red QD. The first one already used. Second heal available at the same time. Mac is trying to stave them off. Right now, it's a Baron-based BTK. The opening's available. They just have to stop the Vanguard from coming in within range, and the backdoor protection will be available. But the nice pushback on the backlines, they get the pushback, and even with all the damage in the world, they cannot do it. BTK, they have to try harder here, and for now, they need to back out. Best player one, he does make it out with his life. Mobazane staying a little bit too scarily forward. The flash comes in, the stun comes in, and Mobazane will be taken out. And BTK, they had the window of opportunity, could not get the game down here. And Boards, they survived the initial aggression.
They should be able to go ahead and take out the remaining Tempest Vanguard here, but BTK, they had it in their hands, kid. They had it, but they went a little bit too over-aggressive there. We saw Fried Chicken dive in all the way into the base of Boars Gaming here and go down because of that, but now Boars Gaming mounting a comeback here with their elite minions. There's no more towers in their base, but the side of BTK, they're down for a long time, right? Two players are down for another 10 or so seconds here now, though, and the Tempest Dragon has been erased. We have another one coming up. This could be a double Tempest game.
Okay, make no mistake, right now BTK are in an advantageous position simply because they have a T3 standing at the bottom, right? So that will be a lane advantage, and right now it is the corresponding lane against the top side, which is where the Tempest Dragon is going to spawn next. So BTK, all they have to do is to play this slow, get the resets, the waves naturally will work in their favor.
Look at Fried Chicken here. He identifies that as well as he goes ahead and helps out his minions to push this bot lane here. He's saying, hey, someone needs to come here and respond to me on Boars Gaming. I will go into your base here. And it looks like it is going to be 30-05 here as BTK sets up for having the numbers advantage here, right? They have the Guan Yu go ahead and be able to rotate Tempest Dragons up in 10 seconds. It is a 5v4 here as 30-05 is forced to clear those minions in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and another important factor to kind of consider is how many members have these Sage's Sanctuary. One on Mac, one on Hoon. So one on each corresponding side. And these are the damage dealers, right? Besides Mobazane, Hoon is also someone that is able to melt down the other members on the side of Boars Gaming. Okay, Mobazane does have it as well. So right now, this is a numbers advantage in terms of lives.
I would say though, at this point in the game, everyone has enough gold in their pocket to go ahead and master armor for it if they need. But having that Sage Sanctuary there, you know, on hand already makes it really safe to ensure that, you know, you don't mess up the, you know, the buy sell when you need it here though. So BTK is up front, has a bit more lives here, but it could be deceptive, you know. We could have some of them queued up for the side of Boars Gaming we don't know about.
Yeah, and also to make things kind of scary is vision is so important, right? If let's say anyone shows that they're off of the map, this could be very well a 4v5 situation or a very nice setup for the side of either Boars or BTK. So they need to be really careful about the vision they give to their opponents.
Boars Gaming looking like they're dealing a lot of damage to Tempest, even though they don't have everyone here. It's 4v4 this right here. We see Fatih and Guan Yu fighting on the bottom side of the map. Both teams are playing extremely safe. One mistake could be the difference here.
Yes, but it's life advantage. Hang on, best player one. He missed his ultimate. That's not good news. Wise will make it out, but hang on. Fried Chicken here to change the life of BTK on the backlines. Catches on to 3. There are 4 different members on the side of Boars Gaming. They will not survive. First life down for the side of Mac. He is going to be taken down by the side of Fried Chicken. And BTK, they get the kill. They get out. And here comes the first life of Hoon as well. Traded out. And BTK, they need to make it work. But 30-05, he's changing the script. He wants to get the win. Can they burn the first life of Mobazane? Zane. Mobile Zane gets the flash, but right now the base is not looking good. Boars Gaming, they cannot continue the fight. BTK, they have the advantage. Best player 1, he gets that ultimate. Finally, Stage of Sanctuary as well. He has 2 lives to work with. On the backline, Shark want to provide the shields, want to provide the save, but then the base now has been secured. Red Cutie is back at the base on the side of Boars. This could turn really badly for the side of Boars if they get the knockback. Fried Chicken catches onto 3 at the same time. There is no ultimate for Shark. Not looking good. Mobile Zane, he will be able to lay down the damage as well. He just needs to make sure they burn that first life on the 30-05. It is done. Fried Chicken sets it beautifully for the side of BTK. They have to run. Boars, you have no more damage to offer. Mobile Zane has all the time in the world. Wants to get in, but here comes the save as well. First life burned down for Mobile Zane. Can they do more? 30-05. Forced to go back, and here comes the return of best player 1. He really could change the tides on the side of BTK. They do get it. They push them back, and for now, it is Mac that is responsible for the defense on that bottom side of the map. And once again, after the dust settled, BTK still have the advantage.
On there too. Wow, that was we saw so many sanctuaries being burnt down right there. Like almost every single person had 2 lives there. That was such a crazy fight. But at the end of it, BTK, as you mentioned, is ahead. They have 4 versus 2 on top of Boars Gaming, and they're forced to go ahead and clear these waves. BTK is uncontested here, but Red Cutie is going ahead and seeing if they can go ahead and do something about that. They have the Sage Sanctuary, but it looks like this is going to be the second Tempest for the side of BTK. Is this going to be the final nail in the coffin here for Boars Gaming? They survived the first Tempest, though. It's going to be really, really tough to survive the second.
Yes, they should not miss. They cannot miss, because if they miss this, you know, there is a chance of a comeback for the side of Boars Gaming as well. Bear in mind, you can only use the Stages Sanctuary twice.
Yeah, and we used through a lot of them in that final fight here, right? So everyone else with a Sage Sanctuary is likely to be the last ones available. Look at that Tempest buff on Shark here. Look how big that shield is here. They are so strong. They have so many combat stats. Everyone is full build. It's just a matter of executing a team fight now and closing out this game.
It truly is about the extra life that they have, right? Right now, oh, 30-05 was a mistake to jump in. Now he's going to be taken out. There is no more extra life. He gets the life steal, but Fried Chicken on the back lines. Frigid Charge gets the pushback. Wise is not looking good. The heals do come through from the side of Boars, but it might not be enough. Nice knockup by Shark, and they finally will be able to deal that damage onto the crystal. One more hit, and they are going for it. BTK, they turn this whole game around.
Wow, and there it is. We were mentioning Board Game, they need to win 3-0, and now that is completely out of the cards. So BTK gone ahead and kind of gate kept them out of being in the top of Group A to kind of cement LM, you know, the United States team to go ahead and sail to the top of the series.
Yep, finally they get it, and what a way to get it as well. Double, no, was that triple Tempest Dragons for the side of BTK, or double?
I think it was double, but it felt like triple there. With that final fight up top, there were so many lives. It looks like BTK was losing, then they all come back to life. And then it looks like Boars is losing, and then they all come back to life. It was so nuts. I couldn't even follow along.
Exactly, and I think this was a big win, and I think this is very damaging towards the spirits on the side of Boars Gaming. But then this lifts BTK up a completely different level, right? Do they come back off of this win and maybe do the impossible, which is the reverse sweep?
Yeah, we were mentioning Boars Game, they need to go ahead and 3-0, so this is a very demoralizing, soul-crushing defeat here. Can BTK take advantage of that and claim their first match victory? They need 2 more wins. They have the momentum on their side.
Okay, but it's still a difficult position to be in, because it is still series point for the side of Boars Gaming. And while it may not be true cement in the fact that they have made the qualifier for LM a little bit clearer, there is a chance that they could really spoil the books and the story for the side of Boars Gaming here.
And absolutely, and while we mentioned BTK could be set to, you know, kind of mount a comeback here against Boars Gaming, because, you know, they needed to 3-0 and now they could be heavily demoralized. They're definitely not happy with BTK for getting that win here, so they might just close out the series as well too. So next match is going to be very, very interesting for sure. Look at all these stats that everyone in the game has juiced up full builds here. If you play any of these heroes, check out what are some of these pro builds here, because they all have the max of the max.
Yes, so step one, get your itemization up to scratch. But the second one is truly the team synergy. We'll talk about that a little bit
Oh
later.
my
But take
God,
a look
look at
that
these
damage here.
numbers.
What was saying? 322.2 thousand worth. This is also a impressive number by the side of Hoon, 242.4 thousand hero damage dealt over to the side of Boars Gaming. That the initial portion at the last match, 30-05 diving in, I think that was a huge mistake.
Absolutely. He was diving into, the members of BTK, all Tempest buffed up, right? They're not really going to be getting taken down. He was sustaining up really long there in the fight, but he wasn't doing much damage there. He was just tickling the shields of the Tempest Vanguard. Once they go ahead and get that Tempest and there's no more towers, it's almost certainly GG, right? If you lose 2 Tempest Dragons in a row, it's extremely hard to win.
Yes, and so we'll take a look at the MVP. Yes, there was no other person. Fried Chicken, he took that by the storm, right? Really just changing the pace of the game. Because if you notice, as the fight was going on, there was so many things going on. You were focusing on surviving. And what does that entail? It entails tunnel vision. You do not know where Fried Chicken is. And by the time you find out, it's already too late.
Absolutely. And we're mentioning, Guan Yu, not a pick we saw often from Fried Chicken, but wow, did he play good here, right? This is his secret weapon. He saved until the final day to go ahead and break it out, and he absolutely broke it out onto Boars.
And this is funny. Like I told the BTK boys, you can throw me all you want. If they really get the reverse sweep, I'm ready for the memes, man.
Here we go. It could happen here, right? We're mentioning the stars have aligned there. They're in position. All of these powerful picks that they usually struggle against are out of the picture. They can kind of start to pick up some of more of their comforts now too, right? And play the game a little bit more in their wheelhouse. So we're going into game 4 coming up very soon. What a match there, huh? What was that, 24 minutes, 25 minutes there? One of the longer matches for sure.
Yeah, this is why backdoor protection is so important. This is why winning the Tempest Dragon is so important as well. But we'll go into the third game of the series shortly. Let's go for a short break. When we're back, we bring you game number 4, actually.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night.
Welcome back. It is time for game number 4. This one was an exciting turn of events here. BTK, what a comeback in game number 3. Now the next step for this is, can they mount the reverse sweep before Boars end the series?
No matter what happens, we're crowning them the gatekeepers now, all right? Because they've officially gate kept Boars Gaming from succeeding and rising to the top of Group A there. So off that is a victory enough, you know. We're looking region-wise, right? They're helping out their region a bit, which is awesome here. But we're going into game 4. They're gonna go ahead and try to play into that reverse sweep, right? We're mentioning a lot of picks are off the board now. Look at Boars Game. They're definitely not happy with that. They know that one was, they needed to win that one basically, but they're still gonna have to play it out here on both sides here. So BTK is gonna go ahead and try to get their match win we were talking about the whole time.
Yeah, BTK definitely were cooking. Like number 1, that Flowborn Mage pick, and like you said, number 2, the Fried Chicken Guan Yu. These are heroes we have seen BTK play too often. In fact, we have never seen the Flowborn Mage on the side of Hun, and that was a debut pick, debut win as well.
Look at all the side of BTK. They're all laughing, happy about it. They're like, yo, we got him, guys. We got him here. So now they're still playing it out here. But hey, we were mentioning, you know, game 1 and 2, they're picking these picks they're comfortable with. They lost. So all right, let's switch it up. Let's just play new stuff. They might not be ready for it, and they actually were not ready for it, and they take that game 3.
Yes, we might be exploring a couple of different compositions now, right? So Princess Frost, Liang combination still available. Liang and the Guardian Mo composition still open for the teams to pick, and that is something that BTK can play.
Absolutely, yeah. Princess Frost is up, Liang is up, Gan and Mo's up. There's a lot of powerful picks still up. I wouldn't say these are like the top tier meta lines, but all of the top tier meta lines have been removed, right? We had 3 games and 5 sets of heroes played on both sides right here now. So it's going to get more and more thin, and we're seeing cool stuff like the Flowborn Mage last game. We're going to see even cooler stuff this game.
I'm just curious whether Boars will go for the long-range stunts, right? The whole E with the Guardian Mo. Do we get the channel finally coming through for the side of Boars? And oh, Rick Cutie, he gets his hands on the Mai Shiranui. Will he perform better than Hun?
Yeah, they just go ahead and identify that, yo, BTK, they're going to have to ban the Arlie Luna every single game. We're eventually going to get the Mai, and that's exactly what they get here. They're going to go ahead and let loose with that. We're talking about Dolia a lot. Dolia is coming back here. It was picked up last game by Boars Gaming, and it was actually really clutch in some of those late game fights, right? We're seeing Sanctuary, Dolia being able to reset the ultimate of some heroes 2-3 times, maybe even, which is super nuts. But it looks like a tried and true combo for BTK, the Dune and Dolia.
Okay, I like this combination. We call them the double Ds because Dune and Dolia, right? But at this point, Boars instant counter pick with the Musashi and the potential Lady Sun. So number 1, you have the Imperot state, meaning you're not allowed to get heals regardless of what source it comes from. And number 2, Lady Sun, famous for having huge bursts. This is also the same kit that Mai Shiranui offers.
Absolutely. Hey, we have 2Ds. Why not another one here, right? Dharma still on the table for BTK potentially. It looks like they do not opt for it though. They pick up the Yuan. Not many times you get to go ahead and lock in the Yuan against Boars Gaming. They prioritize that pick so much. They ban it or pick it almost every single time, but it looks like they gone ahead and leaked it over this time here. And that's a great matchup we were mentioning earlier. Yuan versus Mai. Not much Mai can really do against that pick here, and Yuan is one of the comfort picks here for Hoon actually. And look at that, the Ming ban to remove the Ming Lady Sun combo is a great idea as well.
Yes, because BTK's composition now is all about sustain, right? You have the double Yuan ultimates for the heals, and as a Musashi, yes, your duel to the death can hit multiple targets, but they all have to stand together, and you can guarantee Hoon is not going to stand near best player 1. He's only going to go close when it's time to heal.
Chances are Hoon's not even targetable, right? So they're definitely not going to be able to land that too reliably. Oh, never mind. No triple Ds today in here as it goes ahead and gets banned out there, the Dharma. But wait, that's another solid pick for BTK. Fatih, one of Chicken's signature picks here, getting locked in.
And this might be a game changer. Are we looking at a potential tie here?
Yeah, they could really tie it up here 2-2 and switch up that momentum. Isn't there a statistic in gaming where if teams, you know, they're on match point and they turn it around, they're like almost guaranteed to win it through, right? If they can win this, the momentum is so much in their favor.
For sure. Let's see if BTK is going to be able to achieve that. But for now, no Ming, that's fine. Secure works as well. And this is also a very early game advantage for the side of Boars Gaming, right? Secure's first skill, Mulberry Power, it potentially puts you at half your health.
Yeah, if we can define Boars composition in one word, what is it going to be? It's going to be burst, right? We have the Lady Sun, the Masashi, the Mai, the Sekir. They want to go ahead and take out the opponents before they can sustain up and heal, as we're mentioning. They have all the tools for that, right? They're able to land a duel to death on someone here. Maybe the Marco Polo or Dune, depending on positioning. At least it's going to land on the 2 characters that want some healing, and they're going to want to take out those 2 characters before the duel to death runs out here. And they definitely have the tools with a composition like that.
I think once again, this game comes down to really just the Clash laners. Maybe I'm too focused on the Clash laners, but Fried Chicken as well as 3005, they will be the ones responsible for splitting the team fights, right? 3005
yeah, they're definitely the
wants
playmakers.
Yep, they want to chase in the MOBA Zane. 3005 will have his eyes locked on MOBA Zane, and then Fried Chicken will have his eyes laid down onto Mac, right? If they can split the 2 farm laners apart from team fights, then it could go haywire for either side.
I think this is going to be a very polarizing game. I'm not sure who's going to win, but since both compositions are so pointed, whichever team that wins is probably going to really win, right? It's going to be a very snowbally game. If Boars Gaming is able to go ahead and synergize up and sync up all those abilities, they're going to be able to take people out 100-0 and not even have a fight, really, right? Whereas aside BTK, if they are able to survive that burst, avoid it, and play around it here, play the map here with the Fatih and such, right? They're going to be able to win out pretty hard too, because after Boars Gaming, you know, uses all of their abilities here and cooldowns, and if they're not able to take out their targets, they're kind of some sitting ducks left over.
Exactly. And I think another point to consider is probably that, look, BTK in terms of like jungle acquisition, not as strong as Boars in the early parts of the game. So they need to protect their buffs and camps really well now.
Another thing though with the Masashi, I've seen a few games of BTK versus Masashi. It seems to be a little bit of best player's kryptonite. He tends to always go down to the Masashi ganks, and then Boars Gaming may be identifying that, picks up the Masashi, and if they go ahead and target best player, we're gonna have to see if he has adapted to playing against Masashi yet, because the last 2 games he played against Masashi, they're able to take him out almost every single gank.
Maybe Hun first. It is not looking beautiful yet. The flash with the mulberry power. One more hit. They get the first blood. Not ideal, but this is the dream start for the side of Boars Gaming. They want to secure the series ASAP.
You know, we're allowed to say Saker's OP because that character, look at that skill 1. That's flash skill 1 on the Hoon, killed him from like about 30% health. All right, Saker early game is not a support. It is a carry right there with that damage.
Exactly, and right now the rotations, this allows Red QD to come up on the top. They secure that space right at the top side, open up the teleportation portal as well, and rotations will be starting to be a little bit faster for the side of Boars Gaming.
Absolutely, Zane has just been farming up here with Shark. They have the Dolia. We are going to get some interesting resets this game, most likely onto Hoon here, but Dune is a good reset as well too. Both sides playing really aggressive here. Look at this, running into each other here, trading some damage. Not much is going to come of it though. It really comes down to once those ultimates go ahead and come up here.
Yep, every frag grenade that Mac lands down is going to be so important for the side of Boars Gaming because that gives extra damage. Likewise, it's the same concept for MOBA Zane, right? How many shots can you land onto your opponents? Because once you have the full stack of your passive, you deal true damage as well.
Here we go. We see Masashi coming into this fight, duel to death onto Hoon. He gets dropped extremely low and gets taken out. It seems like Masashi's kind of BTK's kryptonite. I feel like every time they play against Masashi, every time he ultimates, a kill kind of goes down. They're using it as, I mentioned it in a prior cast, like kind of like a jungle Liang, right? Once they ultimate someone down, everyone piles in. It's really, really hard to survive.
Also, they're focusing on the Hoon, but right now, the true target is MOBA Zane will not hit the mark on the side of Boars, and MOBA Zane survives.
Yep. Both sides are battling. You mentioned we were shooting each other a bit there in the early stages of the game, but they both have some of the best sustain in their roamers here with Dolia and Sakir. So it's hard to really drop him low. Realistically, to get a kill on your opponent, you need to take him out 100-0 here.
Yes, burst damage is definitely the name of the game on the side of Boars Gaming as well. And if we go Mac, every frag grenade is a risk against MOBA Zane. But MOBA Zane as well, once he gets that frigid charge, then this Lady Stone on Mac is going to be in trouble as well.
So you're not going to be able to side lane against him there because, you know, Marco Polo can always one-shot you, but Lady Sun against a frigid charge, Marco Polo is definitely not going to be one-shot him there. A little bit of a dance here for that fire beak. It looks like Fried Chicken ended up getting it though over Red Cutie.
Yep, he did. Right, and that's going to provide him with a little bit of a level equilibrium against his counterpart. Nice knockup, and there we go. That is the burst we're talking about. And right now, they did not even have to commit too much. There was no flash available for Red Cutie, so he did that traditional style.
Yeah, side of BTK, you know, after kind of staring at, you know, Mai for a while, he kind of got desensitized to the fried chicken there, walks up there and gets comboed by Mai. You gotta respect the Mai's damage output. It's able to knock you up and go ahead and push you into your team there. And fried chicken learned that one the hard way.
Yeah, a lesson learned in pain for this one, and it's a 2,000 goal lead. Almost going for the side of Boars. They also have the prior positioning for this 4-minute mark. What a nice catch by the side of Phasma to make sure that there is a delay on the backline. They're really just targeting Hoon. There is no more Hughes now for the side of BTK. They are able to start working on this Tyrant that is going to be reset. Fried Chicken does make his way into the middle brushes, but it might not be enough because Boars have already taken it away.
Hoon is having the exact opposite of the game of his life right now, right? He is all the deaths on side BTK, and to be fair, in his defense, they have been targeting him down expressly, but ever since the early game, they've been really slowing him down since he got taken out in the 2v2, and now every single fight, Weiss is just landing the duel to death on Hoon and killing him before he can even go into his ultimate.
Yep, the refresh on that Fever Barrage. Good damage coming in from side of Mobazane, but it's just a little bit too shy on the side of BTK. Now, Shark is falling a little bit low. He needs to be really careful. Once Mac has the ultimate again, it could be a cause of concern.
Absolutely, they're really low here. Shark is staying though, standing in that pool, getting healed by Yuan as well too, and kind of catching back up. A lot of sustain on side of BTK. It's going to be really tough once Board Gaming itemizes into that anti-heal, because their composition is relatively, you know, everyone on their side has sustained, literally every single character. So once they get the heal cut on the Board Gaming side, these fights are going to go a lot different.
Yup, here we go. Fever Barrage goes down. The stun comes in, and it's not enough, even with the save. Phasma, the first one to fall in this skirmish, and BTK, more pressure is available. T1 is here, but hang on. The hero comes and saves the day. Wise gets that first trade, the second trade as well. Best player 1 as well as Mobazane down, and surely Shark will be taken out of the water. And a 4-kill teleportation move coming in from the side of Boars Gaming.
Wow, I did not think duel to the death can land on anyone other than Hoon, but actually it seems like Zane wasn't ready for that either. As he goes on to Zane there, he used his ultimates and such already to go ahead and take out Phasma there, so they were caught up there. Weiss with a crucial teleport coming in, single-handedly changing the fight.
Yo, he's level 11. He was not in our sights at all, and this guy was silently farming. He is 3 levels ahead on majority of the cast on the side of BTK, and even against best player, he is 2 levels ahead. Another knockup onto Fried Chicken. They force him to flash. That's 1 resource down for the next 120 seconds.
And this is damage Masashi as well too. He's going into Blood Rage next here. So when you're so ahead, you have the Axe of Torment, the physical damage jungle item here. Once that ultimate lands on you, it's gonna almost take you out by itself, right? Masashi's, when they go tank, relies on their team to go ahead and output the damage to secure the kills in duel to the death. With a build like this and how ahead Weiss is, he's gonna be able to solo out targets.
Yeah, and they need more time. Fried Chicken is supposed to change the fight for them, but he has been consistently caught out by the side of Boars Gaming, this time by both Rick Cutie and 3005 as well. Now T2 in the mid being put under pressure. Another nice Mulberry power, and here comes the finishing blow. There is no heals available as Boars, they're rampant. They get the kill. 3005 responsible for this one, but it's the turrets, the towers that are the true value here. They take the T2, and the map is opened up so much on the right hand side.
I don't know what it means to play angry, but it looks like Boars Gaming is playing angry this game. They're not happy what happened last game here, and they're trying to end this game out fast. 7 minutes in, it is 11-1 as they get potentially the first high ground here before 8 minutes. This is like, we know Boars Gaming is known for their early game, their strong early game, but this is some of the strongest early game I've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely not what I expected here. Weiss is already at level 13. He was already pretty much unkillable at the start. Now he has the Blood Rage as well. So BTK, things go from bad to worse for this one.
Also, the thing about Masashi, why he fell off is like, he needs a lot of items to kind of do his job now, right? Ever since the nerfs and such. But look at Weiss, he has all of his items available. This is what it looks like to have a really strong Masashi here. And sure, the nerfs hurt him a little bit, but when you're 3 items and up 3 levels, it is not going to hurt that bad.
Oh, they could not catch Phasma as well. He was so low, and this is going to give him the potential to get the heals in as well. They're looking on the side of Boars Gaming, unable to find an opening just yet. But hang on, Fried Chicken is on his own. The chase is down, and for now, they will not be too greedy. Just get a little bit of vision across the map.
Yeah, they see that the objectives up. They're going to opt to go ahead and take this final set of objectives before the enhanced ones comes up here. Weiss is so ahead here. He's coming up on level 15 now. The side of BTK also, they've taken so many casualties that kills are probably not worth that much gold for side Boars. They prefer to get the objectives instead, because the more you die, the less gold you're worth. They've died a good amount of times right on BTK, so it's probably more favorable for Boars to go ahead and focus on the farm as we see them doing here and not go for those kills anymore.
I mean, getting the kills also then opens up the map, right? Then you're at a numbers advantage. You're able to put pressure on the towers as well. So I think Boars, yes, I think it will be a little bit too greedy to really try and get like an ace or something like that. But getting a numbers advantage will be phenomenal for the side of Boars Gaming.
Absolutely. They're just waiting for the waves to come in here and play it safe. It looks like best players trying to make some plays here, but not much can be done. Boars is just playing so safe, only really playing with their waves and being very, very calculated this game. After, you know, the bit of a blunder last game, they want to make sure they're very calculated in this one and not to make any mistakes and not to give BTK the chance to come back once again.
Nice stun, follow-up onto Wise, unable to find the follow-up. And this is what's so difficult playing against the Boars lineup, because they have insane poke. You have the first skill from 3005, you have the Kachosen from Red Cutie, you also have the rolling rate from Mac, and Phasma as well. So, oh, hang on, nice stun! Can he get the knockup as well? The flash comes in from Fried Chicken, but it's not enough in peril state, and Boars are obliged. They take down two members on the side of BTK. The map is open, and the base is open. Crystal available for the taking as well. Rolling Raid to make sure that they have the damage in, and will be the last call. Nice Fever Barrage, maybe turn around, not enough. They do clear the wave, but there is one more wave marching in on the top side. Wise does not even fall in this game, and the heals are coming in for the side of Boars Gaming. They want to buy some time, but Shark, no time, can't be bought. It's an ace, and for now, it is looking like a Boars win as they get the backdoor protection down, and Boars win the series 3-1.
Boars, a great win there. Right at the end there, we see that duel to the death go on to the Fatih, and it just shows you how much Fatih relies on healing. Because once that duel to the death landed on Fatih, he was just taken out immediately, like wet tissue paper, because all that healing has gone ahead and been removed, right? So that Masashi is such a good pick, especially as we get later into these series. We don't really see it in game 1, game 2 and such, right? But once you get into the game 3, game 4s here, that's still an amazing pick.
Yes, some teams will reserve that Musashi pick for the Ogren pick as well. But Dune is definitely something that is workable against. But actually, the Fatih was kind of like totally counter pick. But this is not just a hero advantage, right? I think the one thing that we kind of didn't really get to see was Wise he was a farming machine. This was a company self-built here.
Absolutely, he was farming a lot. He was farming the jungle, was farming the players on BTK, right? We're mentioning BTK, they struggle against Masashi. It seems like they still do, because I cast a few of the games where I played against Masashi, and it's just that lockdown potential. Masashi is just so hard to play against here, as every single time he drops the duel to the death, he's able to secure the kill, and in a team environment, they're able to communicate and coordinate and take you out before you really even fall back down, right, from the duel to the death. And man, did Hoon have a rough early game this game.
Oh yeah, that one really didn't feel good for him, because he was targeted. For the first, 6 minutes of the game, every single Musashi out duel to the death was onto Hun. And it felt like, yeah, there were moments where maybe they were going for best player 1. I think that's the expectation that BTK had, especially when Wise came to the fights. But he was actually looking for Hun, which totally was not what they accounted for.
Absolutely, and we know Yuan as like a really safe mid lane, right? As the heals, it can go untargetable here with the ultimate, but in the early stages of the game, pre-level 4, Yuan is actually very vulnerable, and we saw that here in the early game as the Mai and the Sekir has actually got some great combos off on the Hoon there and got him taken out under his tower too. The early game for Yuan, they don't have that ultimate, they don't have the untangibility factor, and they're kind of just, you know, a sitting duck there until they get their abilities in line, especially with that skill too. That ring isn't really that good when you have two people jumping in your face like the Mai and the Sekir. You can't get those stuns off either.
Yeah, they actually took their pacing a little slower, but right after the 5-minute mark, that was when it really came crazy for the side of Boars Gaming. And you know what? I know people might disagree with this, but I think the MVP here is Phasma. That initial growth built by the Sakir was really what changed the game. But of course, MVP has to be Wise. 5-0-8, one of the cleanest games you'll ever see on a Musashi.
So you don't see those too much every day now. Full damage Musashi there we've seen in that game there, and he definitely did a lot of damage, 24% of his team's damage. That is going to conclude match 1 here. Unfortunately, BTK is not able to get a series win. We were mentioning that, you know, they were going for it before, you know, they go ahead and go home here. But it looks like they have another shot later on in the day. But Boars Gaming also, it seems like their shot is unfortunately out of the running now too, because they were not allowed to lose that one game if they wanted to advance.
Yeah, they needed that a clean series, and BTK may just have managed to edge it out for their counterparts, that is LM, as they play against Boars in the later parts of the day of stream.
Absolutely. Here's a look at some of the highlights in this game. The highlights are basically Weiss on Musashi. He like enabled all these fights here, right? The Phasma did enable, you know, the kill on the Hoon in the ultra early game, but after that, Weiss just completely took control. Every duel to the death basically got a kill.
Yes, it's so scary, right? Because then you kind of see, like, they force Hoon's ultimate out when it's not at the best position possible. And I think that's one of the most damaging things that Wise did to the side of BTK. So this one was a tough situation because you had to care about Wise. He was level 15. He had everything under the sun in his inventory and ready to fight as well.
Well, here's the concept I like to bring up here. It's the concept of conditioning, right? Hoon was so like used to being the first one ulted every single fight. He started to play kind of scared. We saw in the fight where Zane had gone ahead and got duel to the death. Hoon immediately backed away. He's like, oh, I see it. I've been there, done that before, right? He's gonna ult me down. He had to immediately play safe and back up. And then the side of Boars Gaming, they capitalize on him. They see Hoon go ahead and back up and use his ultimate defensively, and they target someone else, so they condition them to play like that. But that is going to be match 1 here. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. We have 2 more amazing matches coming up here, but until then, we gotta throw it to break.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Welcome back. It is time for our second series of the day. This time it's going to be OG against 9Z Globant.
These are both teams that are already, kind of guaranteed to be on the top of the S bracket. But, we have bragging rights on the line here, right? You want to come in here beating your opponent. You want to be squarely in the top. OG kind of seems like they have the advantage on paper here, but this is a chance for 9Z to go ahead and get that upset.
I mean, we're looking at new things, and of course, one of the new things you have to pay attention to is going to be coming out on the 24th of September. A new version is going to come out. Prepare to unleash your spirit.
Absolutely. And then the Ultimate Awakening, guys, I cannot wait to go ahead and check that out. It is all these heroes with super bumped up abilities that are like actually insane. You got to see it to believe it. Their basic abilities feel like ultimates. The ultimates feel like I don't even know, tactical nukes, right? So get ready to go ahead and play that on the 27th.
Yes, so a lot of new updates incoming, and I think because there is new potentials coming in, we also have to explore the potential of the teams using this S group match, this series, as a practice ground, right? I want to see if OG is going to try new strats, but then 9Z Globant has new picks that they are willing to try out against OG as well.
Absolutely, yeah. This match here, since they're both already guaranteed in here, right? We mentioned there is the bragging rights, but also this is a good time to field some new strategies, right? Try out some of the stuff that you know is solid, but you haven't really put it to the test yet in games that are a little bit more decisive and crucial. This is a great time for that to happen.
Because one of the benefits that you have also in Group S is the fact that you get to go through a loser's bracket. So you get a second chance, right? Even if you lose that winners semi-finals, you get to go up against the winners of Group A, right? And that other loser bracket match. Meaning, this is the time you get your research in and prepare for the other matches to fight for your second chance in the grand finals again.
Absolutely. So number 1 versus number 2 seed here this game, is this the chance so there's two ways to think about it, right? You can go ahead and pull out all your big guns, assert your dominance, and strike fear into your enemies. But the other idea is, hey, maybe we, play it a little bit closer to our chest, right? Not reveal all of our strategies here. Because again, this game here, win or lose, they're both gonna go ahead and make it through the Group S. So maybe we don't need to reveal all of our strategies here. Both are, interesting ways to go ahead and look at it. And both are very, very solid strategies.
True. I actually would keep my trump cards under my sleeves. I would probably just go for a stock standard draft, right? And then if it works, great. If it doesn't, then now there's new things the team can learn about. Hey, maybe it's the rotations, maybe it's about certain moments in the fights where decisions were not as clean, stuff like that. And I think this really comes down to the nature of the team, what they're trying to improve, because every game, every series is a chance for you to kind of make yourself stronger as well.
Absolutely. And as I mentioned, while, win or lose, they're going to make it through. I would say the opposite of Kin, actually. Use time to strike fear into the hearts of your enemies, all right? Dominate them through. Just try to mess around, try out some new stuff on you, hide some strategies. Show them exactly why they're not going to be able to do that in the future by 3-0ing their opponents. No holding back.
True. I think both teams definitely want to 3-0 each other. It does, this is not just a physical game where you play with your fingers, your hands, and have the communication coming over. I think it's also a mental state. You want to strike fear into your opponent's hearts and also make them second guess themselves, especially in the draft.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think one of those teams are going to do that here today. I think OG is typically more of that team, that will just go for the 3-0. They're not going to hold anything back. They're never really that style in the past. 9Z is probably going to be a team that's going to be a little bit more sneaky about it, as you mentioned, right? Play their cards a little bit closer to the chest. But, we both know this. If for whatever reason, right, 9Z goes ahead and upsets here, that's another, little bit of a dynamic too. If they're playing their cards a little bit closer to the chest and they still could win it out, that could say something as well too, right?
True. We're always looking at the improvement of all the different teams here. We've already seen the growth of all the respective teams in both Group A, Group S. Now it's really about, can you polish up the standards? Can you polish up those little gaps that you have in between team plays, in between team synergies, or even just simple communications across the team, decision making, what timings you want to hit in the game. These are all very important markers, and sometimes overlooked by some of the teams here.
Absolutely. And this is, I think, the last chance for both of these teams here to get those reps in, right? Before next week here. These are their final games here. As we were mentioning, you could practice on ladder, you can practice on peak, you can practice in some scrims, but there's no better practice than on stage in a real live game like this. So this is their last chance for both of these sides here to go ahead and get that last bit of the best practice possible.
And bear in mind, this is also practice against our counterpart region, the east side, because the second place in the grand finals will go into the last call, where this time you're not just playing against the East League, you're also competing against the champions of WKS, the Wildcard Series. So they really need to get as many reps in, practice the drafts, increase the hero pool, and see what is available, because only one team makes it out of last call to go into KIC.
Absolutely here. So last time we saw Twisted Minds take the slot and then OG drop down and face against KME and take that slot here. I was joking with Kid a little bit earlier about it, right? We see OG go ahead and be in the lead, but even if they drop down, they have experience, taking the slot away from KME. They just got to fight one more team for it this time as well here too. So let's go ahead and have a look at the team in question, OG Esports.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it.
Look at that, OG Esports here. If there was a team to hit him hard, hit him fast, it would be OG Esports. They had a relatively flawless run until the other day where they got one loss here. I think their run is still something ridiculous, like 22-1 or something, but they're gonna try and go ahead and extend that lead here today. We have Keke in the Clash lane, Dao in the jungle, On in the marksman role, Muchin on roam, and then Wen in the mid lane.
You know what? Actually, I think OG fans might be very happy that they did take a loss, right? Because the last time they went lossless, they got punished really hard in the grand finals, right? Because they were not allowed to know their gaps in the game.
Absolutely. They got their loss out of their way, right? Like, if they had to lose once, it's good to lose there in that series versus Twisted Minds, as opposed to in the grand finals. So this time, they got their loss out of the way early, so they don't have to go ahead and maybe lose it later on. But let's go ahead and take a look at 9Z.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Hailing from Argentina, La Violeta, also known as 9Z Globant, represented by Win RJ in the Clash lane, Sick in the jungle, Moon in that mid lane, Leffy in that farm, and of course Capo Seba in that roam. Now this is a team that has a lot to prove, but they also must be careful about the information that they divulge, because now a lot of people are going to be watching them. Not just OG, the KME teams will be watching them, right? Twisted Minds will be watching them, and the rest of WKX will be watching them.
Absolutely. I would say, coming into this, they're relatively underrated, right? We see a lot of teams talk. I mean, we see a lot of people talk about OG, about Twisted Minds. We had a few people talk about 9Z, right? But definitely a lot more here now that they've proved themselves. They took matches against Twisted Minds twice there. So them clearly showing that they are, at least currently ahead of Twisted Minds here in the form of competition. Speaking of head, let's talk about a head-to-head here from Keke and Win RJ. Both very, very strong clashing here, but it looks like Keke being a little bit ahead on everything except for that team fight participation. Maybe it shows how Keke likes to up and play and farm up a little bit more here, whereas Win RJ prefers to help out his team and join those skirmishes.
I mean, Win RJ is someone that I feel like has grown a lot in this competition over the past 2 weeks, right? We have been mentioning his name quite a bit more, especially in the games against Twisted Minds. And this is a huge achievement as well. So they get the side selection, 9Z Globant that is, and they have chosen the counter pick side.
Yeah, red side. It's actually interesting. We see like the meta switch up like day to day. I don't want to even call it a meta now because some teams, they prefer the first pick, some teams prefer the second pick, and it's not really clear which side is advantage here because even though they have the side selection, I was under the impression first pick was advantage. 9Z, they got a different story here, right? They opt to go ahead and go for that red side instead.
I mean, it really depends how you want to place it, because on the red side, you also get prio on the types of jungle that you have. Maybe, example, the Kong Ming or the Luna. These are the heroes that benefit off of being on the red side because you have the Azure buff as your initial starting buff.
Absolutely, that's something to think about for sure as well too. We see OG, we were talking about Liang getting ignored the whole day. OG does not ignore that Liang though. They go ahead and ban it out along with the Dharma. Anytime OG's in the game, they really respect that Liang because Muchin is so deadly on it. They know how much pressure that pick can go ahead and apply, and they go ahead and remove it now here. And it looks like they're angling towards kind of a more squishy assassin style jungler with that removal. Even though that was known for his assassins, we've been seeing him in a lot of tanks lately. Oh, not today though. We see the Luna getting logged in. Here we go.
It has to be. There's no way. OG, anytime you give them the Luna, Dao immediately snaps that up. There's no way OG does not go for the Luna here.
And then they angled it too. They ban out the Liang. It was pretty telegraphed. But it looked like 9Z, they had too many picks they need to remove. Either they were going to ban the Luna or the Pei. And either one of those loves Liang being banned.
So we need to look at the suppression or the stun. There needs to be a lot of CC or there needs to be a lot of burst. These are the only two answers to the Luna pick.
It looks like they're deciding between the Diadea or the Dolia. Both are picks you really cannot go wrong with here. First game here, you can opt to go to Diadea to protect your later drafts a little bit more and save the Dolia for some of those lower tier picks later on. But okay, it looks like they do opt to go ahead and do that. They have the Diadea, the long, pretty straightforward by the book draft so far from side 9ZG.
So I'm just curious, what does OG want to pick against 9Z Globant, right? Do they go for the channel? For now, they want to secure the Mayin, another hero that benefits off of AoE catch, right? So they have two AoE catches right now, one in the form of Luna, one in the form of Mayin. So OG set themselves up for a pretty good start in terms of team fight. But 9Z Globant, I like the control and the burst damage potential.
It looks like there's a lot of options left for side of OG when it comes to marksman, so they're going to leave it up until a later pick here. They know it's impossible for all their picks to get banned out. They can get the Ho Yi, they can get something like the D Renji here, right? They have a lot of options, the channel as well too. So they're always going to have something, so they're going to opt to use it as more of a counter pick, and then, remove something like the Mei first that could get picked away from the side of 9ZG, whereas they already have their marksman, so they don't got to worry about locking that in right this moment.
And 9Z Globant, I think they're definitely going for the late game potential here, right? So Food's late game is pretty hard to handle. It's also a good answer for the Luna if they manage to get their hands on Dao, which is going to be a bit of a challenge, to be honest. But we'll see. 9Z Globant, they start their first ban with the Yixing Bang. That's great. They don't want to be locked up because once you're hit by the board, it creates a lot of disarray. It forces the Lung ultimate early as well.
Absolutely, and all of the OG's bans are going into like these anti-assassin picks, right? Like the durable bruisers like the Dune, the Liang being removed. They don't want them to have anyone that can face the brunt of Luna's damage here, looks like, in their bans. We see 9Z with a Yuan and a Yijing ban targeting Wen here. He still has a good amount of options left. Because mid lane picks are relatively flexible, they remove the Lady Jen away too though, so they're trying to really heavily target Wen here in this draft.
Actually, what's
what's scarily available for the side of OG is the Shi pick. You can kind of force out the Fuzu to be in like a 4v1 situation with the catch of your second skill. And it also is a relatively short cooldown to force out the Lung's ultimate as well. So I think Shi is a great pick that OG can consider.
Absolutely, and it would do a great job of feeding that Luna, right, and accelerating her early game. It's not something we see Wen play too often, though, I would say. Like, I feel like right here, knowing when he might pick something up like the Milady or something crazy here, you know, when he gets banned out and putting it back against the wall. Yeah, but he picks the Nua, pretty sizable. Imagine I called that Milady pick there. That would have been insane. But okay, we did it this time. But next time here, the Hou-Yi does get picked up. We were mentioning that An had a lot of options available here, and he decides you can't go wrong with the Hou-Yi against Long. It's great, right? You're able to stun him up and potentially take him out before he gets that ultimate off. Against Lady Jen, it's not too bad either. You can usually line up an arrow on her if she does stasis herself there with her ice there. So pretty good picks all around, and it gets decent synergy with the Nua for these global stun annihilation combos.
I like the response from 9Z Globant though. The Fluborn tank is definitely hard to play against. There is a potential that he's able to tank through the early parts of the game against the Luna specifically, which can provide a turnaround condition, right? But the scary thing is late game, I really feel like as long as An doesn't die, he really takes the team fight to 9Z Globant.
Absolutely, and look at the Nua pick here. Who is gonna contest the Nua pick? There's no one outside 9ZG that threatens Nua. Nua can just stay so far away and drop combos, right? When you pick the Flowborn tank and you don't have someone like the Chow or the Sunbin or something to kind of, you know, speed it up, you're waiting for the enemies to play into you. It's a great pick against the Luna if the Luna has to go into you, but if the Luna never has to go in, what are you gonna do with Flowborn tank, right? You're not a great diver necessarily. You don't really have those resources. Maybe if Futsu gets a good ultimate off, but how is Futsu gonna get a good ultimate off on Nua? That's really, really hard.
Actually, you know what? This is a pattern that OG has shown us a couple of times in the past. So they actually use Wen as the bait. So like they get him to be caught, and then the team just takes vengeance for him. And I feel like this could be a day when that pattern shows up again.
I feel like this game in particular, Wen actually, like, if he plays his life, he's not gonna die. Like, look at this. There's no real natural predators for a Nua this game. No one really matches the range of the Nua, right? Later on into the game, they're able to set up these boxes that are gonna be so frustrating for someone like Flowborn Tank to deal with here. Maybe having to use that ultimate to go ahead and jump through some of them. The Futsu as well, right? He designates a zone he wants to fight at. That's a zone that Nua can, you know, just throw a bunch of damage into here. But yeah, if OG's strategy revolves around kind of sacrificing Wen, you know, they might not have to worry about that on side 9ZG.
Yeah, I think for 9Z Globant, it's really about how fast can you get Leffy up to scratch, because late game he deletes Wen in one combination, no doubt, and that's gonna be a very scary situation, right? I think for now it's for 9Z Globant is there's two markers. Number one, how fast can we go Leffy? The second one is, can we get like an initial take down on An?
For sure, here in the early game, we see Muchin. Muchin is actually playing for this. He does not have Smite, though, so we see a lot of Zhangfei's play for that monster there, but they have Smite to go ahead and secure. That time, since he's obstacle to heal, it actually gets stolen away by the side of 9ZG. Or not really stolen away, it was their monster, right? But it just did not get secured. OG did all that work for it to get taken away.
Yeah, a little bit disheartening, of course, at the start. But I think, you know what, with the heals coming up from Muchin, this places the number one emphasis that, hey, An is the secondary win condition, right? Dao Dao is meant to be the menace, and hopefully that provides space for An to really just get the free hits in.
And usually I say that Hou-Yi is more utility-based, you know, supportive marksman, right? But when I see An play Hou-Yi, he goes full damage, he goes crit, Shadow Ripper, Eternity Blade, everything else. Not like the other Hou-Yis we've seen. We've seen Hou-Yis go, you know, the cooldown boots with the Glacial and cool, just to get as many arrows out. An is there to get as many arrows out with his auto attack, not his ultimate.
I mean, for a guy that has the sole pentakill in KMW this season, you understand why.
Absolutely. If anyone can go full damage on Hou-Yi, it is going to be on here. We see Wen go ahead and come in with their emergence, but 9ZG sniffs that out, backs up here. They don't have level 4 in either of their players here, so they're playing super, super safe. But since An was able to get level 4 so early, it's like he got a free ultimate, right? He shot it so early, he's going to get it back by the time Long gets his ultimate, basically.
If I'm not wrong, it's about 40 seconds of cooldown, right? Initial first level of the Burning Sun Arrow. So they have a little bit of time to play with on the side of 90 Globant. But here comes the backup when in a very interesting position. Actually, no, misses all the skills. Not ideal for the side of OG. He does make it out safely. But Moon trying with the passive of the Ocean of Tears as well. And this is going to be a failed attempt. But OG, they still have the gold advantage.
Absolutely. We're seeing Muchin actually trying to bait them in there, but they were wise to did not aggress on Muchin even though he was so low there. And that's what, you know, Wen was counting on too, right? They kind of dangled Muchin in front of them here, waiting for them to walk up and throw that combo. But they were privy to it, so they go ahead and stop that out. Oh, here's a fight. Here we go. Unbrow Outburst lands onto Didea. Didea goes down.
And you can start to see, right? This is the benefit of the composition that OG have built for themselves. So there is a lot of control. Kirka coming in control. First stun landed by An with the Burning Sun Arrow. Second setup by Muchin's ultimate, Unbridled Outburst. And then Kirka comes in with the whatevers and the Get Serious, and it's a free kill.
Yeah, a lot of pick potential from side of OG. You know, everyone can kind of instantly react to crowd control, right? If On lands an arrow, Muchin can go ahead and follow that up, and Wen can follow that up with Annihilation as well too. So you gotta really watch your footing, because you could be full HP and get caught by one crowd control, and everyone just converts off it and takes you out.
Yeah, and this is the value of Sick as the Flowborn tank, right? He should be able to tank through all of that damage. Now, the only question is, can the team follow up for him? And I think Leffy really needs to get the initial takedown onto An. If that's not the case, then 90 Globant are essentially playing on a timer here.
Absolutely. I think every fight is going to rely on how that Butsu comes in with their flash, right? Butsu without flash, realistically, is not going to be able to catch anyone outside of OG. But if he does have it up and he's able to get a good flash ultimate on An or on Wen, that could really, you know, seal the deal. In fights that he does not flash, like right now, he's not able to join, as you can see here, as he's the sole member in the Clash lane. But he can, you know, opt to go for like a ultimate on Dao Dao potentially instead. But the carries we mentioned, there's not many people to take him out.
Oh my goodness. Another kill coming in for the side of OG as they take a little bit of hits at the bottom side. An actually, he's falling low, but he's pushing forward. That's crazy. The Leaping Savior are going to provide them with the shields as well. And for now, because of the microaggressions across the map, OG now leading by 1,000.
They go ahead and go for this Crimson Golem here. Dao Dao a little bit late, so Sick is able to smite it away there. But yeah, An was pushing up there because he knows Muchin has that Unbridled Outburst ready, right? He has the ultimate backup there in Muchin as he goes ahead and plays aggressive once again. The 2v2 on the side of 9ZG is definitely stronger than OG if they don't have Unbridled Outburst, but once you have Unbridled Outburst, it's really hard to go ahead and brute force through, which is all those stats. And here we see Unbridled Outburst come out onto Lefty, push him into the wall there. He still has ultimate available, so he can play a little bit aggressive before he's forced to back up here. But we have not been seeing much action come out from Sick this game, right? We see him playing the Flowborn tank. He's just walking around farming, but he's down a level to Dao Dao.
Oh, nice! They actually get the return kill, the punish onto Kirka as well. And this is a nice response from the side of 90 Globant. Yes, Sick needs the help of his team, right? He can't really initiate just on his own because that will put him in a very risky position. And for now, OG, they still maintain this goal lead close to 1,000. In fact, it is 1,000 at this point, but 90 Globant, I like the response.
Yeah, I think most of that gold is probably going to be in Dao Dao there, right? Because he's able to farm so efficiently. He's been clearing out his jungle and then also eating the Clash lane wave as well, too, while Keke has been kind of roaming throughout the map, playing more as the jungler here, right? Getting those ganks in. He right there set up a flank onto the bot lane of 9ZG. This team kind of left him there, all right, and he was forced to fight a 1v4, but nonetheless, he's applying a lot of pressure throughout the map. You see him getting vision all around, and it looks like Dao Dao is the real focus and carry of this game here, you know? Keke, you know, we know him as the carry, but this game he's playing, you know, more of the wingman here for Dao Dao.
This is a very difficult position here, and the TP does come in. Emergence, the help is going to come through, and Dao Dao gets out. There is no setup available on the side of 90 Globant. The stun comes in, not enough damage on either side to finish the job. So OG and 90 Globant, they will walk away for the moment. Leffy manages to find An. An has no flash. He has to run away. An is so low, but the save comes in, and Sick will be denied the chance at the same time. Kirka, look at the rotation. They have spotted him out. Is he gonna just run to his death here? It's a 4-on-1 and Kirka in no man's land will be taken out for sure. This is a freebie for the side of 90 Globant.
Yeah, Keke has been in no man's land right there a few times, right? He died in the same exact position last time as well, too. It seems like he's going a little bit wide in these fights here, you know, trying to get the flank off. And when you do go so wide, if your team pushes up, you sure are able to go ahead and pincer your opponents when they're retreating. But if you do not have your team to help you out there, like we said last time, he was caught on 1v4, he got caught on 1v4 once again.
Oh, they have to do it quickly, and here we go. They catch Dao again, but he has a level advantage, and the team is here with him as well. Where is the Leaping Savior? There is no Leaping Savior, and Sick is caught on the backlines. Art is free hitting for his life. Will give the life off the side of Muchen as well. There is no follow-up damage on the side of OG, and for now, 9G Globant have flipped the script. No, it is not going to be the case. Art does finish the job, takes the life of Moon as well, and 9G Globant, all of that lead that OG have gotten for themselves are starting to show Dao right again in the jungle of 9G Globant.
Dao is level 13 here. OG has been just quietly funneling farm into Dao here, right? While Keke's roaming throughout the map, doing whatevers, you know. Dao has been farming up that Clash lane, taking that Clash Tower, and he has this level advantage here. Now it's just a matter of time of when he goes ahead and uses that into a fight.
Yo, the information that they buy on the side of OG is so spectacular. And right now, there has been no punish. The T1 in the mid. In fact, all the T1s on the side of 9G Globant have been completely taken down. And this opens up the doors for them to take the Tyrant because vision is obscured for the side of 9G Globant.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Absolutely, we see a Tyrant go down for the side of OG, and then there's nothing 9Z can do about it. They're not in position, and they just got their tower taken out though, so they're playing pickup here on the side of the base, forced to clear some minion waves here. I would say though, the Futsu is really ahead here now because of all the farm that, you know, Keke's funneling into Dao here. The Futsu is up 1,000 gold or so on him, and late game, we were mentioning, that is one of the most difficult Clash laners to deal with, in especially the 1v1. If he ever gets the ultimate off on you, it's really hard to take him out.
Yes, and all of this confidence play from OG where, you know, Dao was willingly getting caught by the Sage's Smite on Win RJ, that is not going to turn out well as we head to the later stages of the game. So 9G Globant, they have a pretty good win condition, but they need more time.
Absolutely. We see Dao, he is worried about Futsu for sure. You know, he's starting to itemize into the Ominous here, third or fourth item here, which is a bit early for Lunas. Usually they prefer to go a bit more damage, but he knows the pressure that Win RJ is going to be able to put him under if he locks him up with that ultimate. So he's going to itemize defensively a little bit early and play it safe there. And oh, he's just so high level. Look at that. Level 14, 15 here on Dao, coming up very soon here at the 10-minute mark.
Oh, the damage does come true. On is just laying down the pain. It's going to be claimed by Dao instead. But here comes the back of Win RJ, unable to find an opening. The T2 at the bottom going to be cleaned up as the first of the 3 sets available on the side of 9G Globant's map. And at the same time, during that exchange, Wen actually got his Tome of Wisdom. This is the most damaging item in the Mage's kit as well.
Absolutely, and on Nua as well too, right? Being able to apply all that damage onto those global ultimates to be able to react instantly to any play, even if you're not really there, is going to be crucial. This game, while it looks like 9ZG is not really doing anything wrong, it feels like OG has kind of, you know, out-farmed them, right? They managed the map a little bit better, and because of that, they're up in gold. Because these fights are relatively even, but they're still up 3,000 gold.
Because they're making the numbers advantage happen for the side of 9G Globant, which is so funny because 9G Globant have the numbers advantage in terms of members, but because they have the numbers advantage in potential fights, it means the map is open for OG to go and farm.
Absolutely, OG joining a fight 2v3. You know, they have the Hou-Yi ultimate, the Nua ultimate. It's kind of like a 4v3 at that point, right? We see Keke get a little bit caught again here. This time he does not go down, but he's been scaling up, even though he had a little bit of a rough early game there. And he's playing more of a supportive role this game on the main, which is not something we see very often.
Look, oh my goodness, they get one more. Capo Saber is taken down, and it is all off of the catch by Kirker. When they have to trade his life for that, and at this point, Dao is in the middle of 2 big damage dealers, but Sick 1v1 against An. Who gets the kill? It is going to be An, and he does make it out. That surprise kill knockup by the side, a double kill for Kirker. We talk about him being in such precarious positions, and he makes it all work for the side of OG.
Dao does get away there, not losing his shutdown. We saw Futsu desperately trying to catch Dao on the Luna there. And while it's a good matchup if he has his ultimate, if he does not have his ultimate, Dao can easily just slip away, as we've seen there, as he dashes over the wall, and Futsu's not able to follow him.
Dude, we talked about this yesterday, right? So good teams like OG, they will give you the picks that you want. But the picks don't matter because you're not allowed to do what your strengths are at, right? They wanted a fight on the side of 9Z Globant. What is Kirker doing? Kirker is putting himself in the middle of 5 9Z Globant members. And what does that entail? Dowdao at the top lane farming. They take the T3 at the top. They push down the T2 in the mid. And look, there's no fight. Like, Kirker even gets a double kill off of that.
I would say we were mentioning Wen was usually the sacrifice for the side of OG, but this game, it looks like it's a little bit more of that Kake, right? He's able to join these fights, blow a lot of the cooldowns on the enemy side, and still kind of come away with 1 or 2 kills here. Sure, they take him out a good amount of times, but he's already done his job, you know? He's given Dowdao all the space he needs.
What a beautiful usage of the Matrix as well. Yes, you get the Sage's Might, but you cannot cross the Matrix of the Noir. And even with the ultimate, it did not work out. And OG just showing you the difference of mechanical skills. Leffy now goes into the heart of OG. Does he have enough damage? He will take down Wen, but at the cost of his own life. And An will survive as well. There is a lot of turret pressure on the bottom side of the T3s. And the T3s will be under pressure. Once again, Dowdao, he might give his life for the cause, but it's a catch by Kirker instead. And all they can do is stand and watch because An is tearing it up at the bottom side of the map. The save comes from Dowdao as well. Kill goes to the side of Muchen, and game number 1 goes to OG.
Really great game from OG there, showing like how to play around farm and your carry, right? They had a very defined game plan in that game. We're gonna play around Dowdao's Luna, right? We're gonna give all the resources over to him here, and that's exactly what they did. Keke was just around the map, splitting fights, distracting the enemy team, letting Dowdao play the game the way he wants to there, and that ended up being the victorious strategy there for the side of OG.
That's insane. This is one of the rare times where we get to see a game played in such a fashion, right? Like, you know, some people are commenting that Kirker is going to make a mistake, he's going to get taken out. And I think to trade 1 life of a player for 2 turrets, a kill, and a couple of buffs, that's a good trade, man. I would make that trade any day.
Absolutely. While KK did go down in the early game a good amount of times, right, behind the enemy towers, what did we notice? It was like 4v1. He's distracting single-handedly 4 players on the side of 9ZG, all while, you know, towers are left undefended, right? Minion waves aren't cleared, jungle wasn't being cleared. Sure, he did die and go down and give up that bit of gold, but he gave so much information. He's like, hey, 4 people on me in this location right now, and his team knows to go ahead and capitalize on that, and you see him capitalize on it the whole game.
And having a Luna, this is exactly what you want, because as a Luna, one of the big win conditions you have to fulfill as a assassin jungler is you have to have more farm. Dowdao was like 4 levels ahead of majority of the cast. He was 4 levels ahead of Moon. He was 4 levels ahead of Kapuseva, 3 levels ahead of Leffy, as well as the corresponding jungler 6. So there was no way 9Z Globant was going to come back unless they bought the game into maybe the last, 20 minutes? I don't know. Too much time needed.
Absolutely. It just shows the jarring difference between Dowdao on one of the fastest clearing junglers here at Luna, right? And his team is feeding him farm versus Flowborn Tank, one of the slowest clearing junglers there, right? With minimal help. You see that range there, right? And look at the gold here. Dowdao has 12,888 gold versus 7,099 here for the side of Sick. He was not really able to do much that game. He did take a lot of damage and deal a good amount of damage too, but none of that damage didn't really matter. It was like, damage is just numbers, right? If you're able to damage the enemy and they get away, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be as good as securing the kills like we see on the side of OG.
Which is so scary, right? Because Leffy, we cannot ignore the fact that actually he had a decent amount of gold. He had 8,000 in his pocket. But then, when you take a look at An, his corresponding farm meter, An was at 10k. So that was a huge difference, and Dowdao was already far ahead. He already had the Sage's Sanctuary at this point of the game, which is like only 13 minutes in. So impressive show by OG. And once again, does it really show any stress from OG? I don't think so. And here we go, MVP An, 2-0-6, 37% of the team's damage.
Yeah, we were busy talking about Dao. We forgot, like, on average dropping 37, but that's over a third of the team's damage there. Because while he was farming, he was also responsible for softening up the members of the enemy team, right? Dao came in here with the pickups, right? Same with Wen every now and then, but he was the person that softened everyone up. All the tanks on the enemy team that were really tanky, like the Flowborn tank, he was responsible for taking them down low and waiting for his team to go ahead and secure the finishers.
Yeah, so many benefits, right? And a lot of people will be asking, hey, why did Sig keep going for that 1v1 against An? It's because the rest of the team was busy dealing with Dao. They were busy dealing with Kirker. Nobody had time to deal with An. And that's the whole point of this composition, right? Too many distractions. And look, this first kill, like you said, he got the attention of 4 different members. But when you have the attention of 4 different members, these are 4 different people that are not at their corresponding places they should be in the map.
Absolutely, and KK kind of putting himself behind, giving away all that farm to Dao, and putting himself in these precarious positions there where he's 1v4. But late game, he still has so much impact, right? You see these other fights, he's still getting double kills here. It does not feel like he's behind, even though on paper he's very behind.
Exactly. This is why it's so scary, because OG make you look like it's a losing game, but somehow they turn it into their advantage. But of course, with that being said, this is just game number 1. We will take a short break. When we're back, we're gonna see game number 2, OG against 9Z Globant once again.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive 'cause now.
Welcome back. It is game number 2 between OG and 9Z Globant. Both teams playing a different style of HOK. OG showing us a little bit more of a different formula this time, Phil.
Yeah, I would say we were mentioning that, you know, maybe save some strategies, but there's nothing we just saw in OG's game that they're not really known for, right? Dao, Luna, An, Hoi, they didn't really give anything up. They didn't give any secret sauce there for that win. But I would say 9ZG, they definitely learned something about that game, that the Flowborn tank is not that reliable of a pick if it does not have the enablers it's used to there. They kind of just picked a Flowborn tank raw that game. It didn't really do much. It was really slow all throughout the game, and it was kind of used to counter out the Luna, but Luna outfarms you so much, you don't even win a 1v1 against it.
Yeah, I think that's really one of the things. Like, okay, you can have a great ban pick phase, right? Whether that tank matchup against Luna is going to be of a significant difference, that's one thing. But the way that OG played the map control was really what made the major difference, right? Because if we're talking about equal farm, maybe Sig would have done a lot better against OG. In fact, he could have taken down An as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's what people get confused about sometimes when it comes to these picks, right? Like, if they both had 10,000 gold, Flowborn Tank versus Luna, I think Flowborn Tank would have a great matchup. But in reality, since you farm so much slower than the Luna, it's not going to be 10,000 versus 10,000. It's going to be 10,000 versus 8,000. And can you win with that deficit that is kind of projected? It's going to be a lot tougher, as we've seen in that game. It was not easy to win that.
Yes, and to throw a wrench into that problem itself, even if you won, the fight would have been so dragged on. You might have lost a turret or a tower or a buff because you were so busy trying to win that 1v1, right? Or winning a team fight. And that's exactly what OG showed us. So 9Z Globant, they say, you know what? Let's go for the blue side, the prio pick this time. Let's try a different style of game. They're going to pick up with the E1 first.
Yeah, that's definitely a different style for sure here. Pretty similar bans to last time. They don't want to deal with the Pei or the Liang. They don't have to worry about the Luna this time because OG has already played it and they ban it out themselves. And it looks like this game, we're going to focus a little bit more on the Clash lane here, right? Last game, Keke was kind of like the sacrifice we were mentioning there in a lot of the fights. But this time on Guan Yu, he's probably going to be the playmaker and initiator on the side of OG.
Isn't it the same strategy again from OG? This is a tower pushing strategy again, no? Like Agudo? Just wild growth and then you guys smash the towers?
Absolutely, yeah. OG is just, as you mentioned, playing it by the book here. I don't think they need to bust out anything crazy, right? These are still best of 5s. We're not up to the best of 7s yet. If anything, it looks like 9Z is trying out some new stuff you were mentioning here. They're breaking out the Hano here, the Flowborn Tank. While it's not new, Sick isn't necessarily known for his Flowborn Tank gameplay, right? So he goes ahead and gives that a shot here. And look at this, we see the Hano come out this time for 9ZG. That's also not something very traditional.
Okay, so Hano obviously is a very good counter against Agudo. Not just in the 1v1 department when he's in melee form, but also the fact that he can repair towers, right? If it's taken down, if he uses his ultimate within range in the span of 5 seconds of his takedown, he can restore or even repair the health of the tower. Now, with that being said, I don't think OG is going to allow it. I think they will do the same thing again in the second game.
Absolutely. And again, on paper, right, that makes sense. Hano's able to go ahead and reset the Agudo towers and such. But is he going to be able to do it from behind, right? Because Hano's not really necessarily known for his laning phase in the mid lane here. He's going to always be off on the back foot here. So when you pick these picks like that, like the Hano, like the Futsu and the Flowborn Tank, on paper they make sense, but are you ready to go ahead and fight through the, the disadvantages of that pick, right? Which is with something like Hano, your early game is not necessarily the strongest. You don't come online as quick as some of the other mages that are like immediately useful. You need a few items before you can, become that strong Hano that's, able to throw those spears constantly and not go down.
I think the biggest question is he even able to be there, right? Like, he can use the ultimate, but you see the way the OG played the map just now. 9Z Global committed 4 members to chase 1 Kerker. And yeah, if that situation happens again on the side of 9Z Global, then it doesn't matter whether you have the option to repair towers, because you need to be there to repair the towers.
Is it time for the Wen Milady here? All right, we're gonna go tower comp. We might as well go all the way, right? All right.
True.
Fine. Okay. Maybe later on, Wen. Okay. Yijing for now. A bit more of a stock standard pick, but hey, maybe they revive the tower. We play Milady. We just kill it again. Like it's even better for us.
That's so scary, right?
Once again.
Yeah. Like, plus they have the Long pick, so Long is pretty good at taking towers as well. The Flaming Pulps will be able to deal decent damage even with backdoor protection. So now I think the curiosity for us is more of 9G Globant. How do you want to play this game? I like the jungle pick for Sick Musashi. We've already seen the success of it in the previous series. Can they do it? And who are you going to use it on?
There's a lot of targets inside of OG here. I don't think any of them enjoy getting dueled to death, to be honest here, right? Probably don't use it against Long unless you're guaranteed to go ahead and take it out there. But looking at some other picks here on the side of 9G, that Consort U pick is really good against Guan Yu, I've noticed. Guan Yu is not really able to go ahead and disrupt it as much. If you time that protective winds perfectly here, you can go ahead and dodge out a lot of the damage, as well as use that ultimate to quickly interrupt the Guan Yu and make it lose all of its energy mid-fight too. So that's a nice little counter pick in that angle there for sure.
It's also good against alone, right? Because you get protecting wins the Flaming Palms, physical immunity on console use, second skill. If timed correctly, it definitely could change the plane of the fight for 9Z Globant against OG. But you know what? This is a game where, in this particular S group, it really is the question of how are you going to disallow your opponents from playing the game that they want? And let's see how both teams try to achieve that.
Absolutely, yeah. Here's a look at all the heroes and their common skills here. We see Moon actually opt to go to Purify. There is a little bit of crowd control on the side of OG, but I would say it's kind of difficult to purify some of the stuff. Like Keke's push on Guan Yu is not the easiest to purify away here. Speaking of Keke, as we see him start the game here and go ahead and get a little bit of vision here, get poked out by Moon potentially. But I'm very curious to see how this Hano pick does in the late game. Once it's itemed up, I know it's a menace.
Yeah, same. Actually, his initial lane clearing, in comparison to what Wen has on the Yixing, he's definitely going to be able to clear the lanes faster. And with the help of Kapu Saber, it's almost a guarantee they always get the initial clear, which means OG's rotation, especially for Wen, will be a lot slower.
For sure, yeah. Sometimes if your rotation is not that strong, like Hano is not known for his rotations, right? No, don't have the crowd control, doesn't really have as much damage there. If you can prevent your opponent from going ahead and rotating, that could be pretty good, right? He immediately shoves that wave in, slows down Wen's rotation there, but it looks like Wen opts to, you know, kind of just cement himself into the mid lane here, help out the Gudo a bit, and just play this fairly traditionally.
Yeah, we'll see An is falling a little bit low though, Muchen as well. So the two of them really need some help, and here comes the cavalry. That's why they're putting themselves at such a risk here, and maybe looking for the first blood. Dao drops the Gorge mobilization, unable to find anything, and in fact, it is 9Z Globant that gets the first blood on the top side. Mundo will be traded out for the life of Kirka in the top side. So OG and 9Z Globant both getting what they want in the first 2 minutes of this game.
Absolutely, 9Z opting to get WinRJ ahead. We were mentioning WinRJ, you know, he's been making, you know, very strong plays on side of 9ZG. A lot of their prior victories were off of his plays there, and this time they're getting him ahead against the Guan Yu. Dharma, not known for his early game, right? Having that help is super important, not letting Keke do what he wants there, and to get them getting a kill there. But also for side of 9ZG, on the same time, I don't think, you know, they should have played maybe that aggressive on the bottom side of the map, right? If they knew that their jungle was going to be top side, they actually opt to try and make a play here, but they don't have the numbers this time. The jungle is on the bottom, so they do go down for that.
Oh, big mistake. Oh, but they still get the kill. An actually shuts the Leffy down. There is a ball laid down on the side of Wen, unable to be supportive on the side of 9Z Globant, which means they don't get the counter kill. OG outplaying 9Z Globant once again in game number 2.
Absolutely. As a Concert U player, I gotta say, this situation is not favorable for Leffy here, right? On Concert U, you want to force the 2v2s, the 1v1s. You don't like these big team fights, because look at that. Wen can take you out. We have all these other heroes that can do damage to you, right? Here's a look at the replay of the first gank here. Keke trying to push that wave in on Guan Yu and get himself in a bit of trouble. But back to my point here, on Concert U, you don't want the team fight early. You want to force the 1v1s, because she can 1v1 most marksmen. But once Wen comes into play and Dao comes into play, and then Muchin's there too. Everyone else has that damage to punch through your protecting wind there, and then your edge in that 1v1 goes away.
Yeah, exactly. Because one is also magic damage, right? Like protecting winds only negates physical damage. So the moment Wen shows up, that's a lot of pain that you did not sign up for. But here we go. Imperil State, the duel to the death. Did work on the Kirka. They take his life. Dao now in danger in his own jungle. At the same time, Wen has been caught. Probably going to be shut down. No, the heals are just enough. Destined Encounter changes the destiny of Wen.
Absolutely, and he keeps his passive on there too, which is super important because that thing has like 150-second cooldown. So keeping that little lifeline up is very, very important for Wen there. He does burn the flash, but he stays alive. It looks like the side of 9ZG Moon is getting ahead on that XP. He just finished up his first item here, is level 7 versus Wen's level 6. And this is the Hano mid to late game we're kind of talking about, right? His early game is not the strongest, but once he gets those items up, he's going to be increasingly useful.
Yes, every Scepter of Fate is an additional win chance, right, for the side of 9Z Globant. They're going to start working on this Tyrant at the 4-minute mark. I don't think OG will be able to get the steal here, and it is going to be secured by the side of 9Z Globant. Great start, but at the same time, right away, OG has a response, and that's going to come in the form of Kirka pushing towards the top side of the map as the rotation is coming from WinRJ.
I gotta say, even though KK has been put under so much pressure, he got ganked twice, I think he got dueled to the death twice, he's still able to push in that clash lane and move throughout the map, you know? Even though they applied more pressure on him, he's having more impact than Win RJ on the map so far.
Yep, nice ball, and it's a killing spree this time. They get rid of Dowd. Can they survive though? Here comes the push by the side of Kaka. Did not hit the mark, and 90 Globant, they have to punish him. Come on, one more hit. He's gonna do it. Will not be able to get the kill on the Sick, and 90 Globant, they win big in this one.
Yeah, super close fight there. Keke barely missing the enhanced skill 1, which was taking Sick out, but he was just to the side of it there. So yeah, he was able to sustain up with extreme speeds and shield up. And you know, Guan Yu's one of those heroes, if it does not kill you in the initial burst, it runs out of steam, and he ran out of steam there in the enemy jungle.
Okay, this is the ideal situation for the 9Z Globant fans, right? So we need to see more of this kind of aggression coming from 9Z Globant. But more importantly, it's really just forcing out the resources from OG, I feel.
Yep, their junglers are taking completely different paths here. Dowd has just been farming, getting objectives. Sick has been spam ganking, it feels like, right? Every single time he has an ultimate, he goes into a lane and makes sure to apply pressure here. But look at this, Dowd, you know, he's playing the map. He's playing those objectives, right? He's playing Agudo to his strengths, pushes that tower down, opts to, you know, just keep farming up. And he's down a little bit of gold, but for being, you know, 0 kills versus 3 kills, he's not really that behind.
Yeah, I like that particular stat itself. So we'll see, because right now, in terms of like kill score 4-2, and goal lead it is important. It's just about close to what, 300 goals. So actually nothing separates these two teams.
Absolutely. And you know what? Speaking of itemization as well too in gold, last time we saw Musashi, it went full damage, right? This time it's actually the opposite. Thick, you know, our residential assassin player is actually opting to play tank Musashi there. He has the Giant's Grip. He's building into, I think, the Dragon's Bane there as well too. So very interesting, you know, adaptation there from the side of Sick. And it's interesting to see that he actually plays tank Musashi even though he's an assassin guy.
True. It's actually to buy time, right? Because the longer the fight goes, the better for the side of 90 Globant. And unfortunately, that win condition was not fulfilled. They get the burst down onto Leffy and Capo Saber as well, which means this T1 at the bottom should be traded really soon from the side of OG. In the meantime, we'll see how does 9Z Globant recover from this, because once again, the gold is neck and neck. There needs to be something that sets these two teams apart.
Absolutely. And while the gold is neck and neck, looking at the concert you picked, you know, it does not scale that well compared to something like the long. So the fact that they were not able to be decisively ahead in the early game or make plays is going to be really bad for side 9ZG, because once we get in the late game, we know On is going to be a menace on that long, whereas Concert U is kind of, you know, going to be a secondary carry, mainly there just to immune some of the combos from Keke there, but he's not going to be outputting as much damage as On for sure.
Okay, that's a little bit unfortunate. They did commit the duel to the death onto Kerker. Did not manage to get the kill. Kerker actually is still considerably healthy, and they might have caught Leffy as well. All they need is a stun. Not going to be happening right now. They want to put pressure on towards this Azure buff. And still, 9Z Global, they're just searching, but they can't find it.
Yeah, they're roaming around here. KK is kind of tanky now. He's not going to be picked off as easily as he was in the early game without any itemization here. Now he's building the full tank. He should be able to survive some of those. He doesn't rely on healing too often as well too, though, so he doesn't mind the actual grievous effects of the duel to death. But we see another fight come out here. Dowd is fighting in the enemy jungle once again, playing for, oh, here's a go, duel to death on the 2. That was actually a beautiful duel to death. Knocks up both Muchin and Dowd, it looks like, as they go ahead and get hunted down.
Yep, the finishing blow does happen for the side of 9Z Globant. So they managed to get the double kill here. Dowda and Muchin, very big markers on the side of OG, taken out. At the same time, Kerker is another potential target. But if you take a look at the map, OG, they're putting pressure on the top side as well. So there is some lifeline available.
Behold the future. Absolutely, yeah. Even when OG loses, it feels like they don't lose everywhere, right? Look at this. They're down a few kills, but they're actually, you know, even if not up in gold here, the waves are kind of pushing in their favor, right? So they're not losing as badly as you'd see other teams kind of lose. They never really fully lose the map. They lose this side of it. They lose, you know, maybe a little bit in the mid, but they got to make sure they're winning somewhere, right? And in this game, it looks like the waves are kind of in their favor here, making it hard for 9ZG to go ahead and get those towers.
I think this is what's cool about watching the games in Group S, right? They're showing you that you can achieve multiple things at the same time. And while that's happening, OG places the defense on the mid side of the map. And at the same time, Kirker split pushing to his happiness for now, because there's 3 people approaching him. He has to stay silent.
Here we go. Yeah, he's staying in that bush here. I've seen this before, right? Keke in the middle of 3 people on the side of 9ZG's team. This time he does not opt to show himself. He probably just safely takes the recall home there while he's scared to death that enemies are going to go ahead and check that bush here. We see 9ZG push back out those lanes because they were going in the way of OG's favor. But we have an enhanced Tyrant comes up, and this is going to be a pivotal point here for both teams to fight for, because this is going to be the thing that sets them apart, as you were mentioning, right?
I think he didn't TP. I think he's been sent there to wait. And oh no, they have found him. Kaga, he needs to run for his life. The backup comes from the side of Dowdow with the knockup as well. But the Scepter of Fate has been laid down. Where is the damage? They get the heals. And it is a killing spree. Unfortunately, WinRJ has been caught out, and all of that freezing frigid charge is going to be working on the backlines on the side of 9Z Globant. And 1 catches 3 with the taking liberties. So what if he has the damage? Hang on, the double kill, the turnaround coming in for the side of Leffy. And it's not looking good. They get the kill to Dowdow as well. And he gets the return, the revenge. But a 2v1, Moon and Capo Saber, they're very low. Does OG want to be greedy here? An says no. And for now, after all of that, it is dead even.
Super close fight there. Keke, he was kind of low, but he actually went in there in a 1v3, just buying time for his team, right? He's like, okay, this fight is gonna go the distance. I'm gonna just take this right now. I know I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna do a lot of damage to side 9ZG, as well as buy my team some time to go ahead and take out the target that they are stuck on there. So great decision making from the side of Keke there. And he's even, look at this, he's 1-4, but he's keeping up in gold with Dharma. He just has a way of dying so often, but still keeping up in gold with his counterpart in the Clash lane.
I'm just so curious, how did they deal with WinRJ? I mean, he was taken down pretty early in that fight.
Yeah, I didn't really notice it as well too, but there's a lot of damage on the side of OG, right? Wen and An probably front-loaded a lot of damage on him there, but we see another fight come out here. I'm not sure who got the Tyrant here. It looks like Dowdow ends up securing the Tyrant here as the fight breaks out, and it goes 1-for-1 on both sides.
Yep, they could not get that final hit onto the side of Dowdow. And here comes the punish from the side of OG. Do they have the ball? No, they do not. So they will be content with just pushing away the side of 9Z Globant. In the meantime, there is a bit of pressure coming in the mid. Nice work by Leffy to make sure they have access into the jungle because of the pressure in the mid T1. And now they get a freebie in the form of the Azure buff. This one goes in the hand of Moon. So perfect start and recovery for the side of 9Z Globant.
Look at this gold chart here. Odd is surprisingly up 1,000 gold here on Lefty here. But in that final fight, Lefty actually did a lot of work, right? Odd was able to take him out at the very end, but that was not before he took out multiple members of the side of OG here. So, you know, while Katsuyu does not scale as much as DeLong here, they are still able to, you know, put out that pressure and do that damage.
But the map control always seems to be in OG's favor. Somehow they're taking another T2, and now the board is laid down. Does not catch anyone. And hang on, hold on. The fishing net has been unleashed. They force out the unending sorrow from inside the Capo Saber as well. But Kirker, he is just a menace. He might give his life for this cause. He does not have the ultimate anymore, and he will be taken down.
Honestly, Keke would have probably escaped there if not every single person on 9ZG's team ulted him down there, right? He got dueled to the death. He got jumped on by Concert U as well. The whole time he's getting slowed by Moon as well. They literally threw everything after him there, and they barely got him. But they did get him though, so now they do have a numbers advantage for this enhanced Overlord fight. It is a 5v4, and I kind of want to see WinRJ join and put some pressure in some of these fights, right? We've seen Keke do a lot of work recently, but WinRJ has just kind of been farming, you know, waiting for his time.
Yep, and they do get the catch on the Dowdow. The Blood Rage, though, saves his life, and they are unable to get rid of Dowdow in the meantime. They get the backlines, though. Nice shutdown onto An. No more damage for the side of OG, and this is a big win for the side of 9Z Globant.
Absolutely. These fights are really close. I was saying that the game with BTK and Boars earlier was the closest game. This is the new closest game here. Look at this. 14 minutes and the teams are neck and neck in gold and kills and objectives. And these are two teams from Team S here, right? Like, we don't usually see games like this come out from OG where they're being pushed this much.
Yeah, this shows the potential of 9Z Globant, one of which everyone has been very open and clear. They have noticed this since day number 1, even ranking week, and once again, Dao plays in a horrible position, a nice truth mantra, and they should be able to get the job done. Dao takes another 4 in the meantime. It is OG, they're trying to go for the split push at the bottom, will be instantly cancelled out by Leffy, which opens up the map. This is sick, he does have the smite as well. OG, can they really go for the steal here?
There you go. They're getting it really, really low here. They're contesting it, but they do not have the smite available. It is just going to be whiff skills here. But no, Masashi goes ahead and smites it away. But I got to say, we were mentioning that WinRJ was not doing much there in the early game, and he really wasn't. But now that we're into the late stages of the game, he's making plays. He's hitting truth mantras here and catching people out. Because Keke was definitely pressuring the side of 9ZG in the early game. Now he's starting to fall off kind of on that Guan Yu, right? He's giving away a lot of gold to the side of 9ZG now, and it is kind of their time to shine here on side WinRJ.
Yes, so I think if we take a look at the timers, right? Every 2 minutes, we just need to focus on WinRJ because his flash will be off of cooldown. There is the potential of the flash truth mantra as well. That's one big thing. But the other thing is we also have to pay our eyes and attentions onto Kirker because he is one frigid charge and a Razor Cavalry away from changing the entire team fight.
Yeah, both Clash players are going to be very, very pivotal here. I'm starting to notice, yeah, Clash in professional play here can make so many plays. They are the miracle makers, right? They can make or break the team, win or lose the fights. And it looks like, ooh, WinRJ, that might have been the lose the fight situation as he gets caught out.
Yep, they do get the push in. It's 2 lives for the price of none so far. It is a double imperiled state. They do get the kill. On to Sick as well. Everything was going well for the side of 9Z Globant. And all of a sudden, it is now them on the run. Moon, he has to run for his life. They do get the trade in the form of Muchen. But it's a triple kill for An as they start to work on the rest of the structures on the side of 9Z Globant. They will let that Shadow Overlord make its work on the top side for the side of 9Z Globant because they will make a trade immediately. A T2 open up when falling a bit low. I believe he is passive. I'm not sure why he would risk his life at this point. But for now, Board is going to be set down. They want to push him away because if he steps a bit too close, he will get taken out. But here comes that recovery. T3 going to be recovered.
There we go. The Halo pick coming in clutch, right? Like, sometimes I think that tower recovery is a bit of a gimmick, but right there was a perfect example of the power of Halo. Being in a 1v3 situation, you know you cannot hold that tower, but guess what? Once it goes down, you can just bring it back to life, and that is a full health tier 3 coming back fresh.
Yeah, but is that really a good advantage? Because 9Z Globant now, they have a tier 3 broken on the top side of OG's base. Isn't that disadvantageous for them?
I would say it's good for them, right? That OG lost their high ground here. If I recall correctly, even though you bring back the high ground, it still spawns elite minions for the rest of the game. If I'm correct, right, Ken?
Yes. Yes.
So while they have that tower there to hold off those minions there, the effect of the tower going down still takes place there. So OG definitely had that idea in mind when they were pushing towards the Hano. They know they're going to go ahead and bring it back, but what they care about is those minions, right? And with those elite minions spawning, they're always, wow, look at that flaming palms on the tower. Holy, like a 60% health damage flaming palms there are like eviscerates that tower. Again, they bring it back to life, but now that lane is going to be permanently spawning elite minions now.
Yes, and they will force them back on the side of 9Z Globant. So OG, I mean, this really is a very OG-esque kind of game, right? It never looks like they're truly winning, but across the map, when you really break down the information, OG are in a dominant position here.
I don't know if I want to say that it never really looks like they're winning, because I've seen some games from them where they look like they're winning here. But yeah, this game is definitely a lot closer, right? 9ZG's giving them a real run for their money. They're actually up in kills. Now, that is definitely very impressive against OG being up in kills here. But I would say OG's playing more towards their composition. They have that Ogudo jungle, 0-4-12. Look at that stat line here from Dao, right? Playing more supportive. He's there just to push these towers, and he's achieved his win condition, right? He has 2 lanes here spawning elite minions. Sure, they still have their towers, but it's a little bit phony there, as the elite minions are going to be permanently pushing there to their side. If they're able to go ahead and take out the bottom one, even if they do recover it back, it's still going to spawn those extra waves of elite minions.
Yes, and one of the composition's strengths on the side of OG is the fact that they are known tower takers. They will melt turrets in an instant, right? So, there is a lot of structural damage incoming from the side of OG.
Yeah, I like the Hano pick to recover the towers, but these are kind of the worst towers to recover. Okay, you want to recover the tier 2 or the tier 1 towers because, you know, they're only towers. They don't have that extra, you know, elite minion effect. When you bring these back, those elite minions, unfortunately, are still going to be going here.
Yes, and you can see like how devastating this effect is. Look, in the span of 30 seconds, they have gotten the turrets, and holy, they will force out the ultimate, and the bursters come in. The rampage for on as they look to set their sight upon the crystal. OG, they have locked them off. Like another nice catch by Kirker, and this is what they were waiting for. OG just needs to hit the crystal, but they're falling a little low right now. Dao can change the entire team fight. All they have to do is to get the kills. The ball laid down. They have caught everyone, and 9Z Globant. That should be the end of the game. But Sick has other play. He wants to go for the 1v5. But the base will not stand the test of time. And OG win game number 2.
9ZG actually won that final fight there, it looked like, right? They had a little bit more time. Yeah. But those Shadow Vanguards there, the enhanced Shadow Vanguard, they do so much damage to towers. And the side of 9ZG, all the towers are gone already. And that final push, they're spawning elite minions, they're spawning the Vanguards, and even though they won the fight, they're not able to do everything at once, right? They gotta stop every member of OG on this side, they gotta stop a few dragons on this side, a few dragons on this side, and eventually they got overwhelmed.
Yes, I mean, this is so hard to play, man. Like, there's so many things you have to consider. And OG, I like the response by 9ZG, right? I think it really speaks volumes about the mental recovery they have against OG, because OG did beat them quite badly in game number 1. But even with that, they came into game number 2 with a very strong mindset. Unfortunately, the difference maker was really that elite, the super minions coming down on the top, mid, as well as the bottom.
Hey, something I always say, those high ground towers are permanent, even with a Hano, right? The effects are permanent. If you can ever take it in a professional game, in a solo queue game, it is going to be paying you dividends until the game ends. And that game highlighted that a lot, right? Dao was able to go ahead and take out that mid-high ground there relatively early into the game. Sure, they recover it back, but the effects were forever. That lane spawned super minions, the elite minions the entire time, and it kept pushing. It made it so that 9ZG, once again, they were not able to leave their base. And when their opponents cannot leave their base, they can't win. It's just they can not lose at that point.
True. I want to see the damage dealt by the side of 9Z Global, because I felt like they took quite a lot of good fights actually. Like OG were put onto the ground a couple of times.
Yeah, can we also look at the gold from On? Is that the richest marksman we've seen like in an under 20-minute game here? 18,000 gold under 20 minutes is he's almost averaging 1,000 gold a minute there on marksman, which is incredible.
Insane, right? And I mean, look at the conversion as well. 163,000 worth of damage. This is also in sync with Wen, who has had some very nice boards, some very nice taking liberties, and the stones have been working it for the side of OG, 164.4 thousand. But look at 9Z Global Moon. He dealt 150, Leffy dealing 110. So this game was not as big of a gap as we expected all the way until the last portions of the game.
Yeah, look at that. It was super even, very up and down, but even still, it was like under 1,000 gold for each side, right? But then, right once you see that turning point right there, that was probably when Dao cracked that high ground there, started getting some tower gold here, right? And then when you bring towers back and they take them out again, they get the same gold again, I'm pretty sure, right? So he gets another cycle of that global gold, and ever since then, their lead was climbing here. But look at On here, flexing, and for good reason, because he's 11-1, 26% of the team's gold, 31% damage. He put in a lot of work that game, and he showed you the power of long late game.
True. Like there's a lot of value in the lone pick as well, which is kind of scary. And this is the trend that has been showing up in this particular season of KMW. Not a lot of people have been banning Lung out. So there is a potential of this hero being used consistently between all the teams in KMW.
Yeah, we were saying Lung's one of the most picked heroes, right? Because it's good, but it's not like good enough that you need to ban it outright like the Arlie or the Dharma. And because of that perfect mix, it is kind of like the face of competitive marksmen, because you there's a good chance you're gonna get it in the series.
Yes, very independent hero as well. You can make very risky plays, and especially look, An at this point does have the Sage's Sanctuary, so even if he did take a fall here, they would have turned it around against Sig nonetheless. Of course, during that particular moment, the Shadow Overlords and Shadow Vanguards were already working hard onto the crystal of 9Z Globant. So what a performance by OG. Now with that being said, we will be going for a break. When we're back, this is series point for OG. Will they close out the day with a 3-0? We will find out.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail.
Welcome back. It is time for game number 3. Potential series point for the side of OG as they look to win against 9Z Globant.
Absolutely, very, very excited for this match here. Can they go ahead and, switch up the momentum, right? We saw last series when it was 2-0 at match point, the losing team was able to go ahead and switch up that momentum here. So that's what 9ZG goes ahead and needs. I would say that last game was a lot closer than game 1. So they are adapting to OG very, very quick.
Yes, so hopefully that will be enough in game number 3 to get that one win, and then at least even if they lose that 4th game in this best of 5 series, they have something to work on.
Absolutely, and I would say I always say this here when 9ZG is down, almost down for the count here, right? Go back to your comforts, right? We see 9ZG's comforts, and I feel like they have not really been playing their comforts. They're known for the fade, they're known for the jings, and maybe even the lambs potentially, right? I would like to see some of that being brought out here. And then Win RJ, right? Last game we saw he didn't really have that much pressure throughout the map because he has a bit more of a scaling pick. Maybe, put him back on a pick where he can pressure out the map early game. Instead of, kind of letting Keke dictate the lane and the map.
That's true. I mean, he did not find too much value in the Dharma pick because there's very little options for him to kind of get his truth mantra as well, right? OG's positioning was really difficult in terms of like finding a gap.
Absolutely, yeah, and that just comes with playing the game, like it's an art to be able to everyone be together, but also not be together at the same time, right? Because everyone just stacks directly on top of each other. We saw what happened to BTK, right? They get 3-man truth monsters in a wall. You have to be within proximity where you can help out each other, but not close enough where you're gonna get hit by the same abilities, right? And then we see OG played that positioning perfectly. There was never really any multi-man truth monsters coming out from Win RJ last game.
And OG now, they're gonna make sure that the RD does not come up on the side of 9Z Globant, and we have the Yuhuan and Pei ban. interesting.
Yeah, pretty standard bans from both sides here. They're potentially going to have to go ahead and ban out the Luna, right? If they don't ban out the Luna here, there's a good chance Sick goes ahead and picks it up here. But then again, you know, since Liang was not removed, even if they do Luna, oh, I forgot about Mai too. Mai's coming in here. Liang is on the table here, and I know Muchen loves himself some Liang.
Well, then OG just go tank, no? Like Mai's major weakness is tank compositions because she's known for burst. And if you're too tanky, there's no way. Oh no, OG just goes straight for the control, suppression in the form of the Liang. And yes, tank is still available, Ogren. The more you take out a Agudo, it has to be an Ogren or a Dun.
Absolutely. The thing is, the second Liang is available and Muchen is on your team, it is going to be picked. It's just how it is, right? He put that pick on the map here, and he's about to keep it on the map here today here. While Mai is countered out by someone tanky that she cannot cut through, guess what? You also cannot cut through anyone if you're just getting suppressed by the ultimate of Liang, right? And we see he's so great at that. Mai having to put herself in danger here to go ahead and do that. But speaking of tank, 9ZG, another counter to Liang is if you can go ahead and, you know, survive his ultimate there, you can't do much afterwards. And Liang Po and Guan Yu are some great options for that.
True, Guan Yu will definitely be able to catch you, especially if they really try for that traditional Princess Frost as Liang combination on the side of OG. They will have to be together, which means it's a guaranteed two-man catch, right? If you are playing on the side of Win RG as the Guan Yu. But now, let's explore the ban phase for the side of OG and 9Z Globant as well.
Absolutely. While they could get that 2-for-1, I would still say probably remove the Princess Frost, right? Let's not give them like their bread and butter combo that they're so comfortable with, right? That core of Ogren, Liang, Princess Frost is just so reliable, right? Princess Frost, Liang roam their map, and then they funnel all the gold into Ogren because neither Liang or Princess Frost really need it. There we go. 9ZG opts to remove it anyway here. OG giving them the chance to do that, right? They opt to pick up the D-Renji a little bit earlier. They want to ensure that On has a pick that's reliable here, and that's definitely a reliable pick with that ultimate being able to shred down the defenses of both the Liang Po and the Guan Yu, or potentially, you know, stun up the Mai too.
That's true. Maybe you want to ban out the Shi if you're 9Z Globant? I think Shi is also a great pick, right? You get a lot of control on the Guan Yu. You can kind of force out the ultimates or the movement skills. No, they actually... Oh, okay. Word did have a very impressive Kong Ming game the other day.
I would say while this should make sense as a kind of like a pseudo replacement to Princess Frost, we don't really see Wen play the Shia too much, you know. I think when like he's you know backed into a corner, I was mentioning before, right? Like he has a lot of picks removed. He usually at that time goes for something, you know, crazy, right? Like the Milady or like maybe the Kong Ming potentially here. He rarely, you know, goes for these, you know, like pseudo picks where Shia can kind of do the same job as the Princess Frost. At least I haven't seen him play the Shia too much.
True, and they go OG go for the Mulan. This is a Kerker special, but 9Z Globant exploring the potential of a Nako Ruru jungle. I like this one. We'll be able to melt through the defenses of the Ogren. But the concern here is, okay, Leffy does lock in the Marco Polo. Is there enough room that's going to be bought by 9Z Globant to deal with OG?
All right, I'm looking at 9Z's team. 2 words this time, all right? It's going to be go in. They all just want to go ahead and go in and dive the side of OG. Realistically, if every single person on your team wants to get grabbed by Liang, then he can't grab them all, right? Every single person there is a good grab for Liang. Then they all benefit from someone else getting grabbed, right? All right. So interesting composition here. Again, very polarizing composition. Either it's going to go really well where they all jump in here and just wipe OG, or they're just going to fall flat on their face here, right? I would say on average, these dive compositions, we've seen them in the past, they are relatively hard to execute because you just got one shot. You pull the trigger, either it works and then you wipe them or it doesn't. But historically, we've seen it not work that many times. So I'm excited to see 9ZG go ahead and take a crack at it as, you know, a Group S representative and show us how these all-in dive compositions are going to work.
I hope it works because actually 9Z Globant, they also have a very strong pick-off composition, right? The Nako Ruru went ahead. It's almost a guaranteed kill onto Liang, onto D-Renji, and the Angela. And even Mulan, maybe, depending on the itemization by OG. But that's minimally 3 members on the side that are at risk of huge burst potential. One by Sick, the other by Moon.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would say also their roaming potential is really high too. The Guan Yu and the Nakaru have really quick abilities to transverse the map, right? The passive from Guan Yu and then the ultimate from Nakaru being able to move around the map super quickly. So maybe depending on how they play out, they can bait a fight in a certain lane here and then just out-rotate the enemies too, right? Sounds a bit gimmicky though, but it is something that they could potentially pull off here with a composition like that.
I mean, then it really is about, hey, can we burn out the first and second skill of Liang, or even just the ultimate of Liang, right? So Mu Chen, I think it pays to be stingy as a Liang for this game for OG.
Yeah, it definitely pays to be stingy on the Liang and be really, you know, careful of your targets. But as you mentioned earlier, they have so much damage from Nakaru, the Guan Yu, the Mai. You know, if you save it for a little bit, 1 second, half a second too long, you might just go down without even getting your ultimate off in a fight.
Yeah, that's kind of true. So let's see who achieves a win condition here. And of course, with the power word, they will be able to get those markers down. And a fast clear coming in from the side of OG. Dao Dao also manages to get that steal onto the board camp.
Dao just kind of sneaks around there, walks through the lane, you know, nothing to see here as he goes in and steals up the board camp here. Everyone is helping Dao go ahead and clear up the jungle here because they have that priority. Another good thing to take in your, you know, games as well too. If you're cleared your lane and you can't really get a gank off on the opposing lanes, maybe help out your jungle, right? Let them go ahead and clear a little bit quicker. They do get that experience and all that anyway if you let them last hit it, which is nice. But we see Liang Po back into the bottom lane here with Lefty, and they're fighting against on 1v2, but not much is really going to come of this. They're going to do a little bit of damage to each other, but no kills should go down here from my understanding.
Yeah, you shouldn't. At this point, it's also time bought. This rotation by Mu Chen now, oh, hang on, might be first blood here. No! Sick. He could have gotten the first blood off of Mu Chen, in fact.
Yeah, just quite did not see that one there. Tried to go for Keke, did a little bit of damage there, but not quite enough. But this is the assassin pick we're talking about, right? We were saying we want to stick to play an assassin. This is an assassin. Now, not the one I was expecting for sure. Nakaru, again, not a very, you know, played pick here. But this is the great thing about, you know, the format, right? You're able to see these picks that you don't really see every day here. And that is Nakaru for sure.
Okay, we'll see how this pressure at the bottom side is going to work out for the side of OG because they want to push them behind the tower. This is going to be... Oh, hang on. Dao Dao has been caught by 3. This has to be first blood. Come on. 90. Oh, no. With the Conductor Souls. Here comes the Fever Barrage as well. Somehow, Dao Dao is alive. 1 as well, but the pushback comes in from WinRJ. Can they get the damage? And nice knockup by the side of Moon. And they do get the first blood. So 90 Globant start off with a bang. Make that a second kill. OG falling in this first 3 minutes of the game.
Beautiful 3-0 for the side of 9ZG. Hey, maybe it's not a gimmick, right? I was talking about how they can rotate so quickly there. WinRJ and Sick were just able to rotate so quickly. It caught off OG there. Dao Dao did survive a pretty long time, but it basically removed them from the fight, and he had to, you know, run away there as 9ZG can just opt to keep it and chase them down here. So far we're seeing Nakaru ahead of Ogren. You know, definitely not something you see every day. This is why the tier list, while it is a good, you know, example here, it's not set in stone. You're able to play these picks if you find them in good positions here to play them, and then they're gonna work out as well too.
It truly never is set in stone, right? This is what I love about so-called the meta history. And one of the difference makers was that Dao Dao actually wasn't allowed to maximize the heals coming out from his ultimate as well. This was one small trait on the side of 9Z Globant that you guys can learn, which is to kind of separate yourselves from an Ogren that you know wants the out.
Absolutely, yeah. Don't let everyone get hit by that Conductor of Souls here. But looking at this, Sick is playing all these assassin junglers as tanks. Look at this. We have the Giant's Grip coming out for the Nakaru as well, too. Definitely not something you see every day as well. Into the Axe of Torment here. So going to a tank Lamb style build here on the Nakaru. Very interesting to see how these pros play these assassins here.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade at the moment, but Capo Saber will be the second victim. A double kill for the side of Dao Dao as they're looking for more T1 probably, because we're hitting that 4-minute mark, which means that armor will no longer be available. Aren't working on that tower. The burst does come in from Moon, but it's not going to be enough. Brings him down to half his health, and the cooldown on the power of word control does have a relatively short timing. So this is going to be secured. Hang on, they're going in. Kirker tanking so much damage. Will be giving his life, but Down now in the middle of 4, and with a catch. When RJ says it does not matter, we have the numbers advantage, and we will make it hurt. Down now being pushed back under the T2, and it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade, but still overall I think he might still have the advantage over this.
Down is such a raid boss on that Augur. I think they've identified here that he's not going to go down in one rotation, right? So they kind of ignore him now and go for his teammates here, like On and someone else that's easier to take down. But you're going to eventually have to deal with Dow, right? And he's just able to output so much damage and sustain. Someone on the side of 9ZG is going to definitely need to build anti-heal for him. But outside Win RJ, there's no one that really wants to go ahead and pack it here, which is why Dow has just been able to sustain so much in these fights.
Okay, this one is looking a little bit dicey for Kirker. The knockup, one more hit. Oh no, that's not gonna be the case. You cannot outplay that, come on. And Moon punishes him in this very spectacular fashion. So OG, this lead that they have managed to carve out for themselves is non-existent, because right now 9Z Globant have the goal lead.
Absolutely, but I'm still surprised. Like 9Z Globant's up 3 kills, but they're not really up any gold, right? So where have they been hemorrhaging gold? Probably farm throughout the map. But we see an ultimate coming out from Liang, grabs up Moon there. That's not, you know, the counter pick there, right? There's not much you can really do on a Mai. If you get grabbed up, you're gonna probably go down. You're not durable enough to survive that. Dowd is getting ran down by 3-4 people here now, though. Tries to sustain up. Now, he was sustaining earlier, right? But you can only survive so long when 4 people are focus firing you down. And that's exactly what happened there. And he gets dispatched shortly afterwards.
A beautiful response by 9Z Globant, and with that 1,000 goal lead in their favor as they work on this T1. Not going to be able to take it for now. And you know, look, Sick is low, but he survives. And this means more time bought for the side of 9Z Globant. OG still trying to keep up, but 9Z Globant for the first time in 3 games. This is a pretty decisive lead.
Absolutely. Let's see if they can go ahead and extend this lead. We've seen that, you know, teams have been able to get leads on OG, but stays at that 1,000 gold mark, right? Are they going to be able to extend that and bring it to something like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 where it's really, really decisive? We see Keki get soloed out somewhere on the map here, probably on the bot side of the map by Lefty here. So it looks like 9ZG, they have the momentum in their favor. This could be the churn we were talking about.
Yep, this is definitely the potential. I mean, the fact that Leffy gets that solo kill on the Kirker, is it really surprising? I don't think so, because look, I think that at this point, Leffy at level 9, he does have quite a bit of itemization already, and there is a significant gold lead now. It's close to 2,000 gold in advantage to 9Z Globant, so they should have some significant damage.
Absolutely. Right there, Moon was able to get away with Flash there because, you know, it looked like OG thought they had him already, right? Wen didn't even commit the ultimate onto Moon as well, too. So because of that, he was able to actually get out with 1 HP. But now they know Moon does not have Flash for the next fight here. And the common skills on the side of, oh, here's a look at the replay. Let's see what happens here. Wow, let's see going aggressive actually on the Keke under tower. Wow. You don't see that every day, right? A marksman diving Mulan, but we just seen it here today.
Yep, it's simply because he did not have the disruption skills available on the side of Kirker anymore, right? So very good situational awareness from the side of Leffy, and to be able to get the solo kill, that's great work. And 9Z Globant, they can build upon this lead because we will be, what, 2 minutes away from that Shadow variance. We'll see how this works out.
Yeah, we have a normal tower coming up in 10 seconds here, though, which both teams are probably going to want to fight for.
Yeah, but Dado stole it. Like, they did the work and OG claimed the credit. So 9Z Globant, that one hurt a little bit.
Absolutely. Oh. Great positioning here. Oh, you're not surviving that. You are not surviving that. Doesn't matter what hero you are. When you get locked in by the Liang ultimate and then a Angela ultimate is lasering you down, even the Liang Po, right? The mighty Liang Po is going to go down to that one.
Yep, there's very few people that can burst down a Liang Po, and I mean, make it 4 different people on the side of OG, right? And the Liang pick actually will be able to hang on. No, it's not going to be the case. Kirker tries again, fails this time, gives his life, buys a little bit more time for OG, but 9Z Globant, they are able to respond in kind, looking for an opening onto Dao Dao here.
Absolutely. Keke once again getting himself a little bit caught out here, right? We mentioned in the past that he could be, getting vision for his team is not all bad. This one is a little bit worse here, He gets 2 people on him, not the 4 that he has been prior. This game, it looks like he's actually been having a little bit of trouble here on the Mulan, actually. Not quite able to get a good footing this game and going down a few times in the side lanes.
A little bit scary, but here comes the wrap around. Dao now caught in the middle of 3. Where is the damage? No, actually, OG, they're looking for the response team from 90 Globant, right? Very smartly, so they will not respond too quickly. So Moon saves himself, but here's the catch on the side of OG. The stun comes in, one more hit, but on the back lines, a nice Tremor Smash to get the kill on to win. This is looking good for 90 Globant, but only if they can finish the job here. They do get one more. That's going to be Muchin. Capo Saber had to give his life in trade. Dao is the one that they're searching for. They will be able to find him for now. He does have access into his Conductor of Souls. And here we go, backed up by An. 3v2. OG looking to push a little bit more.
Dao once again, like we said, he's just anchoring these fights. Unless you literally have 4 people focus firing him down, he does not go down here as he goes ahead and gets the execute onto win RJ here. Sick goes down to Mulan there actually as well. And even though 9ZG, again, they're up 6 kills, it doesn't feel like they're that ahead. These fights are constantly 50-50 here.
Yeah, Dao actually looking for an opening here. Understands that he will be out of range for the moment, but Moon is in the middle. The save by Capo does come through, and it's all about this 10-minute Shadow variant though. That is why Dao stayed. They want to push them back, and then they have to TP, because if not, it will be a huge risk to go against Dao, especially when he has the steer state.
They absolutely rushed that down. We see Wen at the start of the fight actually just used that ultimate just to burn down the objective there, right? Angela has some of the highest DPS when you have that ultimate on there, so he's making sure he goes ahead and nukes down the objective before the side of 9ZG can get in position to even contest it.
The response so far has been great. Win RJ manages to get the catch onto Dao. He does not have ultimate. No, he will use it. It's a little bit of a small heal though. Oh, hang on, Win. He will be able to survive for the time being, but it's a numbers advantage. They've taken 3 big members down on the side of OG. So 90 Global, they get the Shadow Overlord as a prize, as a reward.
Absolutely, and this is going to really help them get some breathing room, right? We're mentioning even though they're ahead on gold, ahead on kills, it doesn't feel like they're that ahead. This is really going to help in that way, because they were having waves pushed into their base the whole game, even now still. But with that summon being able to relieve pressure from any lane immediately, they can kind of point their focus to pushing the lead onto OG side now.
Yo, Kaka giving his life once again, starting to be a little bit dicey for the side of OG. Right now, it's close to a 3,000 goal lead for the side of 9Z Globant, which means they are survivable. They have the damage as well. They're looking for Moon. They want to go for that knockup. No control so far from the side of OG.
Absolutely here. Now, OG, you know what? Yeah, I was saying before, I didn't feel like they're winning. I mean, losing. But now it's starting to feel like they're losing, right? They have the summon there. They clear out the Clash Wave for the side of 9ZG. They're up 4,000 gold here now. And, the little mistakes, from Keke dying here and there are starting to add up now. And 9ZG is, when Keke goes in and dies in these fights, right, and in the side lanes, it's okay if his team's winning. But this is not one of those games where his team is really ahead. So it's gonna be punished here as 9ZG has a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead coming up.
Yes, and you can see the beauty of it, right? The point here is that Muchin doesn't know who to catch. It doesn't matter who he catches, because someone else on the side of 9Z Global will be able to disrupt him. And this is a very difficult position for the side of OG, as the rest of 9Z Global, they're looking for an entry point, unable to find one just yet. They are keeping that backdoor protection. Fever Barrage, beautiful work on the side of 9Z Global. The burst comes in from Sick, but Sick and Lefty are down. Where is the damage coming in? It's not going to be enough, because they've taken out Wen Kirker as well as Muchin. Dao trying to make the world's difference for the side of OG, will not be able to find so, but they do successfully defend the T3. So OG, there is a lifeline.
Absolutely. We see that again. Dao does not go down, but what does 9ZG do? We'll just kill all your friends then, all right? We'll kill all your teammates instead and focus on you last, and that's what we see happening here now. Muchin and Wen and Keke are just so vulnerable to the burst on the side of 9ZG.
I like this movement, and a nice steal by Moon as well. He knew Dao wanted a freebie, not gonna get it. At the same time, the second freebie is that Azure buff that is currently being worked on by Art.
Look at OG though. Even though they're down, they're probably one of the only teams that are down 3,000 gold and just had a fight in their high ground, and now they're actively in the enemy base already. They are being forced to retreat here, but it just goes to show they know when to play aggressive and when to play safe, right? And just because you're losing does not mean you don't press your lead when you have it there. So they go ahead, make an attempt at the Crimson Golem. It does get stolen away there, but I do like that play nonetheless.
Yeah, a very different mentality. It's not about going for fights. It's about taking objectives and securing resources. Right now, this one is going to be a heck of a steal. It comes out. Here we go. Suppression. But instant disruption coming in. But it's all a bait because they get the unstoppable streak from the side of Dao. Powerful passing. They will get the Shadow Tyrant buff, which means they can start the fight a little bit stronger on the side of OG.
They have a lot of divers inside 9ZG, but inside of OG, they have so much anti-tank potential, right? They have Wen's ultimate, they have On's ultimate, and those together will just melt anyone. Win RJ, Liang Po, like all of them, as they're now, they turn from, you know, losing a fight in their base potentially to now pushing the high ground of 9ZG. Where did this comeback come from?
Complete turnaround, right? It was their T3s being threatened, but at this point, 9Z Globant, they're the ones that lose everything. T3 in the mid, in the bot, opened up wide, and OG, this is a big wound to inflict on them.
Why does it feel like OG, even when they're losing, they're not losing? Just earlier, they were down 4,000 or 5,000 gold, but it doesn't feel like they're losing.
Yup, they do get the knockup, but Dao is just so tanky and the damage does run through. Win RJ, he wants to make the difference. Finally, the combinations are working. Wen is the last one left, but Kerker, he's hiding on the backlines. He wants to get on the lefty, get the stun as well. They do get the shutdown, and all of a sudden, it's still OG in advantage.
Once again, Keke, he's been dying all game. Why is he so strong right now? Like, it's just OG things.
Yeah, this one, the chase down will happen. It does not matter. Capo Saber, he will be able to buy some time for the team, but here comes the Whirling Blades of Death from Kerker. One more will do the job.
Oh
Kerker playing with his food as the base is completely open, but only for the time being because Moon and Sick are going to be out in the next 5 seconds.
Classic OG right there, you know, Keke, you know, dying randomly in the early game, but also late game being super useful still and just aura farming on the enemies for no reason.
Yeah, Kerker playing again.
Oh,
he will get punished. Come on, whip him into shape.
We are back to this dying for no reason segment of the gameplay right there.
There's no way. Yeah, like why would you not get punished for that, right? So 9Z Globant, they oblige, they punish them heavily, and OG now, this is the true contest. Can they get the steal? They get the steal! This could be huge. They buy some life, but at the same time, it's a huge punish. They get Sick down. It's gonna be a double kill. Both Moon and Sick gonna be down. There is very little life left in the side of 9Z Globant. Even if they get the charge with the Razor Cavalry for Win RJ and, you know, with the knockup from Capo Saber, it might not be enough damage from Leffy here.
What's important is though, while he did steal, he did not get the summon off before he went down here now though. So you're not actually getting that lane clear effect that they desperately need right now, as this could potentially be the end of the game.
Yup, they get the suppression down as well. Capo Saber gonna be taken away. For now, Win RJ should survive, but the Crystal might not because the minions are marching in. One more hit, it will do it. The Crystal is open, and OG take it all away. Clean sweep, 3-0.
Wow, that was a 3-0. That did not feel like a 3-0, right? Like the games were very back and forth for both the second and third games there. 9ZG really put up a good fight there for sure. But man, OG, they just never feel like that. It feels like gold on them is worth more, right? Like they're down 3,000 gold, but in reality, they're up 10,000 gold because gold is just worth more on them for some reason here.
The gold currency, and we're talking about the value of the gold currency because of the BP, right? The ban picks, and this is where the draft, especially in Group S, you really start to see those little minor differences at the start during the ban pick phase really show up big and differently at the end, towards the mid and end game states.
Absolutely. And can we talk about Keke? He's playing obviously a little bit reckless, right? With the series here, but they're on match point. You can't blame him, right? The confidence is there. They were up 2-0. They're one game away from victory. This game, you know, they're both already cemented in Group S, right? So he's having a little bit of fun in the enemy base, right? I love to see that there. He does get punished for it, which is really funny though. Keke, you know, making very entertaining plays for everyone involved.
But that's a risk that OG are doing, because most lessons learned in pain are rarely forgotten, right? And then this is a learning experience on 9Z Globant. Say this could really well come and bite them in the back, maybe in the grand finals.
Absolutely. Hey, if they get a little bit too used to, playing around the enemy baseline, like Keke, this match, okay, this series here, got a little bit too used to dying, right? I feel like he had a lot of deaths here. I'm sure his team was able to go ahead and pick up the slack, but we've seen him in some precarious positions, I think I can put it here, often finding himself in 1v3, 1v4s and going down for it. But it just goes to show, how skilled he is on his heroes, because no matter how far behind you set up, in the late game, he's still so useful. He's never really useless, right? We've seen people with, more gold than him, more ahead of him, have less impact than them, and that just has to say something about the world caliber player that is Keke.
Truly is, and we'll see. I mean, the probable MVP has to be Dao, right? This guy has had a clean KDA, 11, 3, and 6. Let's look at the damage detail. 143,000, tanking up 164,000 worth of hero damage.
He basically maxed out on every stats other than deaths this game, right? So that should be MVP. Here we go. We're not too sure though, because Keke definitely got some style points that game. I don't know if they value those here, but here's a look at the goal graph. 9ZG up the literal entire game up until the end. And even then, OG wasn't even up that much gold. Look at that. They won only up about 1,000 gold or so.
Yeah, and that is the craziest part, right? So we'll take a look at the MVP. As we already said, it has to be Dao. This guy had the cleanest KDA, 32% worth of hero damage dealt, but taking 41%. He was the reason why so many things were working well. Of course, the setup by Muchen, I have to give a shout out because I love playing the Liang as well. This is what you need to be doing, right? Set up the team fights. Don't be fearful of the disruptions, because Dao will save the day.
Absolutely. So style points do not count. We just learned here. But while Keke was busy styling, someone had to hold it down, and that was Dao there. Getting all these objectives, anchoring all these fights. We were mentioning he was so hard to take down in these fights, right? They had to kill basically all of his teammates and then focus fire him down 4v1 to take him down here. And in the later parts of the game, you're not going to be able to do that, right? You can't ignore the Ogren anymore. They're able to ignore Ogren in the mid game, right? But once he got in the late game, he got his items. He was unignorable, and that's why they go ahead and pick up the game 3 of the series.
Yeah, insane. And even down here, look, the movement. Actually, Muchen flashed behind to make sure that the ultimate was not stopped, but he had to cancel his skill here. And with this, look, very instant stop on the Fever Barrage. Same situation for all the Marcos so far in KMW. Very hard to play because this is really the S tier games.
Absolutely. And Marco Polo, like, I love the hero as well too. A lot of fans love the Marco Polo as well too, right? It's one of those heroes with like a big giant lose condition on his head. It just says, hey, it doesn't matter what you do, stop my ultimate, you're gonna win, okay guys? So everyone, when they play against the Marco Polo, they just think one thing: stop his ultimate. Okay. Immediately ultimates, they watch out for a stop as well too. So he's one of those fragile picks, right, where it is so easy to disrupt their game plan. He doesn't have a win condition, he has a lose condition, but his lose condition is actually very easy to achieve.
It's kind of painful because I understand exactly what you mean, and I have been on the receiving end of being a Marco that has had his ultimate instantly stopped. So yeah, it's a pain point, but still, it requires a little bit of pattern recognition, which is why your team needs to build that space for you. One which 9Z Globant wanted to do but could not achieve simply because Muchen was around.
Absolutely. But yep, that is going to be this series here. When we come back, we have another game with BTK versus AYLO Gaming. Very, very excited here. It's going to be the last games we're going to see from BTK and AYLO Gaming. So hopefully they both go out with a bang. But until then, we have a little bit of break.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you
Welcome back. It is the last hurrah between BTK as well as AYLO Gaming. Phil, what we expecting for this series?
Honestly, I don't mind who wins this, right? I just want both teams to go ahead and play their hearts out, right? Put on that final show, just to, make sure they got everything they wanted to get in here in the KMW before they go home here. And that's it, yeah.
Yeah, we definitely need a new performance from both these teams. And of course, when we're talking about something new, get ready for something new on the 24th of September. This is going to be the chance for you to unleash your spirit.
Absolutely. And then the Ultimate Awakening, thrilling MOBA combat is also coming on the 27th. This is a new mode where all the characters have supercharged skills. It's going to be amazing. But I want to see an Ultimate Awakening right now in this final match here between these two teams. This is their final chance to really show the world what they've got, to impress everyone here, to get that final bit of training and cement their legacies here in the KMW.
Yes, so please give us the Lunas, please give us the Fades, give us whatever that is out of the box, because we want an entertaining series between these two teams.
I know we were just talking about how Marco Polo is very easy to lose on, okay? Because he is, right? But give me the Marco Polo once again from my boy Zane, all right? That's his signature pick. Here's the final match here, right? Best of 5. You're going to get the chance to pick it. I want to see everyone go ahead and bust out their signature picks, all right? Maybe the Hoon Shangguan, that could be kind of fun too, right? Some stuff like that. Final match here. Both teams should try their hardest, but also have some fun at the same time.
Yeah, actually, I want to see one hero played by both the mid laners, and that is the Gun and Mo. I want to see Hoon's Gun and Mo. I want to see Lomax's Gun and Mo. I think both teams have been doing well, but let's take a look at the first team here, BTK.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise the bar. Yeah. 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah.
The first of the two teams going for the last hoorah here is going to be BTK, the Bloodthirsty Kings. We have Fried Chicken here in the Clash lane, best player in the jungle, Moba Zane on Marksman, Shark on the roam position here, and Hoon in the mid lane.
Very important time for them because we have seen their improvements. We want them to get the series win. Everyone wants them to get the series win, or at least start off with a win.
Absolutely here. And speaking of picks here, right? Look at that pick that was behind Shark there. The Guaigutsu. Have we seen that yet? I don't think so. That could be a fun pick as well too, right? Let's go ahead and check out their opponents here. Also for their last hoorah here, AYLO Gaming.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you're running. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Hailing from Argentina, here are the Crown Hunters, AYLO Gaming, represented by Doxa in the Clash lane, Alonso in the jungle, Lomax in the mid, Yu in the farm lane, and Roba Elma in that roam/support.
So we've seen these teams play each other before, right? AYLO Gaming came out on top the times they played, but also BTK, they're able to take games off them, right? They put them to the test here. And that was back when I would say BTK was a little bit less experienced too. Now, on the final day of week 2, here we go. This is the ultimate test. Are they going to be able to improve their record against AYLO Gaming here?
I mean, today's the last day, right? You have to do it here because if not, you have to wait till next season of KMW, and that's going to be a little while, right? Because there's a couple more events to run through before that happens. With that being said, I think one of the biggest explorations here has to be in the farm lane. I want to see, does Moba Zane have any other heroes to offer? Because he needs to up his game against you. Look, there's a lot of kills, a lot of damage on Yu's side.
I'm gonna be real, I love Zane here. These numbers are not looking good for him, Ken, here. Almost every single stat has Yule advantage, but this is the time to go ahead and change that here. None of these stats matter if you can go ahead and take the win.
That's true. And we'll see. BTK gets side selection, so they will choose the prio pick side, the blue side. We'll see what they want to start off with. You know what? I want to see best player play Fade. I really like the Fade gameplay that they have. I think it could work against AYLO Gaming.
Absolutely, yeah. I see him play it a lot on ladder as well. He's a really good Fade. I'm surprised he has not busted it out yet, right? Fade's one of those heroes where it's not really like a perfect time to pick him. You just gotta know when you're feeling it. When you're feeling it, you lock him in. He's not one of those heroes where you're like, oh, this is a perfect Fade game here, right? Or maybe if you got a double smite, you can think about pulling out the Fade here. But let's go ahead and see if they cook it up here for game 1. This game is going to set the pace for the match here for either BTK or AYLO Gaming.
Okay, no Liang pick. BTK has banned that out. The dream is true. There is a potential of a Luna. There is a potential of a Fade. So let's see. Assassin junglers are available.
Absolutely here. AYLO can only ban one of those, right? It's probably likely. I don't even think they're going to ban the Luna, actually, because BTK is not really known for their Luna gameplay. They might go ahead and opt to ban something else here. Let's see what they end up deciding on here. But yeah, junglers aside, can we see a Guigatsu from my boy Shark? That would be amazing. There's Luna. Luna's up in the air now. Here we go.
They actually open it. Yeah, so all right, great. So that's a great start. BTK, they're gonna try and get the Luna. Let's hope they lock it in. Best player 1 should have it. But then another thing that you were talking about, this Guigutsu pick, it makes perfect sense, especially when it's paired with Marco.
Absolutely, yeah. You're able to just, like, suck all the enemies into that Marco Polo ult, right? You're able to make him go invisible, and this is like the cheesy kind of like gimmicky stuff that will definitely work in global pick ban. You can only pick every hero once anyway, right? So if you can just cheese a win off of some of these heroes, I'd say it's pretty good.
Yeah, but AYLO is also one of the few teams that have used a Fate against BTK very dominatingly. So we'll see if AYLO is going to pull that on out. BTK to go for a little bit more tankiness here. Zhang Fei as well as the Direnji to be able to sustain against the long damage.
Absolutely. I like picking the Direnji and the Zhang Fei here because they're a good set bonus, right? In this particular instance, it doesn't really matter that much. But usually if your enemy has not picked the Direnji and you pick the Zhang Fei, I think Direnji is a really good counter to the Zhang Fei. It's able to cleanse a lot of his crowd control and then shred it with that ultimate. In this particular situation, their marksman and Rome was already picked, but that's something to keep in mind, right? They're usually picked together as well too, because you don't want the Zhang Fei to get countered by its counterpart there. As we see the Flowborn tank being locked in for side of AYLO Gaming, so more Flowborn tank action. Will they be able to make it work? So far, Flowborn tank has kind of had middling to kind of poor performances, I would say, kind of mirroring the KWC with the global teams.
But this is the exact same matchup we had previous series, right? So is it going to be a different story here? The Flowborn against the Luna.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, we mentioned it's decent in it against the 1v1, but it's never going to be a fair fight, right? Is AYLO going to be able to, slow down the Luna? Because if Luna naturally, gets to farm throughout the match, it's going to outfarm and outscale the Flowborn tank.
Yep, and they even ban out the Lady Chen on the side of AYLO, right? So now this was one of the picks that actually Hun was showing the other day. It was a debut pick as well. And it definitely spoils the game for Flowborn tank, especially the fact that they don't have a Da Chao to get the save in. So that was a good ban.
Absolutely. I'm thinking like BTK might just go ahead and pick the Xiao Xiao here, right? Hoon is so comfortable on that pick here, and it gives them enough firepower to go ahead and take down the Flowborn tank. Now, with the Nua outranging it, it's going to be a little bit tougher here. That could be a bit of a removal pick as well, too, because Nua has a great matchup against Long. So maybe AYLO's thinking, let's go ahead and remove that from the side of BTK so they cannot counter out our Long. But let's see. They're going to pick their last two picks here. We're now going to go ahead and see their Clash laner, which is probably going to be something like Byron or Fatih for someone like Chicken or Charlotte here, right? And then round it out with Hoon's pick here, which is
there
the
we
Xiao
go.
Xiao. There we go.
I was actually thinking more of Gun and Mold, right? I think in lane it works against the Nua, and you can definitely like burst down the Long, but I think Xiao Xiao works as well. We'll see how it's going to be paired, because you need to have a preparation against the Flowborn tank. As well as the Diadea. And now with an addition of the Guan Yu, the knockup is going to be super important here.
I will say though, Guan Yu, BTK has a few kryptonites, right? And Guan Yu's kind of one of them. He's usually able to just like shove Fried Chicken in and just roam throughout the map and turn it into a 5v4. So it's up to BTK if they have gone ahead and adapted and learned to play around that strategy, because historically we see them struggle against the Guan Yu, the Luna, low-key everyone struggles against, right? The Masashi. So this is going to be a good test to see if they have learned to deal with that Guan Yu.
Let's see. I mean, we all have lessons to learn. BTK, of course, have done the most learning in these 2 weeks. Let's see, can they cement the result today against AYLO? Game number 1.
Absolutely. And again, the Xiao Xiao pick, right, we're mentioning, it's Hoon's comfort, and he is like deceptively good on the Xiao Xiao pick, right? He always outputs a lot of damage on it. People really sleep on that pick. I personally slept on that pick a lot here, but I see it put in so much work and so much damage, and the way they're playing it is just perfect. And I really think this game on draft-wise, they got the Luna, they got the Zhang Fei, the Byron, they have everything they want here on the side of BTK.
Yes, so it's important. It's actually paramount that they get the win with this one, because you have to put AYLO in a very uncomfortable position. So far, AYLO Gaming, I think their performance has been shaky in between the weeks of ranking week into survival week, but they're kind of hitting a good stride at this point.
Absolutely. They are one of our veteran teams that we've seen in the past, right? But yeah, as King was mentioning, they are, a bit shaky right now. So if there was a chance for the new kids on the block to take down one of the old heads, this could be a great opportunity.
That's right. And they'll be using one of the best phones possible, and that's the phone we're talking about. This is the Realme official gaming phone, Realme 15 Pro, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable. Just the way esports demands. If you're ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference.
Absolutely here. Let's take a look at this difference in the mid lane here. We have Diadea. The early game power of Diadea here allows them to go and shove that wave in, get priority, and then just like that, Lomax is on the move with an emergence into the bot lane here, applying a lot of pressure onto Zane, forced that flash already, not even 1 minute into the game.
I mean, this is the difficulty for the side of Mobazane at the first few levels, right? Because definitely the burst potential is going to be a little bit scary. Shark does come in time to give him the shield. And for now, Mobazane, as long as it's secure what is rightly theirs in their side of the camp, it should be A-okay.
Yeah, they're just trying to play their side of the map here. They know they're not going to have that pushing priority, right? Whenever you have a Zhang Fei or a Liang or something like that, you're going to often get outpushed by the Diadea here in the early game here. And that's what we've seen happen. That's the benefit of pushing your opponent in first. You're able to get that first mover advantage, move down bottom, burn that flash here from Mobazane. But I doubt he's going to be in a lot of action and need that flash anytime soon, though. The first Tyrant's coming up at 4 minutes, and he's going to get his flash by Den. And as Renji, you really want to kind of coast into your level 4 and that mid game anyway, so he should not be getting himself into too much trouble and need that flash.
True. Lomax is also looking to be able to hopefully set up something for the side of you, but at this point, the positioning from BTK has been cleaner, so they won't be able to find an opening. Oh, best player 1, maybe a potential target. Oh, the TP does come down. Emergence going to be cancelled by Lomax, which means there's a knockup available. A lot of damage on that ultimate, but unable to find the kill. Hoon with a deterrence with the Blossoming Fan as well. So everything evens out for both BTK and AYLO, and there isn't much to separate the two teams in terms of gold now.
Absolutely here. We see best player a little bit ahead of the Flowborn tank, right? But not too ahead. They're starting to slowly funnel that farm into best player here. Oh, big fight coming out here. Maybe he is going to need the flash. Emergence comes out.
Yeah, not gonna be the case. Mobazane gets taken down. A 3-pronged attack and a first blood. It goes into Robot Elma, which isn't the most damaging thing in the world. But Alonso does manage to make it out with the Crimson Golem. So that one really hurts.
Absolutely. So I was mentioning he probably didn't need that flash because he's not going to get himself into trouble here. Wait, speaking of trouble, Shark's game. Whoa! Shark with just a random solo kill here on the Diadea. They definitely were not prepared for that one here as he goes for another one here. This is just the power of that Zhang Fei, that early game base damage. Look at that. Bullying them out 1v2. They were not expecting that for sure. But going back to the Zane thing, you know, he probably doesn't need flash if he plays aggressive, right? But AYLO Gaming, they know how to punish it. It doesn't matter if you want to play aggressive or not. We're going to take the fight to you. And then look at that. Hoon takes the fight to them. They're knocking up Lomax and taking him out over the wall. They're perfectly getting vision, too. If he didn't have vision, that was not going to be able to get him over the wall there with that ultimate. So really pixel perfect, that play.
Yeah, that was beautiful, right? The fact that I mean, you mentioned this, the burst potential of the Xiao Xiao is something they need to really consider on the side of AYLO. And Hoon just proved it to you there with a brilliant one-on-one solo kill onto Lomax as well.
Absolutely. And I think Hoon, if you ask him, he'll say his favorite pick is the Mai, right? But I think his, one of his strongest picks, or one that, you know, I kind of know him as, is a really strong Xiao Xiao, right? Every time he plays Xiao Xiao, he has an amazing performance.
Really? I actually think it's a gun and mo, but here we go. This is the setup with the matrices. Not enough damage coming out from Lomax, but on the back lines, someone is hiding and waiting for his chance. Alonso with a double bust, but a knockup comes in from the side of Hoon. Hoon needs to be careful here. He might be caught out, and there is a catch coming in. Alonso with a push as well. It is going to be Doxa who gets the kill, but he has to run away. No return punishment just yet as they're working hard onto putting damage onto Mobazane. They do get the punish onto Lomax, but it's still Alonso who gets rid of Mobazane, who was the first target on the side of BTK. But AYLO, they actually, I think they took a big win with this one, unless best player 1 gets the kill and gets the Tyrant here. Oh no, they don't actually, and that's a huge punish. Now Fried Chicken left in the middle of 3 different members on the side of AYLO. A double kill going for the side of Alonso, and this opens up the map entirely for the side of AYLO Gaming.
Absolutely. We were mentioning the Flowborn tank versus Luna matchup. If the Luna is able to get ahead, it's going to outscale the Flowborn tank. But this game is kind of the opposite. It seems like Flowborn tank is ahead of the Luna there, and Luna is jumping in and fighting the Flowborn tank 1v1, which is exactly what he wants.
Yeah, and this is the most damaging play, which is to take away the Azure Golem. This is an essential buff that the Luna needs all the time, and now he has been secured and stolen away by Alonso. And to add insult to injury, the damage on the T1 is going to be taken down, and so they trade out this. Oh, that was lucky. If a steal happened, I think that would have been horrible for BTK.
Absolutely, yeah, because they, instead of going for that Tyrant after that win, they opt to take all of BTK's jungle there, right? So if they were able to get it too, that means they surely lose nothing on their side here. Looks like Doxa's trying to hold offside BTK in a bit of a 1v3, and it actually works out here. Zane drops that ultimate on him, but there's not enough follow-up there to take him out, so he is able to defend that tower. So far, AYLO Gaming is playing the map super well there, and got themselves a pretty good gold lead here at the 6-minute mark.
Oh, Fried Chicken has been caught out. Lomax wants to join the party as well. So what if you have the passive? So what if you have the lifesteal? Fried Chicken being caught out 3v1. Can he do this against the lineup of AYLO? Will not be possible. They get the shot on him. So Fried Chicken down for 20 at the same time. TPs will come. And here comes the knockup. Oh, nice damage by Hood. Can they finish it up? Not going to be possible. But this is great damage on the T2. And BTK respond in kind.
That play right there is exactly why BTA is getting better. You can see it. In the first day, they would get a play like that where they get 3v1 and they don't do anything on the other side of the map. Right there, look at that. Fried Chicken goes down. They immediately react, take down the high ground in the bot lane. That is picture perfect improvement right there.
Yes, but they need to do something to try and save this Azure Golem. Even if it doesn't go in the hands of the Luna, it needs to be taken away. Fried Chicken, he starts the fight, they get the kill. Onto you, a brilliant start for the fight. And BTK, they just need not to die at this point, and they will be able to have a slight advantage, recover a little bit of that deficit.
Absolutely, they're catching up here for sure. They might be down the Azure Golem, but they're actually really even in gold here. We see another fight. The winner of this fight is surely going to be ahead in this game now.
Oh, Mobile Zane manages to get out even with the Annihilation. Fried Chicken trades his life, but Hoon is lying in wait. Can he get the knockup? Gets the kill onto Roba Elma. That is exactly the punish that they needed. Now, can they work onto Alonso and Lomax? I don't think so. In the meantime, we talked about this. We saw this in the previous series. Can Best Player 1 play the map even more efficiently this time?
Absolutely. This game, look at that. He's up a little bit of gold here on Luna. That just always goes back to how fast Luna farms, but he's not as ahead as we've seen the Luna in the past. Look at that mana. Since he's lost that Azure Golem, he does not really have the mana to fight this here. And AYLO is taking full advantage of that, but Hoon is here to the rescue, drops that ultimate, gets a lot of damage down, and forces them away, and BTK successfully defends their Crimson Golem.
They do, and now Yu is caught in the middle of Shark as well, but it does not matter because Yu does have his ultimate. And right now, BTK, they're doing well, and they're trailing just by about 700 gold. The question now is, can they find the important targets on the side of AYLO? Yu, forced to use the ultimate, runs away before he could get that finishing blow onto Mobile Zane. Mobile Zane is getting the tankiness. He's also having the Crimson buff. Right now, it's all about Best Player 1. Can he secure this Azure Golem? He finally gets it, mana regeneration. He just has to stay alive. Alonso, a little bit hard to kill because he's a flowborn tank. The backup comes on the side of AYLO Gaming. The bit of farewell. The heals do come through. Oh no, they lose it. Robert Elma responsible for the takedown on the side of BTK, and more damage comes through. Fried Chicken has to limp away, and AYLO Gaming, they get the kill onto the Luna, but the most damaging part is that she loses the Azure buff, this time to the side of the support of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, once again, best play. He's playing Luna, but you really need that Azure Golem. He's gonna find himself out of mana coming up once he is back here. But AYLO Gaming, they have some bigger problems here, it seems like, as AYLO Gaming is pushing down to their tier 2. They opted back up, but we see the enhanced version of these Tyrants coming up here very, very soon.
I think right now BTK just need to figure out a formula to how do they make the trade, right? In this Azure camp tussle. If you can't get your own, then there needs to be a solution where you can actually go into the jungle of AYLO to get it. So far, they're successfully getting the Crimsons for Mobile Zane, or even for Best Player 1. Now they need to kind of double that and get the Azure buff instead.
Absolutely. I think gold-wise, they're still all right, but that last fight definitely set them back behind another 2,000 gold. Now they're once again on the back foot, and they're forced to win a fight to come back here again. This fight is going to be pivotal here, as we see Best Player 1 face check the Flowborn tank. He latches on with the skill 2, but Best Player 1 is able to get away. It looks like another smite fight. BTK, they're known for being good at these, as Best Player 1 opts to go ahead and rush it down.
Nice. It is going to be stolen this time by the side of BTK. Shark gets it. Dogs are on the back line. They do secure the kill onto Shark. Right now, this is the chase. They do get the Shadow Tyrant. So BTK have a big win. Nice setup by the side of Fried Chicken. And it is going to be Best Player 1 with the Crimson buff. True damage galore. They come in. They shut them down as well. Mobazane got credited for that kill onto Alonso of all people. And with this, AYLO Gaming are now on the back foot.
There we go. This game is neck and neck. It seems like one team's ahead for a moment, immediately flips back. Once we see the graphs at the end of this, we're going to see some squiggly lines here. BTK was down, but they're not out. They get the Tyrant, and I would say even though they're down about 1,000 gold, they're probably in the lead here with that Tyrant buff.
Yes, they definitely can take a good fight now, right? And the most important, oh my goodness, Mobazane, he survived that one. But more importantly, they have now figured a way out to get the Azure Golem. Not by taking the carries, but by taking the kills.
For sure here, and they're really catching up here. The gold is neck and neck at 11 minutes. We have a lot of close games today, actually, and this is going to be another one here as the Crimson Golden gets given away to the Long here. We see the Over being tapped a little bit, maybe kind of baiting it there, but they have Primal Bond, so they're not going to want to go ahead and take that down.
Yeah, this was something that happened yesterday, right? They actually took a fight with the Primal Bond and they got punished for it. So BGK, they've learned their lesson. This time they play it much more patiently. And AYLO, this might catch them off guard.
Here we go, AYLO setting up a bit of a death bush here. We see Fried Chicken go ahead and check everything with that ultimate. It's a great tool to check bushes as well too, because you're gonna get a little bit of move speed from the bush if people are hiding in there. But Best Player 1 is level 14 versus the Flowborn tank's level 13, so he is ahead. But is he ahead enough to, you know, outweigh that being kind of like a losing matchup for him? We're gonna have to find out.
Oh, here comes the wrap around. They get the two of them. It's going to be Mobazane, the first one taken down. Best Player is super low as well. And that will be 2 kills in quick succession for the side of AYLO Gaming. The Crown Hunters have found the Crown of the Kings, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, that's why we say that the Guan Yu is BTK's kryptonite here. It's just able to find these angles, these blind spots on the side of BTK and get these amazing flanks on them. Their Best Player 1 and Zane being taken out. Those are both the carries of BTK. After that, you're not going to have any damage. You're surely not going to be able to cut through a Flowborn tank.
I mean, it's really big credits to Doxa on the Frigid Charge as well. This was a very early itemization for him. And with the freeze from the Frigid Charge, he manages to get the 2 most important members on the side of BTK. Best Player 1 because he offers that disruptions and the catches and the shields, but also Mobazane, who is dealing consistent damage across the team fights against AYLO Gaming.
Absolutely. There's just so much damage flying around that Mobazane has to be very, very careful, right? Even if he survives the initial burst of a Doxa flank or a Flowborn dive, right? He has to worry about annihilation that could potentially take out half of his health. So even though, he doesn't really play the game with a full HP bar, he's always kind of playing at half HP because he knows he can be smited down at any time by that annihilation.
True. And AYLO Gaming, they're starting to get a little bit more patient here, just escorting the Shadow Overlord down. Annihilation already used for the side of Lomax. The cooldown is relatively short in comparison to the other skills. So let's see what does AYLO do here. They get the catch on the side of the middle where Fried Chicken actually gets a knockup. Nice knockup by Hoon as well. And they want to go in, but hang on. It is all damage for the side. They have gotten the catch from the side of Doctor as well. This is Hoon taken down. Nobody has fallen on the side of AYLO Gaming, but there is backdoor protection for now, so AYLO Gaming, they have to stop that aggression on the T3 on the bottom, but there is still Vanguards in the middle, and right now, T2 across the boards have been taken.
AYLO's going for towers here now. They have this Vanguard, and they're gonna, even if they probably will lose this fight, wow, look at that. Huge flash combo from Byron, takes out Long immediately, and he's gonna go ahead and fight. He's in a 1v4 now. He's surviving pretty well. Shark trying to help him out here, gives him the shield, and is he able to get out? Maybe not. Oh, it was really, really close there. He's able to jump in there, take out the Long, and really single-handedly stop that push from AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, Fried Chicken gives his life for the cause here. And I think AYLO Gaming, now they have to be respectful about the distance. Yes, you have an advantage. Is it a super huge one? It's about 4,000, so it's kind of significant. But if AYLO Gaming make another mistake, BTK can come back because we're reaching the later stages of itemizations already.
Absolutely. Look at Zane's health bar there. He almost got taken out by that annihilation we're talking about. He really has to, you know, walk on eggshells this game and watch his positioning, because it's gotten him into a lot of trouble so far this game, walking up there. He gets poked out by the Nua or flanked by the Guan Yu, but there's still a chance here as we look to this Tyrant here. It looks like AYLO will get it, so they should not go ahead and fight this here now after they lose that Tyrant.
It's not gonna be good. They try to get the save, but Mobile Zane has been caught on the backline to get a trade in the form of Robot Elma. But then they lose 4 instantly. And right now, the chase is on. AYLO Gaming, they see the opening on the bottom side of the base of BTK. The crystal is open. There is a ballista and only fried chicken to hold his own for 30 seconds. I don't think it's gonna be possible at this point. He just needs to clear that minion. Can he do it? No! Everyone pushes him away, and AYLO Gaming will edge it out over BTK in game number 1.
He really tried that then. He was so tanky, but he was literally getting pushed by 3 different skills away from that ballista there. They tried their best to protect it. It makes sense because it leaves the enemy crystal vulnerable. AYLO Gaming go ahead and take game 1. I would say after, you know, the mid to early game in a commanding fashion, I'd say.
Yes, I think this really was the difference maker in terms of like I would call it the Guan Yu deficit, right? It really seems like that's their kryptonite. Like everybody has found success simply because, like for Doxa today, he managed to catch the important members on the side of BTK, right? Catching out best player 1 and Mobile Zane really changed the plane of the fight for AYLO Gaming.
For sure, and I'll also say one of the weaknesses from the side of BTK is probably Boba Zane's positioning, right? His positioning on these marksmen, he gets himself caught out a good amount despite the pick he's on here, and a pick like the Guan Yu is going to go ahead and expose that weakness even harder because he's able to get you out from these angles that you really do not expect, and it's going to make sure it's really test your positioning and make sure you have to be perfect on that there, and if you're not, we just saw what happens. He gets caught out multiple times there, and with multiple other members of the team too. Like the D-Renji and Luna theoretically should never get hit by the same push. Think about that. Luna and D-Renji, they're not going to ever play in the same field, right? But because of that positioning deficit on side BTK, they're able to both get caught by that same push.
Yeah, I think it's also based on the vision game, right? One of the important things is that Lomax has always offered the emergence as a information circle for the side of AYLO Gaming, and really then allowed them to transition into the next phase of fights where number 1, Doxa was able to get into the heart of BTK. But getting into the heart is the first part. He actually manages to separate, I don't know whether it's by chance, but separate both Mobile Zane and best player 1 away from the rest of the team. And that's where the catch from the Guan Yu really was the difference maker.
Yeah, I'm surprised, honestly, that BTK doesn't really target the Guan Yu more, or maybe pick it up, because we saw Fried Chicken play a really good Guan Yu, right? I noticed they struggle against it a lot, but they also play it pretty well. So they should consider, you know, going forward, not in this match, because, you know, they're not going to be against Guan Yu anymore, but in, you know, future games, maybe picking up the Guan Yu or removing it, or maybe they want to go ahead and get more practice against it, right? And this is going to be one of the best places to practice, because you're going to be against the best Guan Yus here.
Actually, with that being said, I think Quikutsu is a good pick, right? Because with, I believe the ultimate, out of sight, you actually get the information and view on the player that's closest to you from the Quikutsu, which means you can potentially spot out a Guan Yu at a distance.
Absolutely, and hey, you can't catch out Zane if you don't know where he's at, right? But Gutsu is able to go ahead and make him invisible as well too, and that will also go ahead and you know, be a bit of a band-aid fix on that positioning we're seeing here too. Here's a look at the graphs here. It was relatively up and down in the early game here, but then AYLO started to get a little bit of a lead, and they held a like 1,000 gold lead for a while up until it was too much.
And here we go, MVP Alonso, 5-1 and 10. The amount of damage that he soaked was 36% of the hero damage offered by BTK. But the most impressive thing about him was actually finding those very monumental positionings in the brushes that really caught out the different members of BTK.
Absolutely, and I would like to say also, he played Flowborn to its strengths, right? Flowborn is great when the enemy takes the fight to you, so he had a relatively streamlined game plan because of that. BTK always took the fight to him, and Flowborn is one of the best heroes when it comes to standing their ground, right? He's like a brick, I always say. And look at this, you see this, Luna takes the fight to him. Flowborn loves that, right? Immediately connects those skill 2s on it and takes them out.
And no option to run, right? Because there's a lot of CC as a Flowborn tank. But the biggest deficit I feel was really the fact that AYLO Gaming controlled the Azure buff majority of the game.
And that made it so that best player with one of these strongest picks here. Wow, look at that Annihilation too. Man, I didn't see that one, but that was definitely a highlight for sure. But yeah, being able to control the Azure Golem definitely put best player in check there and didn't give him, the room to be the Luna we know, right? Skipping around the map and darting around the map there. So being able to remove that and then catch out Zane made it so that both the primary carries inside BTK were usually hindered.
Okay, but for now, we'll take a break, and when we're back, we bring you into the next game between BTK and AYLO Gaming.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Rays to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my war cry, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever lies, it's my ride or die, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch 'em with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my time to fight.
Welcome back. It is time for game number 2 between BTK as well as AYLO Gaming. We got our request. We got the Luna. We got the Flowborn tank. What else is on the list? The Guigutsu, and we want the Fate as well.
I gotta see the Guigutsu, all right, with the JJK skin as well too. I don't really know what that creature is, but he looks silly and I love him here. But it looks like BT goes ahead and chooses blue side now. They have the first pick advantage. Whenever BTK picks blue side, you know what it tells me? It tells me they want the Mai, right? Let's see if AYLO Gaming goes ahead and gives it to them now.
Give us the Mai, give us the Fate, give us the Guigutsu. Any one of these 3 picks will do wonders for the audiences as well. We'll see. Does Phil get his request? Do I get my request? Or does the audience get their request?
What's the audience requesting here? I'm curious about that. We're gonna have to go ahead and check it out after this. But there's a lot of picks these players are all going ahead and be known for here, and this is a great time to go ahead and try them out here. We see the Luna game banned out. BTK, they played it once already, and they definitely do not want to play against it here. And let's see how the draft goes out. The Long gets banned out for AYLO Gaming. I think the Mai is in the cards here. A lot of teams like giving the Mai and picking up the Dharma as a big counter here. So it looks like to me that's probably gonna happen here.
We'll see. And I mean, there is a potential. Okay, I know it's not a probable pick between the 2 teams here because that was an OG special, but maybe the Milady, I hope.
The Milady, yeah, that could be a fun one here for sure too. But oh no, they actually opt to go for the Arlie here. Mai's up, but they go for the Arlie, so that means they're gonna go ahead and give the Mai and Dharma. I don't know, man. I know Arlie is the #1 marksman, right? But when you're giving up the Mai and the Dharma, you know, is the sum of the Dharma and the Mai, you know, higher than the Arlie? I think a lot of the times, yes.
Actually, Dharma is kind of like the straight up counter against the Arlie because of the burst damage as well. You kind of delay her from switching spots with her umbrella. So it's a known counter, right? So we'll see how this goes down, because end of the day, it's not just the heroes, it's the players that are using them, right? You can definitely outplay that matchup, even if it's a non-favorable matchup.
Absolutely. Arlie is one of those heroes that no matter what situation you're in, how bad the draft is, you could probably overpower it with just raw player skill. And that is why pros love that Arlie so much, right? It has infinite possibilities of how they go ahead and play here. But so far, BTK has a pretty, you know, solid lineup here that you would expect from them here. The Charlotte, Arlie, and the Diadea, top tier picks all around. Whereas AYLO Gaming here, they're picking up the Motsu to round out their composition. They feel like they have enough firepower already, right? Getting that Motsu is going to be great once they're playing from ahead, able to land the cannon blast and get vision of the side of BTK, and try and, you know, get some catches on them too here by setting up in the jungle with the Dharma potentially.
The biggest strength I feel on the side of AYLO Gaming's draft is they have so much CC, like Cannon Blast, you have Truth Mantra, you have like Ryu Engine, so many things to stop the strength of BTK. And yeah, here is another counter that BTK has struggled against, which is the Musashi pick. You were mentioning this before.
Absolutely. It looks like they have not figured it out yet, so they're going to go ahead and remove that from the game now. AYLO Gaming would respect ban onto the monkey because they know Best Player 1 loves playing that monkey there. So good bans out from both sides here. And on top of that, AYLO Gaming having that crowd control, I would have to say their like ambush potential from like a bush is so much damage. They have the Dharma, the Motsu, being able to box you up Mai, right? If BTK does not play the vision game properly and have proper vision of everything, they're going to lose a lot of people to just face checking here.
That's a very scary notion, right? Because AYLO Gaming, this composition actually fits a Fade jungle pick. Oh, banned out. Okay, BTK says no. And AYLO, they will pick up the Garo. Oh no, we have not seen a Garo that much in KMW. This might be the debut pick. They're expecting BTK to pick up the big tanks with shields. So let's see if that really is the case.
So they're preemptively picking the Garo to, you know, kind of dissuade them from picking up those tanks. Garo, for the, you know, since it's a newer pick here, we don't see it too often. The passive of Garo helps her do more damage to enemies with shields. So far, not that many shields on side of BTK right now, but they want to go ahead and keep it that way with the Garo pick.
Okay, so yeah, extra damage, but it's extra 50% damage. That's a huge amount of extra damage. Yep, against shields. And late game Garo, not fun to play against. It's the same as a late game Shoyu. It's absolutely insane. You have to stay and keep your distance or go all in.
So Garo has the skill 1 that's able to increase her range actually. Ooh, AYLO's cooking here as they lock in the Lamb. There we go. We thought it would come out from Sick. I think Sick did play it once, but it is AYLO Gaming picking up the Lamb here today.
Okay, not ideal, right? But AYLO, they're very happy with this pick. You can definitely see a lot of sick combinations here, especially if Alonso somehow gets a 5-man ulti, which I think is not possible with BTK's lineup because there is a lot of mobility, right? But if they somehow get a 5-man catch with the death from below on this Lam, then AYLO have all the damage and combinations in the world, man.
Yeah, they have a lot of ways to push the enemies, right? They have the Truth Mantra, they have the push from the Motsu auto attack right there, they have the Mai, they have the Lamb. If you look at almost everyone on their team other than the Garo has a way of displacing BTK. So maybe Fried Chicken is going to get another, you know, taste of that pinball action he got at the Crystal last game. I don't know.
Yeah, true. And you actually, as a Garo, look, I think it's the second skill, the Silence Arrow. That one is kind of disruptive because you get silence and it's a ton of damage.
For sure, it's like, it's a surprisingly good defensive tool. A lot of people use it to, you know, wave clear and such, but in an all-out fight, if you get dove by Charlotte and get a silence on her, you know, she kind of feels weird, right? That's one of those heroes that don't want to be interrupted there during her combo, and that's something that can definitely happen here and get Fried Chicken in trouble. And the whole time, again, while people are being displaced, they could just go ahead and get silenced, right? And they can't respond to any of those displacements here. But very excited to see how Alonso go ahead and plays this Lamb here. That's definitely a fan favorite pick, one you see in your ranked games a good amount, at least I do here. I'm actually really scared of Lamb personally here. But here we go. Speaking of ranked games here, guys, get some Dragon Crystals, get an everything box here, it looks like here, with this code on the screen to kind of propel your game.
That's right, and let's talk about the strengths of BTK as well, right? BTK actually have a decent setup. Best player 1 with Decoy's mobilization, as well as the ultimate from Hoon, Destructive to Lu. You will be able to set up some very nasty combinations against the side of AYLO. At the same time, I presume Fried Chicken will be that win con. He needs to shut you down.
Absolutely. I would say the advantage of the BTKs is their composition is just more top tier, right? If you look at their characters, they're individually stronger. We have the Arlie, the Diadea, both top tier picks, and that's like the #1 bot lane potentially, right? And the Charlotte as well too. Whereas AYLO, oh, here we go. Speaking of AYLO, we got big fights coming out. Is this going to be... Yeah, oftentimes you don't see any kills go down here in the very, very early game, but they certainly got close there with the Arlie. But I would say AYLO's composition is probably not... Oh my god, Zane's not letting me talk as he goes back in for a fight.
No.
And,
yeah, that one actually, I mean, you can't blame him. That I would have gone into. That one was pretty much available, but let's see, what was the skill? Robot Elma did not take a heal, he actually took the flash, so there was definitely a disruption here, but there is more damage to come. Can they get the return? Robot Elma will be taken down, and best player 1 gets that in his bag, so it's a 1-for-1 now. The gold gap not going to be too big.
All right, not the worst comeback from BTK there, but I would say that jump in there is a little bit questionable there, right? You kind of want to scale up on the Arlie, right? Even if you have the frenzy in the early game, you want to play for that late game. Sure, Garo has a great late game as well too, but that situation was just a bit unfavorable there, I would say. But speaking of jump ins here, we see my jump in, and there's that displacement we're talking about here. Oh my god, look at all that displacement there. With the My Ultimate, the Dharma Truth Mantra, pushing them all the way back here and pushing best player back to base already.
Yeah, actually one of the strengths on AYLO Gaming's roster is that they're also, hang on, potential kill. Yep, the flash committed by the side of Lomax just to get out of danger. But they're so mobile. This is something that, you know, we did not talk about on the side of AYLO's draft. It's pretty hard to catch them, especially if they're trying to run away from BTK.
Absolutely. Everyone on their team has a dash other than Garo, right? So it's not going to be easy to hit those combinations on them, to trap them within the ultimate of Hoon here. But they go ahead and pressure bot lane once again here. The Mochi is just so oppressive along with that skill 2 from Garo, just applying that poke under tower.
Oh no, nice catch. It's going to be a free one. And right now, Hoon, once again, the target of the aggression coming in. And even best player 1. This is why the Lam is a hater pick against the Gudo, because of the iframes.
For sure, and Lamb is one of those feast and famine picks, and it looks like he's kind of feasting right now. He's getting really ahead this game. We could see a really high kill game here coming out from Lamb. Usually, they either do nothing or they do a lot, and I feel like he's on track to do a lot.
Yeah, and they buy space, right? This is all time for you. He comes in again, once again. Hoon able to push them back a little bit, but the stuns, look, Robot Elma just landing all of this. Cannon Blast, the knockup as well. Can he get the lockdown? The heals do come through, and for now, Hoon survived. But on the back line, there's a lot of trouble for the side of best player 1. The aggression comes in, the knockup comes in as well. Lomax gets the Ryu engine, and there's more. Alonso gets the secondary kill on the Shark. Moba Zane, the next to fall. Too many things to look at for the side of BTK. As AYLO Gaming, they do get punished. You will get shut down by Fried Chicken, but he is in the middle of 4 different heroes now.
Look at the Lamb all throughout this fight, applying a lot of pressure, stealing. I think he stole, maybe he did not get a steal, but he pressured the Zergo, Crimson Golem, and now he ends up cleaning up a bunch of kills there. And we see a 4-minute Axe of Torment for Alonso. Uh-oh, this is not good here for the side of BTK.
There is a huge goal difference now, and Alonso, you know he's going to go straight for the jungle. The Tyrant buff does not matter at this point. He is up by 1.2 thousand gold. So BTK need to get this knockdown onto you right here, right now. Can they get the lockdown? They do. Can they finally do it? They do. Shark takes the kill instead of Moba Zane. So for now, they need to buy a little bit more time.
beautiful. Right there, their aggression was called for, I would say, right? Earlier, it was a bit rough, 2v2 under tower, but right there, they identified that Yu was alone there, and then Shark and Zane were able to just kind of run him down there, because Garo is the only person without mobility on the side of AYLO, right? And Diadea and Arlie have a lot of mobility to go ahead and catch up with her and take her out there. So great little comeback for the side of BTK here, but they are still going to be down 3,000 gold.
Oh no, Shark, he has been caught out as well. Will he be able to make it out? It looks like he does. Not sure where he is on the map though. He has to be hanging on someone there. But for now, the heals do come through, and you know, BTK, they do get the trade out here. They do get the Tyrant, and for now, AYLO Gaming, they lead by 3,000 gold.
Absolutely. Every single fight, BTK needs to keep an eye out on Lamb and shut him down early. Not only is he worth a lot of gold, he's one of the few members on AYLO Gaming capable of taking out your entire team. He has that sustained damage. Oh my god, speaking of damage, a lot of damage goes out onto Zane here and Hoon, and they're having a rough game here. This game, Hoon has been caught out a few times here. That's going to be his 4th death here, and he's really behind Lomax on the Mai.
It's very hard because they have so much mobility on the side of AYLO Gaming, right? That is one of the core strengths on their composition side. Like you mentioned before, everyone has a dash on the side of AYLO Gaming, with the exception of you. I mean, if you want to count the flash as a dash, then I guess you could say so.
Absolutely here. So it's going to be a tough game for Lady Gen to land those combos, right? Lady Gen, like, they love playing against melees like the Dharma, like the Mai, but when everyone is just so flashy and able to, you know, juke around and take the fight to you, right? And take you out before you can really get your combo down, which is what we've been seeing happen to Hoon so far, it is not good. And Lady Gen, if you don't get the damage going too, right, you don't have enough firepower to threaten these divers here, they can sometimes just face tank a lot of your damage.
Oh no, Zane caught out. They cover every single angle. How is he supposed to make it out of that?
It is really tough here. The side of AYLO Gaming, they've definitely switched gears here after game 1. It feels like they've now got the momentum, and they are carrying it all throughout the game. 7 minutes in, they're up almost 5,000 gold here, and it is off of this Lamb pick. Look at this. It is the feast game here. He's so ahead. If we check the score again, I'm pretty sure Lamb is like 7-0 so far already.
Yes, it's a double kill for the side of Alonso here. And best player 1 will be able to make it out even as the stun comes in from the side of Robot Elma. The chase comes down, no max, but the save, oh no save here. But they do make a trade. It's going to be Fried Chicken taken down. And here is the big problem. Yu is now on track to be that monstrous late game farm laner.
Absolutely, this is looking really rough for side BTK. They're not able to find any footing here. They do take out Doxa here for a trade, but they will lose some members because of here. Lamb also goes down. A lot of shutdowns just went in the way of BTK. It is a 4-for-4, but again, AYLO Game is worth a little bit more gold, so it is beneficial to take that 4-for-4 here, as best player here is left to 1v1 Demotsu. Oh my god, that's brutal. That's just brutal there.
Oh my goodness, come on, man. Best player 1, I mean, he needed that. And right now, the gang comes in as well. The burst potential, Lomax is going to put him down. And right now, AYLO Gaming definitely in control. They need to be careful the way they traverse the map on the side of BTK.
This is honestly like no longer a MOBA. This is a horror game for BTK. Every bush, there could be a jump scare, either from Lomax or the Lamb. There's just so much, or the Dharma. Like, if you, and since they do not have the vision control this game, it's so dangerous to go anywhere, right? Look at this Motu applying Cannon Blast and just going ahead and harassing the members of BTK, getting vision for his team to go ahead and set up. Speaker, look at this. This is setting up in that bush here. That bush is so dangerous for BTK.
Yep, it's not looking good. Robot Elma once again gets another stun, and here comes the burst damage on the back lines, and there we go. Even with the Ghost mobilization, it still looks a little bit dicey. They do finally manage to get you down onto the ground, and now AYLO have to turn tails. But at the sidelines, Lomax is hiding. He's waiting for someone, and that someone seems to be best player 1. But for now, it's a map play because AYLO Gaming starting to work on the Tyrant, but it has been caught out by Shark.
Absolutely, they're gonna go ahead and try and steal it. Does not quite connect there. So if you thought they had a lot of burst damage before, now imagine the Mai, Dharma, and the Lamb with the Tyrant buff now too. They have so much damage. Looking at the stat lines here, Mai 5-1, Lamb 8-1 on the side of AYLO Gaming. Both carries are super ahead.
Actually, if you look at the gold, you know, Zane is kind of keeping par with you. That is kind of surprising.
Yeah, there's so much damage in this game. The carries are just getting melted. You know, all the other people are having fun this game, whereas the carries just get taken out every fight, it looks like.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good situation. A double kill for the side of Alonso, but Best Player 1 does get the vengeance here, and revenge is a dish. Best serve cold. Robot Elma does not hit the mark with the stun. They need to work on the turrets right now because AYLO Gaming, the longer they drag this, there is a potential of the MOBA Zane power-up at the late game early potential.
Absolutely. And while they have we were mentioning the Gudo is such a good tower pushing pick, right? But right now, BDK is kind of trapped into base here. Even though they kind of won that final fight we just saw right there, they're down 4,000 or 5,000 gold. They're not able to use their heroes to their best potential here because they can never get in a position to push towers on the side of AYLO Gaming.
Oh, Robot Elma, he wants to go for the steal. Oh no, it goes in the hands of Shark. So AYLO Gaming, they're just putting too much pressure on the side of BTK. There needs to be a response here.
Absolutely, another Tyrant is potentially going over here. Best player opting to maybe try and go for the steal as he gets fished in though. And oh, look at that, that's all the displacement we're talking about. All these ultimates are able to displace you, and best player gets served into the enemy team there.
Yep, and they take out 3 different members on the side of BTK. They're chasing in for more. This could be game here. The slow from the Radiance on the side of Robot Elma. Alonso looking for an opening. T3s are open and exposed on the bottom side. Nice clear by MOBA Zane, but there is another wave making this way down, and this very well could be T3. The pushback from Alonso happens with the death from below as well. They do manage to get their hands on the MOBA Zane, and it's not looking good. Destructive Deluge used as a defensive deterrent to try and clear the wave. In the meantime, they start working on that T3 in the mid, and that's not the only thing worth taking. There is the Shadow Overlord because there's no Primal Bond onto AYLO.
We were talking about you with the Garo being the late game threat earlier. He now has the, I think it's called Sun Chaser, Sun Pool. One of them's called that, being able to Sun Pool, extend the range of Garo here. And if you guys didn't know, Garo's skill 1 increases the range, and when you activate Sun Pool as well, Garo's gonna be nailing you basically off of your screen now.
Yes, and there's additional magic damage if you activate your first skill as well. So that's a scary concern because you need both defenses, physical and magical, to deal with you. But you is now at late game stage. Once again, they get the knock up on the Best Player 1. A lot of poke coming in. The Kachosins have been landing on the backlines. Fried Chicken, he's trying his best to make life a little bit more difficult on the side of AYLO Gaming. But the one thing they have not been able to find is the position of Doxa. Doxa does have flash. He does have the Truth Mantra, and he starts searching now.
He has been found here, but he's zoning Hoon completely from the fight, allowing Lomax to kind of sneak into that bush here potentially, as everyone is surrounding the members of BTK while they're taking that Tyrant down.
Yep, Doxa manages to find the backline as well, but Lomax, he will be shut down. MOBA Zane has found something for the side of BTK. Can they find more though? Shadow Tyrant was the trade on the side of AYLO Gaming, and I think for now it's worthwhile as long as they manage to put more pressure across BTK.
They need to go ahead and hold here. They've kind of stopped the bleeding at around the 5,000 gold lead mark, but it looks like Alonso, wow, playing with fire here, staying in the base of BTK, does opt to get out. Now they're going ahead and defending the Overlord. They do have the numbers advantage for the side of BTK though, so they're going to try and force this. 10 seconds on Lomax here. Are they able to get something done and get this objective before it becomes a 5v5 once again?
Yeah, they go for the chase. Fried Chicken chasing in, but the stuns come in. It's not enough. Too much. They did manage to force out the flash and the ultimate coming in from Robot Elma, so that's great. But here comes the catch. Alonso catches 2 together, and it's MOBA Zane that's the victim on the side of AYLO Gaming's push. They do get that knockdown, but it's still not enough because Shark has been taken down. The backup, the cavalry arrives on the side of AYLO Gaming. The stuns come in. It's a triple kill for the side of AYLO Gaming. Mr. Alonso finally shut down. But now there is still more damage to be had. Hoon is trying his best to hold the wave. In the meantime, this time Bot has to be made full use of the stun. The knockup does come in. AYLO Gaming essentially have done an ace, and they break the T3 in the middle. Fried Chicken left to try and recover the pieces in the mid lane.
Right there, we're seeing the Lamb in action. They're jumping in 1v2, taking out Zane there, and then Shark, and then Hoon and Best Player afterwards. They're kind of just dispatching. I don't think he took out Hoon, but Hoon did end up dying for that altercation there. But we're seeing the power of Lammer. When it works out really, really well here.
Yep, they have managed to catch another target. Fried Chicken now in the middle of 4. He will not survive, and Yu catches his hands on him. The stun comes in. A double kill for Yu, and once again, there's a numbers disadvantage. 30 painful seconds for BTK, but 30 seconds of happiness for AYLO as they put more pressure. Mobazane gonna try and mount the comeback against you one-on-one. Can they do it? But the catch comes in as well. Best player 1 unable to find the mark just yet. The hues come through on the Doxa and the crystal is exposed. There is a wave coming in. What more can they do? Excellent knockup by the side, and Hoon gets taken out. AYLO Gaming looking for the end here of game number 2. They take the T3 on the top first to escort the wave. Do they really want to finish this now? It looks like there is a possibility.
They're playing safe here, opting to back up and take the overload. You could have made an argument for pushing for the win there as well too, but they're a little bit low and they don't have much resources here. Opting to play it safe, you know, they know the game is in their hands here. They don't want to go ahead and rush things. But can we look at you during these fights? I want you guys to really focus on how far you was able to get those autos. In that last fight, you were nailing them like from the middle of the lane all the way to the high ground, it felt like, right? Well, not in the squarely middle of the lane, but he was able to shoot them from so far away now that they have that sun pool and that late game acquired.
Yes, a lot of pain, and the fact that you also has the Azure buff is a concern. While he does not have the Crimson buff, that's fine. You definitely needs a lot more mana regeneration for his first skill. And here we go. This is going to be the pushback on the side of AYLO. The stuns start to come in once again. There's too many control skills on the side of AYLO.
Look at that damage he was able to get on the best player while he's behind his crystal, actually. He's able to outrange the crystal damage there and get these autos in and apply that residual damage we were talking about earlier as best player gets absolutely nailed down by the Garrow here. Has the Blood Rage shield, almost goes down there.
Yep, Shark is all alone on the back lines on the side of AYLO Gaming. But AYLO Gaming, they've lost you. That's the major damage dealer on the side gone. Alonso as well. But still, it is not enough. Hoon has been taken out. Mobazane, maybe he can turn the game here. He has a lot of damage to offer, and they are starting to shut them down. No, the stun misses. The shutdown happens, and Mobazane has bought life for the side of BTK. Goes in for the chase as well. There is ultimates available for the side of Doxa. He cannot overstep his boundaries. Mobazane, they buy some time, and it's time that is absolutely necessary for BTK.
Absolutely there. Fried Chicken really clutched that fight, actually. While we were talking about you, I was looking at while you busy shooting best player, Fried Chicken found an angle to go ahead and come in and assassinate you and Lomax for taking a double kill. And even though they're losing this game and down by 5,000 gold, Fried Chicken is still ahead of his Clash laner in gold, which is extremely impressive.
That's great. I mean, they definitely need this, right? Because as we hit the later part of the game, this is where the differences will matter. And in that shutdown, Doxa gets rid of Mobazane. This very well could be the lack of damage for the side of BTK.
Once again, that positional advantage from Zayn being punished there, because this is going to be a crucial fight that they're not going to have Zayn here for as he's down for 30 seconds. Waves are pushing in and the base is barren here. Let's see how they go ahead and hold this 4v5.
Yep, 30 seconds is a very long time, and Alonso is way alive. He's ready for the knockup as well. Yu comes in with the damage on the best player as well. The knockup comes in from Doxa, gets the Truth Mantra down, and they do get rid of Yu, but on the back lines, can they get rid of the main damage dealer? That is the Mai. Lomax has been causing destruction. They get the knockdown onto Fried Chicken, and Hoon, he is not tanky. He does have damage, but he's going to be helped out by Mobazane, who has been respawned. He is the lifeline that BTK need right now.
Here we go. They're gonna be holding all three waves here. 2v3. It looks like AYLO Game is once again playing it slow, right? They're not trying to push into the base there, even though they have all those minions there. They don't want to take that risk. They go ahead and back up and set up more of these ambushes we're talking about.
That's true. And you know what? They really have held out quite long. And in another 90 seconds, there is a potential of a true 50-50. Maybe not true 50-50, but there is a chance of a comeback because of the Tempest Dragon.
Absolutely. Everyone's coming on to full build now. This gold lead is not going to matter too much anymore. And as you guys probably know at home, whoever gets the Tempest has a really, really big chance of winning here.
Yes, we'll see how that is going to start to work out. AYLO Gaming, they have dispatched you to try and work onto this Shadow Overlord, which is going to be a little bit of a deficit in terms of map control. No way, best player, he has been caught, slammed against the wall, and the takedown from Lomax as well. Fried Chicken knocks up 2, but the save comes in from the rest of the team. First life gone for the side of you. He comes back alive and kicking and shooting arrows. It's a double kill for you, as it looks like this could be very well the end of the game. Just left with Hoon as well as Shark. The two of them. Hoon does get the knockup, a lot of damage. Very nice job, but there is too much Too many lives on the side of AYLO Gaming, and the crystal is exposed. They just have to finish this last bit. And game number 2 goes into the hands of AYLO Gaming.
Really good fight BTK put up there near the end. Even though it was 22-46, they almost dragged it out to Tempest, in which honestly none of those kills and gold really matters at that point, right? Everyone we saw was coming up to full build. Even Hunair was super behind early game, had full build already there. So it was a full power fight. It's just they were down too much. They were hemorrhaging too much from those high grounds they lost earlier.
The major difference, if it really went down to Tempest games, would have been just the difference in turrets, right? So at this point, it was still disadvantage for BTK because they already had a Baron base. All T3s were taken. And I believe there was still quite a few numbers of T2s for the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, they would need to basically wipe the opponents at Tempest to go ahead and make that push go all the way through. They do have an Agudo though, so it kind of makes up for the fact that the enemy team still has a good amount of towers because Agudo was able to brute force down some of the towers there for them there. But unfortunately, we're never going to know because they did not make it there. As the final fight preparing for Tempest, AYLO caught him out. And we were mentioning it already before, right? They're so dangerous from a bush without vision, and that's what happens there. They're able to get so many catches there. What was that? A 60+ kill game. This was a bloodbath.
60 plus? Oh, yeah, that really is a lot. I believe this is the heaviest kill game we've ever had in KMW, at least for the fall season, right? And this is really crazy stats here coming in. And AYLO Gaming really just, I mean, actually both teams went for a pretty risky pick with no tanks.
Absolutely, and that's how we have so many kills, right? There's no one really protecting each other. It was just kills left and right. Pure, you know, mechanical skill here of all these heroes here being so highly mobile and mechanically intensive as well too. But it looks like AYLO Gaming comes out on top there. But that game, honestly, if it went a little bit longer, could have went either way.
Yes, because there were a couple of nice ultimates coming in from Best Player 1 as well as Fried Chicken. But the goalie, this one, there was no argument, right? The fact of the matter is AYLO had very good control of the first few minutes of the game, starting from, I think, second minute. The moment they got the first blood, they really rode that wave and momentum and just continued gaining gold all across the map.
Absolutely, and I gotta give flowers to Fried Chicken. Fried Chicken played his heart out that game, all right? They were honestly hemorrhaging too much as a team, but every single fight he did so much damage. He had done so much work. Not enough as Lamb here, Alonso on the Lamb here, as he gets MVP 16, 5, 10. This was a crazy game when Lamb has 26 kill participation.
Yes, and not just in pro games as well, even in our community style, like your ranked games, dude. Every time we
like
see
an
Alarm,
SSS style game right here.
we're like, no, we do not want to play against the Alarm.
For sure, and that is exactly why. We mentioned it's, you know, it either works or it doesn't work, but look at this. When it works, that's a lot of kills.
Yep, it started off with this initial dive here. Oh, no, this was already pre-mid game here. But of course, Alonso, this is one of the reasons why he's so feared, because he has a lot of iframes during that skill usage of the space split. He's able to negate and mitigate a lot of damage. And when the backup comes from AYLO Game, you know it is so hard to play.
Absolutely, and look at, I was mentioning also, look at all these displacements. Everyone on the side of AYLO Gaming has displacements. That's why Best Player got caught so many times. He was like in that bush above his red side, and then he would get pushed by 1, pushed by 2, pushed by 3, and by then he was dead because they just were able to just maneuver and, you know, pinball the side of BTK.
Yes, and the late game basis, you start to see why Sage's Sanctuary itemization is so important, because it buys you another lifeline, another chance to take a great fight. And with a composition with AYLO having such a great CC potential, it was so difficult for BTK. But of course, with that being said, that was just game number 2. We are at series point for AYLO Gaming. We'll be back after this short break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time.
lose, the more we gain, the more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes, gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down? Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight.
Welcome back into the third game of the series between BTK as well as AYLO Gaming. We're looking at a potential series point for the side of AYLO Gaming. Phil, what is going to happen here?
Here is where BTA is back against the wall, right? Just like in the Boars series, when they were facing match point, they kind of churned things, switched gears right there, right? And were able to go ahead and get a win. Maybe, you know, they go ahead in this game 3, you know, dig deep and, you know, pick out those unconventional picks like we were seeing, right, against Boars here, and kind of reverse the momentum here.
Definitely. I think BTK now, they get the side selection, they go to the red side, so they're expecting AYLO to show them what kind of options they have on that first pick.
Absolutely here. Yep, they opt to go for the red side. Getting 2 picks here, you know, now that's a little bit later in the draft. There's not those super picks running around as much. So getting 2 picks to, you know, solidify a synergy or a combo might be a little bit better because they do opt to go for that side 2 here. But let's see how the pick man goes out.
AYLO, I think we will see, oh, they don't give Hun the Mai. But Liang is open though.
Yeah, Liang is likely to still be open this game here. Let's see which team goes ahead and picks it. Or maybe they don't pick it, right? Liang is one of those picks that either the teams pick it immediately or they just forget about it and they don't ban it or pick it at all. So let's see if this is going to be one of those games where it's going to be ignored here. Luna does get removed up as well here too, as we see the pay get locked in. This would be a pretty solid time to go ahead and play the Liang to go ahead and control the pay here. But let's see what BTK decides to do.
Actually, it could also be the same for the side of AYLO, right? Because they have a very strong early game presence in the form of the pay. You can double down, go for the Princess Frost and Liang combination. The moment you hit 4, you kind of like run rampant around the map.
Absolutely, right? And then that combo is known for being able to give those resources over to Pei, which loves them too. So BTK opt to go for Yuan and Mei, so that combo is open and available for the taking here for the side of AYLO Gaming.
But do we want to play a Princess Frost Liang against Yu Huan and Mai Yin? Both of them are actually very adept at stopping these combinations.
I think they're decent, but now that Yuan's picked, they do have the potential to flex Yuan in the mid lane though. So if they're really worried about Liang, I think they should just remove it here, which it looks like they probably will. But instead of the Princess Frost, they opt to go for the She, which honestly can play the same role as Princess Frost.
Really? You will pick a Shi? I'm not convinced on the side of AYLO Gaming here. I mean, if you pick it out, I would rather you go for Gun and Mo to burst down the Yuan, or at least force out the Unending Sorrow. But the Shi does the same function, right? Maybe not as much of a burst, but AYLO, yeah, they locked that in.
I think as a utility, Mage Shi plays a similar role. It's not going to have the as consistent of a like kill threat on the target that is grabbed up, but they get the added benefit of, you know, maybe at the end of that ultimate being able to pull the target to chain that crowd control even longer too, which could be what they're going for here. But yeah, Shi and Princess Frost, I'd say yeah, for the combo in particular, Princess Frost is probably a little bit better, but Shi has some other benefits they can do throughout the map and kind of enable this pay to get even more ahead.
True. I think AYLO were kind of expecting BTK to go with the Ogren. Ogren is great pick here though. Like, there's a lot of sustain coming in from the Yuan and the Ogren. The only thing is, can they survive that early game pressure that AYLO is going to definitely put onto BTK?
Absolutely. They do get best player on his Ogren. If I'm correct, the one game they won versus Boars was when he was on Ogren. So here we go. It's time to turn the tides here in the game 3. Speaking of signature picks, we got another signature pick coming out, the Marco Polo for Zane here. We're talking about this a lot. than Mei for fried chicken. What can we get for Hoon or potentially Shark here, depending on where that Yuan goes?
Put the Yihuan in mid, man. Give us the Gui Guzi. It's perfect synergy with Marco, with Mayin, with Yihuan, even with everything. It's like the perfect recipe, man.
Okay, if he does not pick it here, why did he put that picture behind him there? All right,
Exactly.
They asked him, they're like, what hero do you want behind you here? All right, this is gonna be potentially your final game here. If there was a time to bust out your favorite hero, it would be now. As we see some interesting picks coming out from side of AYLO Gaming, Byron and Futsu being hovered. Is that going to be a Futsu marksman or not marksman, but like in the bottom lane here? Looks like yes, it is going to be locked in.
Oh no, this one is a bit tough. While he will suffer against Mobile Zane in the early parts of the game, the Liang is actually going to be able to... What? Athena Row?
Whoa, we're cooking, Ken. We're cooking here for the final game. That might be even better than the Guaigutsu.
I would love it.
He's thinking about cooking here. He's like, all right, it might be my final game. I'm about to go out with a bang. Ooh, look at that.
Yo, pick up the queen, man. Okay, Shark goes for the standard Mozu pick. Yeah,
he's messing with us.
I like it. I like it. Nonetheless, still a good pick.
The Mozu makes a lot of sense here, but he had the hover, the decoy here to give a Kin a bit of a shout out there, right? As one of the top kois here. But there you go. I would have loved to see something like that come out, though. You know, it would make sense with the script, you know, that we were mentioning, and how last time they kind of busted out kind of random picks with the Flowborn Mage, and they pulled it off, right? It would go along well with that storyline there. But the Shark's Mozu is actually very, very consistent as well, too. We mentioned that's one of his most solid picks. He's able to get a lot of vision there with that cannon blast and apply a lot of pressure early, especially, you know, with the Marco Polo there, being able to bully out the Futsu, you know, having two of these, like, aggressive poke-style bot laners is definitely going to give Futsu a hard time.
Yeah, you rarely see him miss. I think that's the one thing that sticks out to me about Shark's Mozu, right? I rarely see him miss, and there have been a couple of times where his think inside the box have been really on point. But they need to be able to capitalize off of it on the side of BTK, and it's not going to be easy because AYLO's draft, let's be honest, this is a snowball composition, and if they get any inkling, even a finger, a pinky on you, you are dead.
Absolutely here. Here we go. Potentially match point here for side BTK. They need to lock in right now. And as we mentioned, dig deep. Give them all they got here, because this is going to be your final chance.
Yes, for the season as well of KMW before we head into the next round of battles. AYLO now leading 2-0 against BTK. Let's see how this composition is going to work for both sides.
Absolutely. I think BTK has a very, very solid chance to go ahead and win here, right? They have the Marco Polo, they have the Mozu to bully the Futsu early game and not let him get to that late game, right? Zane even has the stun here, which is pretty good tech if you think about it, against the Futsu. He's already gonna get stunned up a lot now and bullied by the Mozu, and now he has to deal with Zane stunning him as well.
So in this game for Mobile Zane, it's not an option to be able to land all of your first skills right on your Resplendent Revolver. It's a requirement. He needs to make sure the true damage comes through on this side. And Fried Chicken already being pressured on the top side. This is so scary. The Alonso and Doxa combination, Pei and Byron, stock standard, and instantly the response comes from BTK.
Here we go. They're bringing everyone there, but it looks like AYLO Gaming brought more people here as it's a 4v2. And look at that. That's the early game power of the show, right? Being able to get that grab and pull them away. Best player being level 2 is actually, wow, able to survive the Pei's damage there. He does eventually go down, but crazy fight breaks out. Mei gets the well. Fried Chicken looks like he started the game a little bit rough, but ends up, you know, getting a huge lead.
Yeah, first blood, double kill for him in fact. But they need to get Lomax here. That's the real damage dealer. And for that, they only get their hands onto Robot Elma. But still, the Crimson buff in the hands of Lomax.
Look at this. This is what we're talking about, you know? When, here we go. Another crazy fight. Shark goes in to try and pressure the Azure Golem and gets himself in a little bit of trouble, forced to flash away. And he's still there, though. His job is to delay this Pei, and he's doing a great job of it so far.
I mean, it will work if there is no smite, but for now, because there is smite on Alonso, it actually hastens his jungle take here, which means there is a contest that's available onto this Tusked Boars here. Will go into the hands of Robot Elma, I believe, but now, best player 1, he needs to retreat back into his own jungle.
This is what we we're talking about earlier, though, right? BTK, with their backs against the wall, they kind of spring to life. Look at this early game. They're up 1,000 gold already, 2 minutes into the game here. This is the start of the comeback.
Yes, definitely. And Mobile Zane has been very peaceful on the bottom side. That's good news for BTK fans here. Doxa, right now, he needs a little bit more help if they really want to shut Fried Chicken down, because they won't have the option to stop Mobile Zane from farming at this point.
Look how safe Fried Chicken is playing. He does not want to get caught out at all. There's no vision of the enemies here. He's making sure he does not go ahead and get ganked by multiple people. Gives up one of the minions there, actually, and just gets the passive gold there just to ensure that he does not get caught out by a gank there.
Okay, here comes the approach. Best player 1, he's looking for more EXP. He does have the EXP lead against Alonso here, actually. No, does not have the EXP lead. So he needs to work on that rotation speed. Make it faster. Make sure he's able to match Alonso and maybe grab that backline on the side of AYLO Gaming as well.
Absolutely, Main in a really, really good spot this game on Fried Chicken here. Up about 500 gold, 3 minutes into the game here. Amazing styling. He just needs to go ahead and maintain it, right? We were mentioning earlier, he knows he has a bounty on his head. He does not want to go ahead and get shut down. This Pei and Byron here are looking to pressure Fried Chicken again, but he is playing super safe, ensuring that he maintains his lead this game.
Yep, the biggest success is actually just providing space for Mobile Zane, because he does have a lead against you, which is very important now as a Marco Polo, and especially this is a lineup that in the late game, AYLO definitely has a better standing against BTK.
Absolutely, we see Shark fishing for some cannon blasts all around. You know, again, Motu's one of those picks that are great when you're ahead, right? You're able to shoot into the enemy jungle, get lots of vision, makes it tough for them to set up ambushes on your team, and makes it easier for your team to set up ambushes on them here. So, and this is one of Shark's best picks here too. Everyone, you know, on BTA kind of has their signature picks here. So this is going to be quite the game. Outside of Chicken, which is not really known for his main, but he's doing a great job of main nonetheless this game.
Oh, you can see what AYLO are going for. They want to make sure Fried Chicken does not get it. Oh, nice bait by Fried Chicken. But the response on the side of BTK is to go. The full team is here. They get the catch onto Alonso as well. Can they get the kill? He will be taken down. A nice setup by Shark as well. They get the full team wipe maybe. And Doxa, the last victim in this third kill that is available, and nice flash onto Lomax. They force out the flash from Lomax as well, but that is not going to be the end. They get the pullback, but for now, the T1 is the reward.
BTK game 3 again. I cannot stress it enough. When their backs against the wall, they switch gears. Look at this momentum here. They're playing against a Pei early game with Ogren and destroying them early. They're up 2,000 gold.
Yep, you stop the win condition, right? This is exactly what you want. And they have a 2,000 goal lead, by the way, on the side of BTK. Now, there is a response coming in from AYLO, and that's going to come in the form of Yu, who has taken T1 at the bottom side of the map. But losing the Tyrant buff, not ideal for the side of AYLO Gaming.
So I feel like the only way for AYLO Gaming to get back into the game is through that Futsu, right? And his late game potential, because everyone else on the team doesn't really scale that well. But is Futsu going to be able to carry, you know, his team on his back, metaphorically here? Because as 5 minutes in, every member of BTK is ahead.
I mean, it's looking a little bit dicey, but he does have the Protector Cuirass, right? The half-build item. This is going to provide him with quite a lot of armor available for the team fight against Best Player 1. Will they actually go for it here?
And it's one of the best picks versus Marco Polo, actually, right? His ultimate scales off attack speed, and the fact that if he attacks you, his attack speed gets lowered, means just by Marco Polo hitting the Futsu, he's going to lose damage.
Yep. Oh, they get the catch though. Best player 1 is falling low. Finally, they turn around, and with the save by Mobile Zane as well, AYLO get punished, and they get punished hard. One more kill for the next one, and it's 4 members down for the price of nothing. And BTK, what a day to come back.
BTK, oh man, this is the game here. Here we go. Every single person said they just need to maintain this lead, right? We're seeing them struggle a little bit earlier, but they're putting all their lessons to the test here now, and they are passing so far.
Yeah, BTK, they're punishing this early game draft, which is really cool, really interesting.
For sure, and they're doing in style too, right? All of them on their favorite picks too. You love to see it.
So this puts us in a position where there is a potential of a turnaround. And here we go. Hoon finds a stun. This is exactly what they need. They don't really have the minions, so they need to pull back for the time being. But 10-1 in terms of kill score with a 5,000 or 4,000 goal lead at this point. BTK, this is one of their best positionings yet.
Absolutely. I think this is probably the most ahead we've seen BTK early. And of course, they're going to make us wait until the final day to see it here, right? Can AYLO Gaming go ahead and respond and, you know, hold their own and churn this game, though? We did mention they have that Futsu late game. Can they wait until then? You know, they're down 5,000 gold at 7 minutes here. This is not a position they're used to being in often, especially not against BTK.
Oh, Lomax. Oh, the stun comes in. Beautiful. Shark gets the shutdown and it makes the fall for Lomax as well. This is ideal for the side of BTK and most importantly, ideal for the side of Mobile Zane because they cannot allow AYLO Gaming time.
AYLO Gaming has to be thinking, what is going on? Is this the same team we played against 2 games in a row last time? Because it does not feel like it at all, as it is 1-11 in favor of BTK.
Yep, definitely not. And then T2 is going to be taken really quickly here. Now, they do make the trade on the side of AYLO Gaming instantly, in fact. But does this work out in BTK's favor or AYLO Gaming's favor? Because the wraparound comes in. Do they really want the over-aggress here? They get the catch. Yu is falling low. The armor does not matter here. And even with the numbers advantage, hang on. He is tanking so much. The life will not be enough. And BTK get the punish onto Yu.
Absolutely. Here we go. 1-12. Their lead just keeps on growing here. They just need to go ahead and keep this up. Honestly, 5,000 gold is a sizable enough lead. They don't have to be too aggressive here and push for more. If they can just maintain this gap, they're on track to go ahead and win here.
I mean, they get the Tyrant. That is going to be a power spike for the next 80 seconds. Well into that 10-minute mark. And for now, they get more advantages. Dogs are unable to push against the wave of BTK in the mid, which means T1 going to be secured. So it's a pretty open map for the side of BTK.
For sure, they have a lot of possibilities here. They need to start thinking about setting up for these enhanced objectives here coming up, the Tyrant and Overlord. And if they're able to play their cards right with the lead they have, they might be able to actually get both at the same time.
I don't think they should risk it because the last time they did so, they lost. So right now, 6,000 gold in advantage, close to 7 in fact. BTK, I think they played this safe.
Absolutely. Well, you can kind of, you know, take one and then go and fight for the other one, right? If you get the Tyrant, you should have the firepower to, you know, force the enemy team off the other one here. A big fight coming out. Mobile Zane with a beautiful ultimate onto 2 there. He goes down for it, but not before taking out 3 members of the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yep, beautiful setup by Shark actually as well, with their think inside the box and the flash. And right now, Lomax gets punished hard, and there is no response from side of AYLO Gaming. BTK, they start working on the T2 in the middle. This could very well convert into a T3. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Yu, he goes for the full commit. He wants to get that T3 as well.
He gets it.
Yeah, he does get it. Now, BTK, time is of essence here. Alonso as well as Doctor will be able to respawn in time. 10 minutes right on the marker here. And somehow Yu does survive for a very, very long time.
You almost took out Fried Chicken there and like clutched up the game and maybe stole base there, but Zane comes in clutch for the save and barely takes him out. So now we see the enhanced objectives up. BTK opting to actually they're doing both at the same time.
I know. I mean, if you don't want to risk the Primal Bond, all right, this is the best way to do it. And it is a numbers disadvantage so far, right? They split the fight. Now they know that they have the advantage here. Do they really want to go for this? Okay, they will. 80 seconds. They have scouted out that no other members of the side of AYLO Gaming around. So this will not go punished.
For sure. And it will have a punish, but not the biggest punish. I'd say Overlord is probably worth Fried Chicken's life here, because they're able. There's no objectives on the map to fight for now, right? It doesn't really matter that you're 4v5 and you're able to go ahead and clear that waves. But hey, they want this win here, and they know getting double objectives will surely speed the game up.
As long as they don't get caught, though, it's best player one. He does get the heals, and the stuns do come in. Rampage for the side of Hoon. This is his most powerful performance so far. Taking Dogs out, taking Lomax out, and now the hunt is on. BTK, the Kings have arrived, and they will get Robert Elmer as well. Alonso and Yu, these are the two lifelines left for the side of AYLO because they need a defense for the next 30 seconds.
Here we go. This looks to be the game here. I don't see how AYLO Gaming go ahead and defend against this. A completely different BTK here in game 3 as they go ahead and show that they are not going to get 3-0 today.
Yo, this one was a smash. 21-3 BTK. They come back, and they come back in convincing fashion as well. The big question here is, does this bring the momentum back into the hands of BTK?
Absolutely, they're not out of the woods yet. They still need to win 2 more times. Both of these teams, you know, they're going for, you know, that final blitz of glory here as the, you know, it's going to be both their final games in Survival Week. BTK, we've seen they're able to get that 3rd match win against Boars Gaming, but they weren't really able to keep it up. Can they go ahead and switch that up today here in the final match and go all the way?
Yep, is it good karma, right? Because they set their counterparts in the form of LM to be in a good position to qualify into that top #1 slot of Group A. Will that favor be returned? Can they turn this whole series around and take it against AYLO Gaming? Because that game did look quite shaky.
That game, if you asked me, I would not even know it was BTK, right? From BTK's past performance, we wouldn't really know they could play like that. They just, when it matters, they bust it out and they play that, and if they can keep that up and be consistent and have games like that all the time, they're gonna go far here in HOK.
Yeah, we need more of these kinds of all-round plays coming out from Best Player 1. He was one of the main reasons why AYLO Gaming overdived. They were committed onto this boy, but Best Player 1 turned it all around with the help of the rest of the members of BTK.
Absolutely, very, very good game here coming out from Best Player on his Augur. Hey, his Augur today is 100% win rate, right? You won both games on it, though, so that might be one of their secret weapons going forward here. But that's going to be very exciting. We're looking forward to match 4 coming out very soon. After this, here's a look at some of the stats here. We see, man, look at these kills on the side. I'm surprised Zane doesn't have a kill, by the way. Why did Zane not have a kill, Ken?
Because Hoon took it all. Maybe Best Player 1, I mean 10-1-5, he probably is the MVP, but Hoon played a major advantage in the way that BTK took fights, because the range stuns coming in from Hoon really changed the state of the fights. And also, Shark this game, a lot more confident plays. The flash ultimates did make the difference, allowing Mobile Zane to get a lot of damage in.
Absolutely, yeah, he was able to box up a lot of people there. While Zane was not getting any kills that game, he did soften up all the enemies for his teammates there, right? 63,000 damage. It was a bit of a shorter game, so not too many incredible damage numbers here, but definitely great job to both teams. Look at that graph right there. That's a very, very decisive graph.
Yeah, and this is could be the very new BTK graph going into, you know, even next season of KMW.
Absolutely, yeah. If they go ahead and, you know, go back and review all the matches they had here and learn from their mistakes and try to improve upon it, right? Increase their hero pool, everything. They definitely have a lot to grow upon, but we've seen them grow a lot already.
Okay, so MVP, will you give it to Hoon, or will you give it to Shark, or will you give it to Best Player 1?
I'm gonna have to give it to Best Player 1. Look at that stat line, 10-1-5, right? I'd be upset if I played a game and I went 10-1-5 and I didn't get MVP, right? So I gotta give it to my friend here, Best Player 1. He also did a great job of playing the early game, right? They were getting invaded by the pay, and he was able to survive a very, very long time there and go ahead. And, you know, he did still go down, but he kind of thwarted their invade and didn't let them, you know, do the clean get in and get out that they wanted to. And that kind of set the pace for the game.
Yes, it was the even trade actually that made the world's difference for the side of BTK, right? And that initial start led them to have that snowball. Look, this one, it was so close. You would have, I mean, most people would have thought that Best Player would have been gone, but the turnaround and, you know, that just that recognition to understand that, okay, this is the extent that my hero goes. I have tanked the damage, I have gotten all of the setups for the team, and here we go. The heals coming in from Hoon really made the difference.
The think inside box there from Shark into Hoon with the flash stun onto enemies to ensure they stay trapped into Zane's ultimate there. Beautiful.
Yep, exactly. And Shark, this one was a big moment of success because
Although he did not hit the mark there, it was enough deterrence to stop Alonso from trying to gain access into the last hit of that Vanguard as well.
Absolutely. Wow, that's such an action-packed game, but we're going to have to take a little bit of a break here as we get ready for Game 4 of this match.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to
Welcome back, and it's time for game number 4 between BTK as well as AYLO Gaming. What a response from BTK. Can they continue this performance?
If they win this game, it is going to be the first time they win 2 games in a match, if I'm correct here, right? So history could... No? Okay, maybe
They
not.
did it yesterday.
Maybe not.
They did it
Okay,
yesterday.
they did it
you can tell
yesterday.
them.
Well,
Yeah.
wait, we need them to get the match win today then. Okay, I was not here yesterday. Ken was here. But this is their chance. They need to go ahead and get that 2 before they can get that 3 here coming up. AYLO Gaming is not going to want them to go ahead and take that down here. Because they're, like we mentioned, they're the veterans, right? They're the old heads. They don't want these new kids on the block here running the KMW. So there's going to be more on the line here than just bragging rights, as you can see.
They were close. I mean, the LM series, they definitely did come back from behind, but they were just a little bit shy on that last game, right? LM really just took the whole plan, ripped it into shreds, and took the win against the side of BTK. So today, it's going to be important. If they really can get this second win against AYLO Gaming, then they best not miss. This is the last series of the tournament.
Absolutely. I'm going to correct myself. This is the first time they're going to get 2 wins against AYLO Gaming, because last time they played against AYLO Gaming, they got 1 win, right? So here's their chance to go ahead and show that they're more than a one-hit wonder, because especially against Boars Gaming, they're only able to get that 1 win. Here's a chance to stack it up on there. And then AYLO Gaming, you know, as we always mentioned, they're the veterans, they're the old guard, right? They're going to need to go ahead and defend that title and not let, you know, the new kids on the block here get one over on them.
And it looks like AYLO is going super serious for this one. Like, they are kind of comparing about the different sets available. Alonso definitely wants to prove himself better in this game number 4.
So yeah, this is global pick ban. So now that we are up to the 4th game here, a lot of heroes are out of the pool here. So now we're gonna start to see some more, you know, lesser seen heroes come out, and these more niche compositions come out, because all of the textbook stuff has been taken out already.
Gun and Mo still available. I still get that potential wish from both Hoon and Lomax. Come on, someone give me that Gun and Mo.
I think there's a really good chance Ganemo comes out this game here, though. But Mai obviously needs to be banned out from the side of AYLO Gaming. It's one of the few mid laners that BTK has not played yet that is very, very priority here. We see the Arlie ban, which is basically the inverse of the Mai for the side of AYLO Gaming. So bans are going to be pretty standard cookie cutter for both sides here. It's going to come down to what the teams opt to actually pick in role.
I mean, this leaves BTK with just Chano, no? They already exhausted the Arlie. There is no more demons here. There is no more Marco as well. And no Lung because it's banned. So Chano is the next best pick.
Absolutely, Channel could definitely be the pickup here. But then we can also, see AYLO Gaming set up a counter pick with something like the, the Consort U here, right? Which has a decent matchup against that. And depending on BTK's lineup, if they don't pick enough magical damage, that could be just a great pick as well here too. So lots of options on both sides here, but now we're getting more niche with it, right? We see Zhang Fei being picked up by AYLO Gaming. I'm surprised they haven't picked that one up yet. It was actually a BTK that picked that one up game one. Actually, I thought I saw it, but it was on side BTK here in this series. Now BTK, they got to start to think here. What is available for them? The Dharma is available here potentially too, right? Dolia, Dharmia, double Ds. I know Kin loves those here. Could actually get locked in here. But no, we see the Monkey actually get picked up before it gets banned out because we know AYLO will ban it away from Best Player 1.
Well, what's better than double Ds? The MD, right? Master degrees here coming out for the side of BTK. And this one's going to be tough though. AYLO, they get one of the most damaging drafts available. You have the, perfect board with the Zhang Fei Ultimate Unbridled Outburst. You get the Slams, the Stampedes, and then you finish off with the Marco Polo Fever Barrage.
That's definitely a combo you see very often. I'm surprised it took until game 4 for it to come out, right? It was because both teams, kind of were taking bits and pieces from that synergy. But now AYLO finds a good position to go ahead and lock it up here. The Yijing and the Zhang Fei have very, very good synergy and throw Marco Polo into the mix. It's going to be a good time. And then Kin was correct here. Chano is one of the last few options for the side of BTK, and they do opt to pick it up. That's one of Zane's comfort picks as well too. So everyone on the side of BTK have relatively comfortable picks, even though they're up all the way here to game 4.
Yep, smart ban by the side of BTK. This one really fits the bill for Fate, right? AoE galore. But BTK, I think they also need to ban out the Fatih. This is a huge risk against... they ban out the Musashi. This means the Fatih is available for the side of AYLO.
Absolutely here, and AYLO might want to consider removing the Dharma, right? Yeah, we haven't seen the Dharma being played yet too, and Dharma with the Dolia is gonna be trouble here, but looks like no, BTK heard it. They're like, no, you are not getting the Fatih. We're gonna head and lock that in now, leaving Doxa with not many options here left in the Clash lane.
That's true. At the same time, BTK, there is an option for the mid lane Gun and Mo. Would it work in this composition? I'm not sure.
I'd say it's a little bit tougher to get the Ganemo going now because you're going to be shouted at by the Zhang Fei, right? Especially now with the Han Shin coming out, it's going to be really tough. The Han Shin Lee Bang combo. That's another combo right there we talk about in the past.
Yes, exactly. The dive potential on the side of AYLO is so scary. But once again, this is very dependent on a successful start for the Hanxing, right, in the jungle. So BTK, if they can redo what they did in game number 2, they can definitely tie this series up.
Absolutely, yeah. If they can just go ahead and win that early game, right, stop that aggression from the side of AYLO Gaming. Whoa, look at this here. Is this the Hoon coming out potentially? Yeah, it looks like it is. There we go.
Yes.
I had to double check if it was jungle here for a sec. This is going to be one of Hoon's picks that he says he likes playing here, but we definitely don't see him play it a lot in professional play. But a pick he likes to play on stream, and to be able to bust it out here is going to be very exciting to see.
He did mention on his streams that he will play the Kongming, so the audiences get the wish that they wanted, right? So BTK, this is a pretty decent drop. This one requires, once again, Fried Chicken and Best Player 1 to open up the fights, and hopefully they will be able to melt someone down low enough on the side of AYLO. This is also a great counter to the Hanxing pick, because if they get him low, no matter how far you run, the winning strategy will connect. It requires a block instead.
Absolutely. The Dolia and the Monkey have great synergy as well. Not too many heroes, let's say, with great resets here. Combing ultimate resets, kind of, you know, whatever, because you want to go ahead and use it in a way that you reset it by yourself here, right? But in case you go ahead and miss that, Dodolia can reset it for you. But we're mainly going to be looking for Dream Roam resets here from best player to go ahead and brute force down the side of AYLO Gaming, which while they're kind of bruisery, I don't think they can go ahead and last in an extended fight with someone like the Monkey that's built for it.
Actually, there's a lot of options, right, for Shark to explore. You can even give the double Fatih ultimate as well, right? It might change the fight stance because then you get the insane amount of sustain and lifesteal, but also get the damage worth from the Fatih ultimate. So we'll see what Shark chooses in this fourth game between AYLO Gaming and BTK. Once again, we are at series point. AYLO Gaming just needs one more win.
Absolutely. And I was going to bring up that Hoon was mentioned he wanted to play some Komang teleport, right? But he opts to go for the flash this time here. The Komang teleport might be a little bit too much cooking, but we see you here take the stun Marco Polo to kind of going ahead and matching what Zayn gone ahead and did last game here with the stun. I guess since he played against it, he figured out, wow, that was pretty good actually, right? So he goes ahead and locks that in here. But here we go. The Gojo skin on Hoon here. Very, very exciting. One of the best skins in the game here. And let's get this game on the road.
Yes, and right away, Hoon actually starts off aggressive here. So he's going to get the initial clear, and Lomax opting to go for the help onto Alonso here, and this is going to be contesting AYLO. They start off good on the bot side.
Yeah, he has the smite, so it makes a lot of sense for Zhongfei to go ahead and start with that one there and remove a camp away from BTK's side here. I will have to say though, Komang, one of the strongest, surprisingly, early game skirmishers, as he's able to get his passive in, which is kind of like another ability there. Level 1 is extremely strong. Speaking of extremely strong here, everyone, wow, look at that Shark barely getting away from the extremely strong gank here from Lomax, as he has to burn his flash and leave him with 1 HP.
Yep, the ult just in time here. And with the jump shot, they will be able to push Lomax back for a little bit. But this guarantees the Firehawk, or maybe not. There is a TP coming down, and this has to be the jungler, right? Best player? Nope, it's not him. It is Hoon who actually TP'd down. But with that being said, now AYLO Gaming, they want to focus on the farm here. They already have a 200 gold lead. Not the biggest, but it is going to start snowballing.
So I'm very curious how Alonso goes ahead and plays this early game on the Hanshin. We know Hanshin as one of the most mobile heroes in the game, with up to, I think, 4 dashes if you use your abilities right here. And let's see how he goes ahead and uses this, as he looks like Lomax is dropped low, forced to go ahead and have the Battlefield command used on him instead. Usually you want to use it on the Hanshin, but that ends up saving Lomax's passive though, as we mentioned in the past, has a really, really long cooldown.
Yes, but he did have to burn the flash. So BTK recognized that there is a deficit in terms of the common spells on the side of AYLO Gaming. They're looking for an opening here. And Mobazane as well as Shark, they're going to try and run down you there. A lot of damage coming down. He's not level 4 yet, so there is no Fever Barrage to save his life.
Fano in the early game definitely has the advantage in lane here against the Marco Polo. He's able to jump away and dodge that skill 1, as well as land his damage, which is targeted, right? Marco Polo is not going to be able to go ahead and dodge that one.
Yes, and right now, everything being wrestled back into control by the side of BTK, taking the touch Boars, taking the space sprites, and also maybe taking away the spike tail beast at the bottom side. Looks like Mobazane is working on that.
Super even game so far. Looks like Hoon's just kind of, you know, doing housekeeping mid, just clears the wave and then roams up. As we see another fight come out, another Battlefield command comes out here onto Yule, gets him a little bit of shield here. Shark looks like he's in trouble here. We know he does not have flash here. He's gonna maybe barely get it back in time. No, does not get it in time there because he burnt that flash earlier in the initial dive.
Yeah, first blood going into the hands of Alonso, but there is a potential of a return here. Fried Chicken and Hoon working hard, will not have enough damage to be able to force Hoon to use his ultimate. But Lomax is low. Does he have his passive? He does have it, I believe. Wow. Will not be forced out just yet. And now the counter attack. Mobazane in danger, and that's gonna be 2 kills for the price of nothing on the side of AYLO Gaming.
Alonso's so ahead here, level 7, goes in and dives in. There's not much you can do, especially when he has backup from the likes of you and the Zhongfei there. He gets caught out here and goes down. We're starting to see Alonso go ahead and propel himself early game here. This game he's opting to play a little bit safer, not going for the invades, going ahead and farm up and playing for those ganks, and that's working out a lot better than the last game already.
Definitely, and you can start to see that the both teams, they're looking for that advantage. Here comes a TP, got Battlefield Command, the stun comes in as well. Fried Chicken is doing his best under the tower, but it's just not enough. And AYLO game, this time they get a killing spree. Not only that, they get a secondary kill onto Mobile Zane as well. Shark is trying to buy time for the team. Best player 1 has arrived. Can they get some return? Can they get a consolation prize? Will not happen as AYLO Gaming stand 4-0.
Wow, what a great early in for AYLO Gaming. That's why that combination is picked together. The Hanjin's able to maneuver the map so efficiently, and to be able to, you know, kind of always call in the lead bank to actually help him out there when he needs it. Like right there where he needs a little bit more juice to take someone out, he's able to do so. And dude, this is the kind of like a classic combo we have not seen in a while, right? So it's nice to see it go ahead and come back out. Most teams are a little bit afraid to bust it out, but not AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, I mean this is potential game point, right? And they have a safety net in the sense of a 1 game loss. So that's worth it to try and this is one of the most irritating heroes to play against, the Hanxing. When he's farmed out, he's hard to kill, he's very mobile, and there is a potential of a 1-shot burst or a 2-hit combination killing off players like Hoon. And with that, they get the setup as well with the Fever Barrage. The defense comes in and they get absolutely destroyed. Even Hoon cannot survive. Hoon and Shark, the first 2 to be taken down, and the map is open for the taking on the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yu does end up going down, so it's not quite like they didn't go home with anything here, but AYLO Gaming squarely ahead in kills. But look at the gold, Kin. What's going on? They're up 5 kills, but only 200 gold. Maybe they're prioritizing these kills too much and not really farming up efficiently.
That's true. We have to see where the major goal difference is at. And it's going to start showing in the mid lane, right? The biggest goal differential is between Hoon as well as Lomax, which is great. So Hoon needs to make sure that he manages to get a couple of kills in his favor for now. And right now, Alonso giving information for the team, but he himself wants to go in. The backup comes, and it's not going to be enough. And right now, oh, hang on, it's a shutdown. Fried Chicken turning it around, and best player 1 gets rewarded as well. On the bot side, they do manage to get rid of Mobile Zane as well as Shark. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but I think it's working out in favor of BTK.
He thought he had enough firepower there to go ahead and burst out Fried Chicken there. He was a little bit short there, and we were mentioning earlier the Lee Bang, once he runs out of damage, he kind of doesn't do much, right? Hanjin is kind of similar as well too. They kind of they need to kill you in that 1 rotation, or they don't do much there. And since Fried Chicken was not able to be taken out in that initial rotation there, he was able to sustain up and take them out in that 2v2.
Yep, not ideal for the side of AYLO Gaming. But BTK, once again, they're starting to shut down the members on the side of AYLO Gaming. This is a good habit to have. While the goal difference isn't the biggest, it's still within that 1,000 range, which is not bad.
But look at this gold, Kid. It is actually in BTK's favor. They're down 5 kills, but up 1,000 gold. We haven't seen this in a while, actually.
Yeah, so like we said, the kills don't really matter. You need to convert it into resources. You need to convert it into advantages across the map. So there is a T1, 2 towers taken from the side of BTK. They managed to take the T1 in the mid and the T1 at the top. So this is where that gold advantage comes from. But right now, they need to make sure that they dive deeper, maybe get access into the T2s, and then they really can secure the rest of the neutral objectives.
Absolutely. And I would say while AYLO Gaming is up on kills, every time they do go for kills, they have to invest a lot, right? They have to invest the Battlefield Command, displace Doxa. That's someone that's not out there farming their lane. So they are able to get kills, but they're going to be hemorrhaging farm and side lane pressure because of that.
That's right, and this is going to contribute to a little bit of difficulty later on. Oh, hang on, the bot is laid down. Does not manage to catch out Zane, but the damage is insane coming out from the rest of the team of AYLO. AYLO now have to run, turn tails because Yu is falling low. At the same time, rotations are coming in by Hoon. They want to catch out the farm laner. They want to catch out the mid lane as well. Dream Roam onto Lomax, and the heals do come through just in time, and the bait has been set. But can they finish this up? Because Roba Elma, oh no, it's a killing spree to get to that 1-for-1 trade. Or Marco for a channel as we hit the 8.5 minute mark. And BTK, they're just playing the map a little bit better right now.
Absolutely, they're up 2,000 gold here. They're just able to get these side lanes pressured up and grab them farm. It looks like, speaking of side lane pressure, Alonso is trying to go ahead and make up for that here by pushing in that clash lane. This is kind of what Hanshin is known for, right? Maneuvering around the map and being really annoying, stealing towers too, because he can go from one tower, from one lane to another really, really quickly here. He has the blood rage on him, so it has to be kind of more of a bruiser style Hanshin. Very curious to see that build. Because that usually it goes full damage, but then it used to go tank back then. This could also be a little bit of a hybrid build coming out. Very curious what Alonso's picking up there.
Yeah, we will take a look at the items in a short while, right? But at the same time, one of the weaknesses that is very readily seen on the side of Alonso is that Hanshin really consistently needs the Azure buff. And when he's not having it, the cooldown reduction is one thing, the mana regeneration is the secondary thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Luna, right? He wants to dart around the map, and that requires using abilities. And if you don't have infinite mana, like the blue buff kind of enables, you're not going to be able to, you know, have that mobility and also be ready for action all the time, right? So he's going to have to focus on securing that Azure Golem. It looks like Best Player and Fried Chicken are trying to go ahead and get that away from him, though. But I'm pretty sure Alonso got it already as he goes ahead and joins his team for this potential fight here. No, he does not, actually. Okay.
Yeah, he did not get it. This is huge for the side of BTK. The board is laid down. There's a lot of damage coming in. And with the Battlefield Command, they clean house on the side of AYLO Gaming. Can they get rid of Best Player? Yes, it is 3 for the price of none. And do they get back on to that Azure buff? Yes, they do. But this one goes into the hands of you. And right at the 10.5-minute mark, the timing could not have been better for AYLO Gaming.
Absolutely, and we were mentioning these compositions are explosive, and look at this, when they work, they're very, very explosive. 3 for 0 on side AYLO Gaming. Great board, Zhang Fei and Marco Polo combo, but it looks like fight is not over yet. Zhang Fei secures it on 1 HP and barely goes away here. You will go down for that though, but Zhang Fei is still here in the fight and really close to Unbridled Outburst, and he goes ahead and tries to take down Shark here.
Yep, this is a great sequence of events, but Alonso, he has to walk away, will be taken down. The greed is punished, this time by Hoon, who says, you have overstayed your welcome. And there is a potential for turnaround. It is now still a 1,000 goal lead for the side of BTK.
Absolutely. It looked like he was able to just get behind Lomax there, but ended up not getting behind him there to go ahead and block that ultimate. So he gets that kill there. Great pickup for Hoon here. Hoon is actually really ahead this game in gold. So we're going to definitely see him have a really nice late game here on the Calming. And hopefully, you know, if he's able to use all that gold, output a lot of damage and take out the side of AYLO Gaming.
For sure. Who now did secure that Shadow Overlord for the team. Curious why Robot Elma did not use his ultimate to try and secure it. And, you know, make use of the smite as well. But, you know, we will see how this turns, because the 1,000 gold is still available for BTK. They start working on this T2 on the top as well.
Here's another board comes out, almost gets Zane as he flashed out, but Shark gets caught here. He's in the corner of the board. Zhang Fei jumps in, takes him out here, and it looks like Alonso has the flank here. They know Zane does not flash here. He goes ahead and gets the knockup on him, takes him out. Zane's down. Alonso will potentially go down here. No, he's on 1 HP. Hoon is in a tough spot here on the Calming. Not many people are low HP for him to go ahead and get an execute on. Oh, as he does get it on the Yi Jing though.
Yeah, but it's at the price of the whole team here, an ace for the side of AYLO Gaming. And have they extended their advantage a little bit too far? It is now cut down to 500 gold in advantage for BTK. And at this particular timing, they're going to start losing everything in the jungle. Azure buff going into the hands of you here. And they get rid of the Shadow Overlord as well from the side of AYLO Gaming.
Surprisingly, even though AYLO Gaming is up 12 kills here, they are just now catching up in that gold here. You in the early game was getting a little bit of trouble here against Zane, right? Getting bullied out a bit, but now he's hit his mid-game stride here, getting a triple kill, and then, you know, cleaning up that fight really well too here. Level 15 here on the Marco Polo, and he's only going to get strong from here as he itemizes more and more defensively, and he's not going to be able to get one shot by the likes of Hoon or Zane.
Okay, we look at this singular kill. This was a double composition coming in on the backlines, which is why that aggression did not work out for the side of BTK, because the fried chicken was not in the fight. Now, it is still a map advantage for the side of BTK, and in fact, this 1v1 is not looking good for Doxa. He is going to be caught in no man's land. Hoon is coming in with the winning strategy as well. He will be able to dash out, but this should be his life. No, he gets a save. And with that being said, this provides room for the rest of AYLO Gaming, especially you, to get the T2 at the bottom.
Yeah, not getting that kill there is pretty bad because they invested 2 heroes there, right? Now they... Oh, it's going on. I don't know if it goes down to the minions there. Fatih is speeding down there, and it does clean up that wave, but that's a little bit of damage on the tier 3 for side BTK. But as we're mentioning, you know, since he's not able to secure that kill there, they kind of wasted time of 2 people for nothing. And AYLO Gaming was not wasting time for sure, as Marco Polo goes ahead and actually pushes down that tier 2. And look at that. That's another great use of Battlefield Command to tank up and deny the kill from Hoon there with that ultimate.
Yeah, AYLO Gaming, they cannot contest for this, right? I don't think it's a great idea. BTK will secure this for free. That's great for them. For the next 90 seconds, they will have the fighting prowess. And once again, the gold is restored back neck and neck between the 2 teams, AYLO Gaming as well as BTK.
This game more than ever shows that kills do not matter that much, guys. All right, look at this. Down 12 kills, but still neck and neck in gold. You got to get these minions. Ensure that you're getting kills, but farming your jungle and your lanes as well. Doxa, while he's helping out all the members of his team, jumping all throughout the map, he can't have possibly gotten that much farm compared to Fried Chicken staying in lane.
For sure. And right now, BTK is just trying to find out where is Alonso hiding. They know he does not have the Azure buff. They know that he's going to struggle with mana regeneration. If they get him down now, he'll be great. They have on him. Yep, nice Aoi, but with that, the Dream Roam will be used defensively, but it could be a turn and a catch. Dream Roam onto 2 right now. The damage comes through. Hood with the winning strategy. They have gotten rid of Roba Elma. That's a big kill. Doxa as well. There is no more save value for the side of AYLO Gaming. And now BTK can start to work onto the Shadow Overlord, even if there is a Primal Bond.
Absolutely. AYLO Gaming committed too many ultimates there for relatively little return, right? We saw Lomax with a very narrow board that didn't really connect on much here. The Zhangfei also, the ultimate did not really connect on much. So BTK knew they were up some crucial ultimates there and immediately turned that fight. Best player coming in with 2 Dream Roams to force a fight onto the side of AYLO Gaming and taking a nice little 2-for-0.
Yep, beautiful work here. Once again, the goal difference really null at this point. The 1000 really doesn't matter. It's about the T3s. This defense needs to stay, and it will not work. T3 has been taken. A nice jump on you as well. They get the cleanup. Can they get the rest of the team though? Fried Chicken working hard on the back. He holds them off while the rest of the team is trying to clean it up. But for now, Fried Chicken now is caught in no man's land. He's the last member standing, and with a double kill by you, this could very well be time for AYLO Gaming to get the recovery going.
Are they able to make anything happen big off this? Can they push a high ground off this? We don't know. They minimum will get the jungle of the side BTK because all 5 members of BTK are off the map here for a sizable amount of time, right? There's no objectives for them to push here. They're not opting to go for towers either because they do not have the minions. So they're gonna look to use this timing here as a little bit of a map reset here, right? Get the waves, go ahead, pushing in their directions again and prepare for the next objectives here. As we see Hanjin try to kind of brute force down that high ground. It's gonna be a little bit tough out minions there, but he gets a bit of chip damage on it though, nonetheless.
As much as you can, right? He's going for the full tank build here with the Dragon Rage, with the Blood Rage, as well as the Overlord's Plate Mail. So this is all about just surviving the initial damages of BTK. And so BTK will do well for themselves if they can really get the burst down onto Alonso, because he will be that big turn condition. Alonso is the one responsible for bringing Doxa into the fights at the appropriate timing. So as long as they figure out their timing, they should be able to win the team fight. But AYLO Gaming, they will not allow that for sure.
Absolutely. Alonso going ahead and building tanks, so kind of leveraging his team's damage there, like you mentioned here, leveraging Doxa damage, because Doxa does have an impressive amount of burst damage here. Speaking of damage here, board comes out, does not quite connect. Both sides are, again, in this moment where they know like the next fight is going to make or break them here, so they're playing really, really safe.
Oh, they need to back out now. You has been caught out. Dream Roam catches on there, but the backline is being exposed by AYLO Gaming. Killing spree. Moba Zane has been caught out. Now there is a lack of damage. Fried Chicken, first life gone on the backlines. You fighting one-on-one. No, it's a 3-on-1. Excuse me, and Fried Chicken is gonna get fried. And right now, AYLO Gaming, they have a 4-on-3 matchup. This is numbers advantage for them.
A lot of sanctuaries on the side of AYLO Gaming. It looks like they might potentially push for the end here. They know they have more lives than their opponents here. Both Marco Polo and Dehanshin here have that revive capability coming in here. We see Monkey going with the Dream Roams here. Connect on the Lomax. Passive is not quite popped yet. He's just on a hair here, trying to go ahead and provide as much pressure as possible, but they do fend them off. And this game looks like it's on track to go to Tempest here.
Yes, definitely Tempest timing. We are at 18, close to 19 minutes. Oh, but the backline, Hoon has been caught. Can they survive? He needs to survive this for sure. One more hit will do it. Hoon makes it out safely. At the same time, the Tyrant is super low. Here comes the TP. Battlefield Command. Can they get the damage in? Will not be able to do so. First life of you has been taken down. Moba Zane is back in the fight, but the board has been laid down. The crucial kill tab coming in from this side of Best Player 1. They're turning the fight around. BTK, but Moba Zane has been taken down at the same time again. Alonzo, Doxa, and Lomax, the three of them are super low. Death timers are very long at this part of the fight. Alonzo wants to get that Crimson Golem, will not be able to do so, and the lifeline has been bought by BTK.
Absolutely here. We also see a high ground just kind of get snuck down here on the side of AYLO Gaming here. Wow, look, very low Alonzo there. Wait, could this be game here? 4 down for AYLO Gaming. Wait, that's game right there, looks like. He's going to be forced to try and take out these minions here. There's a little bit of weight. Is he able to take him out? He is able to take him out, but no, that's game. BTK just kind of sneaks that win there. It looks like they were, you know, really even, if not behind there, but just one good push from them, and they were able to secure the game. It is now 2-2.
It had to be this way, a last series of the season of Survival Week, and we have a best of 5 full 5 games with BTK now maybe on the verge of their first ever series win.
Absolutely. AYLO Gaming is definitely starting to scratch their head here. They're thinking like, hold on now, guys. We started as 2-0. I was mentioning, you know, when teams get that reverse sweep momentum, it's really, really strong. They're kind of questioning themselves like, hey, let's stop messing with them now, guys. Let's stop playing with them. We gotta lock this down here. You know, last game, sure, you have a little bit of leeway to go ahead and, you know, experiment a bit, but now it is up to match point for both teams. It is do or die for both of them here too, to cement their legacy, as we mentioned.
Yep. And big picks, right? Coming out from BTK, look, the Kongming for the side of Hun. A lot of internal requests during his streams now put onto the pro stage has been really working its wonder. But you were also talking about the best player, Menki, plus the Fried Chicken Fatih.
Absolutely. And dude, I love the combo coming out from AYLO Gaming, but it's just that even though they're able to get kills, that was all they're able to get. We cannot stress here enough here on the stream. If you just get kills, it doesn't amount to much. This game is a perfect example. They're up 10-12 kills in the mid game and behind in gold because they get that kill and they're not quite able to, you know, secure the farm from their lanes or push it. And that's largely because of the Lee Bang pick, right? If you're forced to constantly help out your team across the map, you're not going to be able to farm here. And that's why Fried Chicken was able to go ahead and have himself such a gold lead on his laner, even though he didn't really take him out most of the time.
Yep, the split push definitely works wonders, right? Especially wave management. And as the later the game goes, you definitely reap the benefits of having a tier 3 taken down. So the initial breakthrough into the base of the side of AYLO Gaming was really what turned and gave the advantage for the side of BTK. Now, the biggest question for BTK fans is, okay, let's take a look at the draft here. Let's take a look at the composition available for BTK. What else is after this?
Yeah, both sides are definitely running out of picks here. And this is going to be one of the situations where, you know, we're going to have to give AYLO the edge, right? We're mentioning they're one of the more veteran teams. They've been playing the game for a little bit longer. They have more of these heroes in their pool. I feel like BTK, they're kind of starting to, you know, get at the bottom of the jar here for these picks here, right? They've used up basically every single pick they're known for. And going to game 5 here is going to really test what they have left in the tank here when it comes to picks.
Well, before we really think about what's possible for the side of BTK, let's talk about the potential of the MVP here. Who would you give it to?
look at the stats here. It has to be best player, right? Look at this. Most damage dealt and most damage taken here. You know, 1-for-1 here. Strongest tank and damage dealer there. He was just such a strong front line. And Shark most of the time was sure resetting his Dream Roam, but he was able to, you know, kind of force those initiations. We're mentioning in the mid game where he saw that AYLO Gaming used a lot of crucial ultimates. He's able to Dream Roam forward twice and force that fight there, and you know, capitalize on the fact that AYLO doesn't really have their stuff, and no one else could really do that on that team other than best player. But it looks like no, it's actually Fried Chicken here coming in with a 557 KDA here. He did do a good amount of damage and got a lot of gold. We were mentioning he was oftentimes not really against someone in his lane, and because of that he was able to get really farmed up.
Yep, the split pushing power on the side of Fried Chicken was number 1, but number 2 was he was always consistently in between the players on the side of AYLO Gaming, separating the fight. And look, the first part of it, look, is great. They got the kill onto Mobile Zane and whatnot, but always, constantly, either Fried Chicken is doing the split push or he comes in for the finishing blows.
Absolutely, and it's just when you look back at these highlights, I'm seeing them being at 14 kills to like 4 here, but they're down 2,000-3,000 golds. I just can't imagine where they're hemorrhaging that gold here, because they're not that down in towers most of the time here. Later on in the game they were, but in that early game, they definitely lost a few waves doing something they shouldn't have been there, and that really set them behind in gold.
Yeah, also with the steals of the camps as well. This one was a learning lesson, this time for the side of AYLO Gaming. So BTK, all of their learning has come to this point. We'll go for a short break. When we're back, we bring you the final game of this best of 5 series.
In this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now
You have arrived at the last possible game of the last series of the day of Survival Week. We're talking about game number 5 between BTK as well as AYLO Gaming. It has been your favorite kind of tofu as well as Phil. So what's going to happen in this final one? Who are you going for?
Honestly, I gotta go with the momentum, you know. At first, probably, you know, when BTK gets that 1 win on AYLO game, I'm saying, okay, they're gonna go ahead and lock in and clean them up the next game here, right? But the fact that they just lost that last game means BTK is up 2-0 on them. They're in their heads, right? They have the momentum. Sure, AYLO Gaming does have that potential, you know, they have the hero pool, right? But BTK, there's one of those teams that are very momentum driven. They're feeling themselves right now. They can go ahead and they're so close to getting that match win. And we have a victor here going to be crowned today here. And I think that's what's going to be happening.
But regardless of what happens, the true victors are the audiences, right? The viewers are definitely happy with this result. This has been a very impressive comeback and a very impressive showing from BTK for their fans. Now, the question is, who will take the final strike in this best of 5 series? Because winner takes all in this one.
Absolutely here, and I'm very excited to see what the draft is going on here. This is going to be the ultimate test on their hero pool, right? 20 heroes on each side are removed from the pool and not allowed to be played here. So we're going to really have to be digging deep on what is going to be possible here when it comes to drafts, and it's going to test their coaches and players in particular. You know, if they can go ahead and formulate a draft with the pieces that are left.
Okay, will we see the Princess Frost as... No, this is not Princess Frost. This is God and Mo, guarantee, right? For BTK,
Here we go.
It has to be.
We were saying we're looking for it, right? I think Hoon definitely is more of a Ganamo person than the Princess Frost, so that's definitely something to think about. But interesting that BTK, you know, Liang is such a contested pick, but they've saved it all the way until this final game here in Game 5, where it matters most, and it's a great time for it to go ahead and come out. AYLO Gaming is now picking up these. I would say these are great, like, blind pick, all-around picks that they didn't really use for some of their more pointed drafts in the past, right? DRNG, Yuan, these are, you know, staple, more cookie cutter picks. They're not bad, but oh, there we go. Look at that. They're hovering it so far.
Yeah. All of the comments about the hero pool on the side of BTK, they're showing everything now. Last game of the last series, there is no way we will have any more surprises, right?
There we go. Ganamo and Flowborn Marksman locked in. They have a great duo there to take out the target that is locked up by Liang. This is exactly what Kane was predicting here. And it makes sense, right? A lot of Hoon's signature picks has been picked away already. This is the one remaining one there. BTK has a very solid strategy outlined here so far. They have a lot of damage, a lot of telegraph damage, but Liang being able to hold someone down means it does not matter.
Yes, I think there's a lot of control, a lot of burst damage as well. The question is, for the side of the Clash lane, who did they pick? Because they have really exhausted a lot. Byron, Charlotte, Mayin, Fatih.
Yeah, basically every one of Fried Chicken's picks here has been used already. They might actually, you know, follow in Doxa's footsteps last game and go ahead and pick up the Lu Bang, which we've seen Chicken play before in the past too. But it is, again, we're kind of running out of picks to use here, especially when Dharma and Guan Yu is also removed away from AYLO Gaming side.
Okay, now that it's completely open, why not just pick up Xiangyu, I guess. Xiangyu, I mean, if they love to dive, then get the Xiangyu. Low health, Hegemon Slash, you get rid of everyone. Or you can even go for the Nerza pick, right? Just play the map.
I like the way Ken is cooking here. I'm a big fan of the Zhang Yu pick. Let's see if Fried Chicken opts to go ahead and choose it, because again, there's not many good options left. Sometimes it's not about picking a good option, it's about picking the lesser of the evils here, right? I'm trying to think hard here. Is there any other Clash laners that could fit in this position here?
Yes, there is.
Miyu could be a good option too. Maybe pick up the Miyu, have that split push 1v1 potential, right? Could be a nice option too. Makes your team a little bit weak to Succubus though, but it shouldn't matter that much. I'm thinking that's the last kind of viable option. Then go pick up your Ada.
Okay, interesting. Now, that would really work and spice things up. I was kind of thinking the Lupu, but never mind. Ada as well. Go ship. Okay, it's because you want to lock them in a singular spot, right? So I guess that kind of makes sense. You lock them in a singular spot, and then you get the, you know, ultimate, the freshly forged into the couple blades by the gun and mo. Makes sense. You also make aiming easier for Mobile Zane with Arrow's Shower as well. So let's see. AYLO Gaming, they go for the Dun pick, and I don't know, this one once again truly 50-50. It's better execution wins.
Absolutely. I like the composition side BK. I was thinking about the Miyu, right? But looking at their composition, if they do lock the Miyu, they're so squishy. The Ada makes a lot of sense here to go ahead and work as a pseudo enabler, maybe using the Ghost Ship to lock someone in place for the Flowborn Marksman and the Ganamo, but also they just needed that front line, right? Their team is so squishy once they gone ahead and locked in the Fade. Their support is Liang is not really known for his durability, so they needed someone that was really, really durable, and Ada is going to be one of the most durable picks in the game, being one of the few pure tank-style Clash laners.
Okay, look, you're already this deep in the pool, right? BTK, I think, just do what I love to do, which is a lot of people hate it. Invade your level 1 buff as a Liang. You're able to do it. Just go for it.
Yeah, you are able to set those books down, right? And if you set 3 books on a buff there, that's a lot of DPS, and they're probably not going to expect it too, right? Looking down a fade, they're not going to expect that bit of invasion there. Maybe Liang and KMW can go ahead and set up a play for both the Boars and the buff, as they have amazing early game clear potential. But here we go. We're getting ready to go into the game here. Match point 2-2. AYLO Gaming, definitely we're not prepared for that. I was not prepared for that. I thought AYLO Gaming was going to take this, but BTK definitely showed us that they have some life in them here, and they're potentially able to go ahead and best AYLO Gaming.
Let's see. I mean, the reverse is true as well. AYLO Gaming fans looking for the performance of their lifetime against BTK. And we'll see who is going to finish their day and finish their season with a major explosion.
Absolutely. I would say AYLO Gaming, they have a lot of pressure on them, you know? A lot of pressure on them. They're the favorites, right? Anytime you're the favorite, you have so much pressure against you, especially if you're one of the more veteran teams, right? BTK, they're playing kind of carefree right now. Of course, they want to win, but they know they don't have that many chips hanging on their shoulder this game. And I think because of that, they're able to play a lot more freely here and be creative with the picks here. It looks like Shark is going to go with KMW here in the mid lane, trying to clear out that way. They do not opt to go for any invasions this game here, though. So pretty traditional jungle from both sides. Wow, look at you with the aggression here onto Zane.
Oh no, Mobile Zane. One flash will do it. One flash. Oh, they forced out the flash from Mobile Zane. And with that, the job is done for the side of you.
Absolutely, getting that flash in super early. He's going to relay that information over to his jungle and mid for sure, and they're going to set up for something later on. We've seen this happen prior, right? A flash is burned. We think nothing much is going to come from it, but a minute later, when they least expect it, they set
advantage for now. Slight goal lead. Here comes the TP into the middle for the side of AYLO. They want to put a little bit more pressure. Mobile Zane does not have flash. This is a very scary potential.
I think, yeah, the turning point is going to come out when Lomax opts to go ahead and set up a roam down bottom with the Dune, because they know if they want to, they can brute force down a kill on Zane fairly easily. Shark doesn't have really the tools to defend him, and he doesn't have the tools to defend himself currently.
Oh, hang on. The flash from Doctor. Oh, this one was a little bit closer. And this is why you pick the Arta, right? Very tanky, able to hang on. And he recovers his health pretty well. So he's able to sustain in lane against Doctor for a little bit. Also forces the flash, which is great. For now, they don't get the things they're looking for on the side of AYLO Gaming.
Absolutely. The Ada pick, you know what? It's not the most top tier pick, but I will say against someone like the Mayin that requires penetration. Oh, look at this. Shark gets dropped really low here. Lomax going super aggressive. Wow. Getting that skill 1 last second into the fadeaway there. Absolutely knowing the limits of their hero. We're saying they're running out of heroes. They do not seem to be running out of heroes at all inside AYLO Gaming. They all understand their heroes pretty well from what I see so far.
Yes, and the biggest deficit for the side of BTK now is the fact that Alonso has made his way out with the Crimson buff as well. Oh, hang on, the stun comes in. Mobile Zane locked for days. He will be taken down. This one credited to you. And there is an amount of damage coming in from the side of AYLO. They should be able to crack this T1 down to at least half its health.
So there you go. That's the signature, you know, AYLO play we were talking about prior, right? They've done this before. They burn that flash early, and they come in right before it comes back, you know, where Zane thinks he's getting ready to be safe, and they set up a dive on them, and that was executed perfectly. We called it a few minutes ago. They go ahead and call it out to their team and do it, and they've now just gone ahead and executed on it there. BTK looking to make a play on the Crimson Golem here as they get Dune kind of crowd controlled up, but he's really tanky, though.
Yeah, right now the support is coming in for the side of AYLO Gaming. They will be able to melt fried chicken down. If they get a little bit more, they do. And that is BTK now having a third member fall in this first 3.5 minutes. AYLO Gaming are rampant so far.
Absolutely, this is not looking good, but it's okay. We've seen BTK come back from stuff like this before, right? Last game they were down a bunch of kills and that was okay, but this time AYLO Gaming is looking a little bit different. They're able to actually maintain the gold lead. They're not just getting kills, they are getting farm and objectives as well, though, so it's not going to be as easy for sure.
They need more setup on the side of BTK. Someone needs to be able to set the tone for the side of best player one. They go in, but it's actually Alonso that benefits off of that aggression. And for now, Mobazane, he's trying to land the arrows. Not going to be enough damage at this point. It's still too early for the farm laners to really step up and take the fight. AYLO Gaming, they see an opening. The Arthur jump is going to come in. That's quite a bit of damage. Where is the rest of the damage? The Unending Sorrow going to help out the side of AYLO. But during that chaos, BTK secured that first time of the game. And best player one, that has been the best decision they've made so far. They recover a little bit of the gold deficit.
Absolutely. It looks like the main there from Doxa was trying to go ahead and contest best player one for the objective. But again, we always mention this. You can't contest Fade when it comes to securing, right? He's able to unseal the objective in Jade and secure it there. So he does take that down. AYLO trying to make a play on Fried Chicken here in the clash lane. He is really tanky though. He burns the ultimate away from Yuan, but they are not letting up here. Now Hoon is here with the Ganamo to help him out and clear some of these waves.
Yeah, I don't think they defend this. Lomax as well as Alonso, they're looking for an opening onto Chicken as well. Here comes the dive with the Unruly Blade. One more strike is going to do it. This time, Lomax secures it for the side of AYLO Gaming. They did manage to clear the wave during that skirmish itself. So BTK, they saved the T1 at the top. And in fact, they also benefit off of it. Mobazane takes the T1 at the bottom, buys the Doomsday because of that gold.
Absolutely. I would say, while that's a kind of questionable defense there, Fried Chicken almost got out there, right? If he had a little bit more help, he would have gotten out there and defended and not went down as well, which would have been optimal. But super close here. Another fight comes out here. This Dune has been getting their ultimate reset almost every single fight by the Dolia. Great synergy between the Dolia and the Dune here currently to get so many Unruly Blades off.
I mean, that's the beauty of the double Ds, right? And of course, with that being said, Shark is being chased down. One more strike, the flash comes through. It's not going to be enough to get that auto attack. And Mobazane, the second one to fall as well. AYLO, they will not allow this situation to happen. BTK struggling to keep up.
Absolutely. It is 0-6 here in favor of AYLO Gaming. Again, they're not up a monstrous amount of gold, but they're definitely up a lot more than last game here. And this game, they're focusing a lot more on the farm and objectives here instead of purely just going for kills.
Which is okay, right? For now, BTK, they're still keeping up, even though there is a slight lead for the side of AYLO. I think as long as they match the towers, it should be fine. They're going in for that final hard, and J Mark will not be able to get the kill at all. And with that, they're still chasing in Fried Chicken. He's making the call. They want to finish this fight and win that gold advantage. But on the backlines, Alonso catches eyes onto Thor. Shark is low. The stun Wind Slash does not help out in this matter for now. But Hoon as well as Shark have been taken down. And AYLO Gaming, might they have overextended? At this point, Fried Chicken, he's trying to set up the fight against Mobazane. Mobazane will have the ability to lay down some damage. Maybe Robot Elma has taken a step too far. 3 deaths for the price of 3. It's an even trade. But BTK, this is good recovery gold.
Absolutely. BT is showing signs of life here as they get some shutdowns there. That fight kind of started off pretty rough there, right? Shark grabbed someone with the ultimate, but Hoon did not have his ultimate available to go ahead and immediately take him out, which kind of dragged on a fight longer than you usually would see with the Liang. I would say BT in this game, they have not really been comboing Shark with the Giganimo that much so far, right? We need to see him go ahead and set up their ultimates to take someone out without real movement or counterplay there. But it looks like AYLO Gaming is able to position in a way that does not give Shark those easy ultimates.
I mean, that's the whole point, right? When you know that there's a Liang in play, you have to be really careful about your positioning, as well as the information that you give. And this is one of the things that you has been doing pretty well. And one concern here I have is Lomax is actually going for the magic build. You can see Stave of Sorceries. He's going full ham with the extra magic output.
Yeah, usually you don't see this full damage build from Yuan from mid lane, right? They usually like to go a little bit more tanky there with something like the Frost Guard maybe, but nope, Lomax is here to deal the damage and carry the game here. We see Ada go ahead and jump in and engage on Lomax though, but he's not threatened though because that is a full tank. Ada's not going to do enough to go ahead and cut through Lomax here as they go ahead and take positions for this tyrant.
Okay, nice catch on the side. Hoon is trying to lay the damage in, but it's Shark who gets caught. Flash by Hoon. Everything getting burned out from the side of BTK. At the same time, there is an open target in the form of Dogza. And right now, they do get their hands on Hoon. The jump in continues. Alonso with the heals and a rampage for the side of Dogza. This is all going haywire for the side of BTK. Only Moba, Zane, and Fried Chicken are alive. But even at this situation, Fried Chicken has to go and heal. The T1 is going to be secured for AYLO Gaming.
This is not good for side BTK. We notice they're a momentum-driven team, right? It looks like they do not have the momentum on their side right now.
Yeah, but Alonso, he's falling low. This could be a nice surprise kill, and they do get that finisher. Shark gets the revenge here. Fried Chicken opens up the map for the side of BTK. They need to work a little bit more, but Fried Chicken a little bit too far. The flash comes in. A finishing blow from the side of Lomax. Gets out of jail for free as well. They're going to try and get the catch. Dogza will get the kill before he is taken out. No, he doesn't even take a fall. And the T3s are open for the taking. AYLO Gaming, they're so far ahead. They have the damage. A rampage for Lomax as the T3s are on the menu for AYLO Gaming.
As you mentioned, Lomax, that full damage build just does so much damage, and he does not have to worry about durability. Dolia goes in and resets that ultimate here. And then, no! Right there, best player tried to go ahead and save the game, but it's just too little too late. 1v4 and their AYLO Gaming clean it up and come out victorious. It seems like they had a good amount of momentum, but it stopped here.
Yep, AYLO Gaming, congratulations on winning this final series of the Survival Week. They take this series all the way. BTK, impressive result, 3-2. Did not manage to get the win of the series, but they have definitely entertained the hearts of the fans today.
Absolutely. Both teams were not going to be making it out of Survival Week here, but again, they're playing for those bragging rights here, right? It's going to be the old guard versus the new kids on the block here, and they do successfully defend their title, but that was definitely a lot closer than they expected.
For sure, and you can tell the improvements, right? I think BTK has only had access to the game for, what, 3 months or so? So the fact that they're lasting this far in the competition, able to take games back as well, it's a mark of improvement. So we're curious to see how far they can bring their game up to. In the meantime, there is also another battle happening, which we'll cover later on. These are the games that are happening off stream. LM are currently fighting Boars in a best of 5 series as well to determine who is going to be at the end of the road for the top of Group A.
Absolutely. Earlier, we were mentioning that Boars was going to be out since they'd gone ahead and were not able to get a 3-0 on BTK. A little bit wrong with the math there. I'm going to have to blame Ken on that one. But it seems like if Boars ends up potentially getting a 3-0 against LM, they still have a shot. So it's going to be a little bit rough and uphill battle for Boars, but they do have a shot to still make it out here. Here's a look at the final stats here for both sides. I would say, again, you know, we already gave them a lot of credit here, BTK. They really fought their heart out, but against a veteran team like AYLO Gaming is going to be tough. We mentioned they have the hero pool, right? They have the experience, and they show it here too, but they did bring up quite the impressive fight against them, though.
Yeah, to me the biggest difference maker actually was Lomax. The fact that he went full greed, went on that full magic burst damage build with the Stave of Sorceries as well. Look at the damage, 69.2k. Yeah, in the bag in terms of damage dealt, hero damage dealt to the side of BTK. He was responsible for some of the most clinical stuns and damage across the board for BTK.
Absolutely, and that build makes a lot of sense here, right? He doesn't have to worry about durability because he has 2 ultimates. Usually, enemies are not going to survive through 2 Yuan ultimates there. So he's able to itemize super aggressively here and just leverage his ultimate as his survival tool instead of building stuff like that Frostscar Embrace. So that was a great itemization there, and he used it really, really well, right? It's not greedy if it works out there, and it really worked out for him that game.
Yep, and it fulfills 2 different win conditions. Number 1, you are self-sustaining, but you also save your team with the heals. And then, oh, there's one more. The third one, damage. He was dealing the damage over the BTK. There was always a numbers advantage on the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, and it was on a hero like Yuan, which something like the Fade is going to struggle to go ahead and deal with, right? Being able to go untangible there is Fade's worst nightmare, because stop all of his damage. And then on top of that, you know, Fade, when he jumps on top of you, you know, and you go untangible, then you come back down, you deal a lot of damage back to the Fade, and Fade is not someone that can take the damage from someone like a Yuan, especially not a full damage build.
Yeah, 32%, that is a lot. 8 kills in the bag for the side of AYLO Gaming's Lomax. And what a way to end the series, end the day, and end their tournament run as well. They will be rewarded with a small fraction of the prize pool available in this total 50,000 USD.
Absolutely. After today, 3 teams are going to be going home here, right? So again, as Ken said, they had a great performance here, entertained all the fans here. I really appreciate all their hard work and performances here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the remaining teams go ahead and, you know, fight it out here for that prize and the chance of being champion of the KMW.
That's right. The prize is quite a big one because not only do you get a little bit more gold in your bank account, as we call it, it's going to be 10,000 USD for the winning team, but also the coveted ticket into KIC, where you get to meet the best of the best across the world and you play your hearts out in Philippines.
Absolutely, and you get your chance to go ahead and, you know, win even more, as you mentioned here, right? So that's going to be very exciting here. So we're going to have to be saying goodbye to a few teams here, which are BTK and AYLO Gaming are confirmed. Boars Gaming and LM are still in the cards here off stream, depending on which one they go ahead. Okay, we just gone ahead and got news that LM 3-1 win. Boars Gaming needed to go ahead and beat them 3-0. They got 3-1 there. So LM is going to be our team coming out here from Group A, and they will be facing off against Twisted Minds next week.
And what a turn of events, right? Because it's actually BTK responsible for LM going through because they took one game off of Boars Gaming. If they did not do that, Boars would still be in a position to be able to qualify as the final team in Group A.
Absolutely, and this is kind of shake-up not many people expected, right? LM, they're the underdogs. If you asked everyone here, you know, at the start of the KMW, you know, to rank the teams, LM would not really be near the top, right? They're near the bottom, but they're showing here that doesn't matter what we rank them, right? They have the skills and they're able to pull through, and they are so far, you know, they could go up, but so far they are the 4th team in the KMW.
Yes, it's, I mean, there's always opinions and then there's facts, and the fact of the matter is LM are now standing atop of Group A. But here's the challenge. They have to go up against Twisted Minds. That's not going to be a fun experience, but that's definitely going to be one of growth. So we see how they perform against the former champions of KMW spring season, 4th place at KWC. And let's see if they have learned enough to put the fight against Twisted Minds.
Absolutely. Hey, we didn't expect them to get out of Group A or be at the top of Group A, right? We're not expecting them to beat Twisted Minds either, right? Because Twisted Minds is the favorite. But they have been kind of subverting expectations, right? The whole time, you know, everyone's been doubting them. People have said LM is potentially, you know, one of the bottom tier teams. They've proven otherwise. I would say against Twisted Minds here, you know, people are going to say they're probably not the favorites here. Can they go ahead and prove otherwise next week and cause quite the upset? Because again, this is one of the lowest rated teams here versus the former champions, and they're battling it out, and they have a shot to go ahead and create a massive upset.
This has to be the best Cinderella story as well as the best David versus Goliath story, right? Because they are a team, this is their first season into KMW. And imagine if they're able to take down the previous champions of KMW Spring, that will be a huge marker of success for them and the growth. But then there's also other portions of the competition where we're looking at 9Z Globant, who has had a wonderful uprising in the fall season of KMW. They are now 2nd place, the OG, and we will get to see in the winners semi-final whether they can really make the current champions of a fall season KMW thus far bleed.
Absolutely. I think we're seeing a lot of, you know, air quotes, upsets come out, right? We didn't expect 9Z to be so strong. They end up being the number 2 team so far here, right? Same with LM here. So it just goes to show anything can go ahead and happen here. Here's a look at the matches today. 2 BTK matches here with BTK going 1 win, 3 losses versus Boars Gaming here. Then we have OG versus 9Z going ahead and taking a nice little 3-0. So OG squarely on top still, you know, proving that they're the top dogs. And then BTK fighting their heart outs in this final match and going 2-3 versus AYLO Gaming here. Again, it was expected that AYLO Gaming was the favorites here, but BTK definitely gave them a fight and a run for their money.
For sure. So these are the current standings of what is happening Group S and Group A. So Group S, we have OG all the way at the top 4-0, just taking one match loss in terms of the win-loss ratio. 9Z Globant 2-2, 6-9, and of course Twisted Minds unable to find a series win so far in Survival Week, so they will be third place. This means they will go up against LM, who has registered 6 wins and no losses in series, but they did take a couple of losses in their games, 4 games to be exact, as they put their highest hopes up against Twisted Minds.
Absolutely. While LM has been playing against, weaker teams here, right, in the Group A, we cannot understate, they went 6-0, 18 wins, 4 losses. And you compare that to Twisted Minds here, 4 wins, 12 losses here. Sure, they're against some better teams, but I think this gap here is going to be a little bit closer than people think here. So next week, we're going to see a pretty solid game here, and the loser's going to go home, so both teams are going to have to put everything on the line.
Yes, a lot of expectations to be filled for both sides, and these will be your brackets. We'll start off with the lower bracket, round 1, with Twisted Minds going up against LM. Loser, of course, will be going home. And then we'll bring you to the winners bracket, round 1, where OG take up 9Z Globant. Loser of that has a second chance. That's the reward for being in Group S and being of the winners bracket. They will go up against the winners of the lower bracket, round 1, of which we'll have a roundabout and find out who will qualify to be in the grand finals.
A lot of action coming up. I'm pretty sure they're going to go ahead and pack that into 2 days as well too, right? First day is going to be the lower bracket one, and then the upper bracket one, and then the final day is going to be the finals as well too. So a lot of action coming up. Make sure you guys are subscribed, tuned in, so you guys do not miss out once we go ahead and cover that.
Yes, and because this is just the first part of a very exciting series, they also have to play for the last call, the qualifying, the KIC, where the East side is going to join us, as well as WKS. So with that, it has been fun. It has been your favorite kind of tofu kindofu. With me today has been Phil, otherwise known as Humus. Any last words?
No, it's been a long day, but it's full of action here. I'm tired here for now. I'm sure you guys are at home too. As again, check out all the socials, check out Kin, check out my stuff here. Drop a like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys next time.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I've been lying down when I run around, you don't make sense. See, look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season. You got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment. But my